This page depicts the cover of a guidebook. It features three prominent characters. Ryo Hazuki, a young man in a brown jacket with short black hair looking determinedly to the left. Shenmue Ling, a young woman with a brown hat and scarf in the center with her hands clasped together. And Ren Wying, a man with a white bandana and blue jacket on the right, also looking determined. The background shows various scenes of Hong Kong, including city streets with trams and buildings, suggesting the game's setting. The text on the page translates to Shenmue II Guidebook, Shenmue II Guidebook, Famitsu DC Editorial Supervision. This page depicts the cover of the Shenmue II Guidebook. At the top of the image is Shenmue Ling looking down with her hands clasped together. Below her, Ryo Hazuki and Ren Wying stand in a mountainous landscape with waterfalls and ancient ruins in the background. The text at the top reads, Shenmue II, and the text at the bottom reads, Shenmue II Guidebook. This page depicts the table of contents for a guide, likely for a video game, organized into sections covering story and characters, game systems, detailed Hong Kong maps, story walkthroughs, and money-making tips. The story and character section seems to discuss reflecting on Shenmue Chapter 1 and people encountered in Hong Kong. The game system section lists basic controls, free quests, money, QTEs, and free battles. The Hong Kong map section is broken down into Aberdeen, Wan Chai, and Kowloon walled city areas, listing various streets and locations within each. The walkthrough section is divided by discs, suggesting a multi-disc game, and seems to cover stages within Hong Kong and Kowloon, alongside minigame for games like Space Harrier, and Outrun, Slot, QTE, and Darts. The final section offers advice on earning money and completing various aspects of the game. Here is the translation of the Japanese text. Table of Contents, Story and Character Introduction Chapter 3. Now, reflecting on Shenmue Chapter 1 4. Who are the people who visit Hong Kong? 8. Game System Introduction Chapter 13. Basic Controls 14. Free Quests 16. Money 20. QTE 21. Free Battle 22. Hong Kong Detailed Map Chapter 25. Aberdeen Overall Map 26. Aberdeen Fishing Port 28. Queen's Street 32. Beverly Hills Wharf 37. Wan Chai Overall Map 38. Yan Pak Road 40. Wise Men's Quarter, Scarlet Hill 43. Lucky Charm Quarter 47. South Carmain Quarter 50. Golden Quarter 52. Pine Street 55. Kowloon Walled City Overall Map 56. Dragon Street 58. White Dynasty Quarter, White Cow 61. Dragon Vista Quarter, Child's Park 65. Thousand White Quarter, Thousand White Building, T-Stall Quarter, Red Lantern Quarter, Three Birds Building 68. Minigame Strategy 1, Space Harrier 72. Story Walkthrough Chapter 73. Disc 1 74. Shenmue 2, Stage 1 Hong Kong 88. Minigame Strategy 2, Outrun 89. Disc 2 90. Shenmue 2, Stage 2 Wan Chai 102. Minigame Strategy 3 Slot, QTE, Darts 103. Disc 3 104. Disc 3 tilde Disc 4 112. Shenmue 2, Stage 3 Kowloon 114. Shenmue 2, Stage 4 Guilin 115. How to Make Money 116. Use many techniques to win free battles 120. Aim to complete gotcha 122. Play thoroughly and complete items 126. This page depicts a scroll over a backdrop of scenes from Shenmue, possibly Hong Kong, with buildings and street views visible. The scroll's title is Story and Character Introduction Edition. The text on the page says, looking back on the story of the previous game. And, the newly appearing characters are. In Shenmue 2, you can see a digest of the previous game's story, but, here, while looking back at the story once more, let's introduce the characters who appear from this game. This page depicts an introduction to Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka. The text on the page is as follows. Introduction. Giant compilation condensed. Now, looking back at Shenmue Chapter 1. From Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka. The previous work, Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka, was released as a DC Software title in Japan on December 29, 1999. On 3GDROMs, the enormous story and the Yokosuka Dobuita Street, which serves as the stage, were thoroughly recreated, becoming a major topic of conversation at the time. Here, let's look back at the story of the previous work. Assassin from China. Sudden death of father. November 29, 1986, a quiet snowy evening. Hazuki Dojo, located in the mountains of Yokosuka, Kanagawa Prefecture. The peaceful days are shattered by a sudden visitor. A black car parked by the gate, a dojo signboard torn down, and a violently opened gate. Hazuki Ryo, returning home from town, senses something is wrong at the dojo and rushes into the main building in a panic. Along with a fierce sound, Fukusan, a disciple of the dojo, is thrown out from the dojo gate. When Ryo rushes to the dojo, his father, Iwao Hazuki, is being cornered by men in black suits and a man wearing a deep green velvet Chinese dress. Where is the mirror? The deep green man asks Iwao. I have no intention of answering, Iwao retorts. Along with these words, Iwao prepares to fight. A man unleashes a fist technique he has never seen before. This page depicts the main characters of Shenmue Chapter 1. Yokosuka. The characters shown are, first is Hazuki Ryo, the protagonist of the story, a third-year high school student. His parents died when he was young. Since childhood, he has been learning Hazuki-style jujutsu. Next is Lan Di, a Chinese man who appears seeking the mirror. He uses mysterious martial arts and is the one who killed Ryo's father. His real name is Su Ryu. Then there is Hazuki Iwao, the master of Hazuki-style jujutsu. He is Ryo's father and was killed by Lan Di. Following is Hayata-in, a live-in housekeeper at the Hazuki residence who helps with housework and gives Ryo pocket money. Lastly, Fukuhara Masayuki is introduced as a live-in apprentice who has lived at the Hazuki residence for 10 years. He is Ryo's sparring partner and has a gentle personality. The page also includes text describing events in the story and a section titled, Letter from China. Harasaki's thoughts. The translated text is as follows. Shenmue Chapter 1. Yokosuka, main characters. Suddenly, Iwao collapsed in an instant. You bastard! Ryo went towards the man, but was easily blown away with a single kick from the man. The man grabbed Ryo by the neck, lifted him up roughly, and again demanded to Iwao, hand over the mirror. It's buried under the cherry tree in the back. Iwao answers weakly. Hearing those words, the man in the black suit headed towards the cherry tree outside. Zhao Sunming. I remember that name, it's the name of the man you killed in Men Village. The man in the dark green suit calmly continued. Could it be, you're Zhao Sunming? The moment Ryo realized the man's true identity, the man silenced Iwao with a final blow. After the men left, when Ryo reached his father's side, his father was already barely breathing. Cherish your friends. Leaving those words, his father breathed his last. Letter from China. Harasaki's thoughts. Mirror. Zhao Sunming. Men Village. And the man wearing the dark green suit. Leaving behind many mysteries, my father passed away. 4 days after the incident. Ryo, who woke up from a nightmare, makes a certain decision. I will avenge my father's death. Fukuhara, the live-in apprentice, tried to stop him in a hurry, but Ryo's decision was firm. Ignoring Fukuhara's words of dissuasion, Ryo, seeking clues about the men in Chinese clothing, headed towards Yokosuka's shopping district. Yokosuka's bustling shopping district, Dobuita Street, was filled with Chinese signs. Apparently, that man in the dark green suit had connections with the Chinese mafia. To trace the footsteps of the Chinese mafia, Ryo walked around Dobuita Street. At times, he would talk to sailors and yakuza who were staying in Yokosuka. Ryo's appearance worried a girl. Harasaki Nozomi, a classmate of Ryo's in high school. She was about to graduate high school and travel overseas, so she was hesitant about parting with Ryo. However, Ryo, unaware of Harasaki's feelings, was rushing around in pursuit of revenge. That day, as Ryo was about to head to Dobuita Street, Inasan, the housekeeper at the Hazuki residence, called out to Ryo. "I have something to give you." What In took out was a letter to Iwao from his sworn brother. The letter was written in characters that Ryo could not decipher, mysterious characters. When he deciphered the characters, the letter revealed that the sender was Zu Yuanda. And, the text warned his father that someone was after the mirror. Then, it was written that if he was in trouble, he should rely on a person named Chen Yaoan, and the contact information for the Yokosuka warehouse district was written. This page depicts the main characters from Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka. Starting from the left, we see Nozomi Harasaki, who is Ryo's classmate. Her parents are in Canada, and after graduation, she will also move to Canada. Ryo is thinking of her. Next is Guizhong Chen Darren's son. He is 30 years old and skilled in martial arts. He has a cool personality and always supports his father. Then we have Chen Darren, a master of Yokosuka's Chinatown and a man of influence in the trading business. He is a real power broker in Yokosuka. The Mad Angels are in opposition to him. Following is Terry, the leader of the Yokosuka bad boys group, the Mad Angels. He is the boss of the Mad Angels of Ska, known as Ska's Terry. Finally, there is Chai, an assassin who enters the Hazuki household to kill Ryo. He possesses a grotesque appearance, uses unorthodox kenpo techniques, and is a skilled killer who carries out Lan Di's orders. The text then moves to the section titled, Whereabouts of the Phoenix Mirror Friendship with Guizhong. It explains that Ryo, heading to the warehouse district of Yokosuka, meets Chen Darren and his son, Guizhong. According to Chen Darren, Lan Di is a man who belongs to a secret organization called the Choukaiman. He is described as a man called Blue Emperor, which is Lan Di. Lan Di came to Japan seeking the Dragon Mirror, and to get revenge for his father. However, the Dragon Mirror and Phoenix Mirror are a pair. Besides the Phoenix Mirror, taken by Lan Di, the other one is said to be somewhere. The other mirror is hidden somewhere in the Hazuki martial arts dojo. It is said to be in the underground room of the dojo that Ryo had sealed off. Ryo decides to search for his deceased father's belongings there. There, he finds many items from his father's youth and from when he was training in mainland China. Ryo wonders about his deceased father's past and what happened on the mainland. Eventually, he finds the Phoenix Mirror. The text under the image of the Phoenix Mirror says, "It feels like being drawn in." Below this section is, The Road to Hong Kong, and the biggest fight of Chapter 1 begins. It mentions that while Ryo was working part-time at the harbor, he learned that the Mad Angels, a group based in New Yokosuka Harbor, were helping the Choukaiman. He also heard that the Dragon Treasure Day, the day the Choukaiman would carry out a transaction, was fast approaching. To find out the date of the Dragon Treasure Day, Ryo tries to corner Terry, the boss of the Mad Angels, but he can't get any information. However, the Mad Angels, aware of Ryo's movements, made the first move. They kidnapped Nozomi Harasaki. Ryo, summoned by phone, heads alone on his motorcycle to New Yokosuka Harbor, the Mad Angel's stronghold. There, Mad Angel members were waiting for him. Ryo confronts them in combat. Using the techniques he has learned so far, he defeats the Mad Angel members one after another. Eventually, Terry, the boss, appears. He demands that Ryo defeat Guizhong as a condition for returning Nozomi. After a moment of silence, the text at the bottom says, Ryo reluctantly agrees to Terry's demand. The text on the bottom left says, Ryo got the Phoenix Mirror. The story unfolds from here. The text on the bottom right says, it feels like being drawn in. This page depicts Lan Di standing prominently on the right side, with a scene from the game displayed to his left. This scene shows Terry talking on a mobile phone. The page is titled Story and Character Introduction Edition. The text describes a dramatic encounter. Ryo and Guizhong corner Guizhong's father's enemy who took Harasaki hostage. That night, Guizhong attacks Guizhong's father's enemy. After a fierce exchange of blows, when the enemy is about to stab Gui Zhong with a dagger, Terry appears and thwarts the attack. In that moment, Gui Zhong and Gui Zhong's father's enemy turn their aggression towards Terry. They overpower the 70 members of the Mad Angels gang who surround them. Faced with their overwhelming strength, Terry admits defeat and reveals that the deal with the Hong Kong underworld is already done, and Lan Di has already left for Hong Kong, informing Gui Zhong of Lan Di's departure. The next section is titled Farewell to Hometown and the Final Battle. The text continues, stating, "The ticket to Hong Kong, I've asked my father to arrange for you." Hearing Gui Zhong's words, Ryo steels himself for his journey and leaves Hazuki residence. At the port where the ship to Hong Kong is waiting, Shen Hazuki and Gui Zhong are waiting for Ryo's arrival. However, just as Ryo is about to board the ship, someone attacks with a strange cry. It is Chai, a mysterious assassin. Chai injures Gui Zhong and attacks Ryo. But Ryo, drawing upon the techniques passed down from the people of Yokosuka, skillfully defeats Chai. Alone, he boards the ship and sets sail for an unknown land. And thus, the stage of adventure moves to Hong Kong in Shenmue II. The final section is titled Playing Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka Play Data and continuing with Shenmue II. The text explains that by carrying over play data from the previous game, Shenmue Chapter 1, you can play Shenmue II. The techniques learned in the previous game, as well as acquired items, can be used. Some items cannot be carried over. If you carry over data, the game will start from the date when you finished playing the previous game, but there is plenty of time prepared in the game, until the summer of 1987. There is no need to rush to play. Also, this game is the US Shenmue version, and it is possible to play by carrying over data. The image at the bottom right shows a menu with yes and no options. The text in the menu box asks, do you want to start Shenmue 2 from a Shenmue 2 clear file? Clear files will not be lost. Text to the right of the menu explains, first, you will start from the Play Data Transfer selection screen. This page depicts a character introduction page. The page title reads, Characters. Who are the people who welcome Ryo when he visits Hong Kong? The text at the top right explains that in the world of Shenmue 2, hundreds of characters appear. All of them act according to their personalities and live in the streets of Hong Kong, each with their own story. Encounters with them and the conversations you have will shape your story. The main character featured is Ryo Hazuki. His name is prominently displayed in large characters. On the right side, there is a character description which says, Hazuki Ryo. The main protagonist of this game, 18 years old, born in the Hazuki dojo in Yokosuka. When he was 3 years old, he lost his mother, and since then he has spent his days devoted to training in Hazuki-style jujutsu under his father. When he was in Yokosuka, he was known even among delinquents for his fighting skills. He has a reckless and quick-tempered personality, but he hides a strong will inside. His father was murdered by Lan Di, and to avenge his death, he decides to embark on a journey. He heads to the unknown country of China alone. Voice: Masaya Matsukaze. There are two images of Ryo Hazuki on the page, a large portrait and a smaller image showing him in what appears to be a Hong Kong street scene. This page depicts character introductions for Shenmue 2. We see Shenhua Ling, the heroine of this story, who was raised in the great outdoors, innocent and pure, never knowing doubt. Her serene expressions hold the enduring history and nurturing nature of China over thousands of years, filled with strength. Her destiny is greatly changed by her meeting with Ryo, but where will they meet? Her voice is provided by Hazuki Ishikawa. Then we see Ren Wying, also known as Ren of Heavens, a charismatic head of a street gang in Hong Kong's Aberdeen district, specifically the Beverly Hills Wharf area. His sharpened gaze earned him the nickname, Blade, Ren. He is fiercely attached to money and doesn't trust others easily, rarely showing himself to people. He is also good at gambling. His voice is provided by Masaki Ishikawa. The text bubble in Ren's image says, well then, I'll take my leave here. Goodbye. The title at the top reads, Story and Character Introduction Chapter. The title for Shenhue Ling's section is Risha Hana. The title for Ren Wuying's section is Jin Bi Yu Ying. This page depicts two characters, Lan Di and Joy, from the game. Lan Di, whose Japanese name is Saoryu, is described as a leader within the Chinese black society, specifically of the Koukaiman. He is a user of the phantom fist techniques, which are said to be extinct. He has a large scar on his face, the reason for which is unknown. He is seeking the dragon mirror and has come from China to Japan to obtain it. When attempting to seize the dragon mirror, he murdered Getsume, the holder of the mirror. The reason for his pursuit of the dragon mirror and his true identity are questioned. Joy is introduced as one of the heroines of this game. She rides a motorcycle and speeds through the streets of Hong Kong. She lost her mother when she was young, and her father is a capable worker in the port trade business. As a result, being a daughter, she is well known in the streets of Hong Kong and is accustomed to being spoiled. She met Ryo at the Hong Kong pier and became interested in Ryo's cool personality. She is described as selfish and blunt in her speech, but possesses an honest nature. Her voice actress is Ryo Natsuki. This page depicts character introductions. We can see two characters prominently displayed with their names and descriptions alongside images from the game. At the top we see Hong Shu Ying with a serious expression, wearing a red dress, and her description is next to her image. Below, we can see Kun Fangmei, a young girl with pigtails, smiling and wearing a purple and blue outfit, and her description is next to her image too. There are also smaller images of both characters included on the page. Story and Character Introduction Chapter. Ko Shui, one of the heroines of this work. She loves Chinese traditional culture, and has a deep knowledge of Taoism, history, and martial arts. Not only in knowledge, but she actually embodies martial arts, and as a martial artist she also possesses considerable ability. Her beautiful appearance seems to convey a certain sadness. Ryo encounters her in a certain place in Taiping Street, but her true nature cannot be immediately known. Voice. Misa Watanabe, Kun Fangmei, a bright and talkative 14-year-old. She is an admirer of Hong Shu Ying, and takes care of things around her. She expresses her opinions frankly even to older people, but she is never arrogant or says bad things about people. She has a gentle personality. She was taken to an orphanage when she was young and raised there. Now she works at the Man Mo Temple. Her hobby is cooking, and she dreams of becoming good at it. Voice. Ikue Otani. This page depicts character profiles from the game Shenmue II. The first character is Yuan. His real name is given as Gay Kano. He is described as a member of the Heavens, a group that includes Sam, Larry, and Cool J. He is known for doing bad deeds in the harbor, like stealing from travelers. However, it is mentioned that deep down he is kind and has a pure personality. He is described as childishly righteous and never forgets a kindness shown to him. He admires Ren like an older brother and is fascinated by his masculinity. It's mentioned that their first encounter was at the harbor and that afterwards, there will be an important event where they meet. The next character is Dao Jianmen. His name is written as Tu Kenman. He is described as a master of Chen-style Tai Chi Quan, which is different from ordinary Tai Chi Quan and incorporates offensive techniques. He usually trains in Dayu Park in Hong Kong. He is 75 years old and shows no signs of aging. The next character is Li Guixiong. Her name is Li Keika. She is an old woman living in an apartment in Man Mo Street, Hong Kong, in the Onward Apartments. The entire street is being bought up, and she is a 76-year-old landlady resisting eviction in a deserted street. She has deep knowledge of martial arts. The next character is Ko Shuyu. His name is Ko Shuyu. He is a 50-year-old who runs a fortune-telling shop in the three-forked road of Fukuhara Street, which is lined with bed shops. In Wan Chai, he is a well-known martial arts enthusiast. He will teach Ryo about the whereabouts of martial artists. The next character is General Shuzan. His name is Gen Shuzan. He is a master of Kenjutsu. He is a teacher at a dojo that teaches martial arts, Koshokan. Until he met Ryo, he lived his life believing in himself. He and Guixiang have known each other for a long time. The next character is Tun Niu. His name is Togyu. He is the boss of the Yellowhead organization based in Kowloon Castle. His influence is wide-reaching, and even in Wan Chai, he is expanding the conflict with the Heavens, who are Ren's gang. He is confident in his own beauty. The last character is Yuan. Her name is Yuan. She is Yellowhead's number 2. She has a feminine appearance and even wears makeup, but she is actually a true man. She hates vulgar and dirty things and unconditionally loves beautiful things. She is 24 years old. Titles and text translations. Yuan, real name, Gay Kano. A member of the Heavens, like Sam, Larry, and Cool J. He does bad things like stealing luggage from tourists at the harbor. However, he is kind and has a pure personality at the root. Childishly righteous, he does not forget the kindness he receives. He admires Ren like an older brother and is fascinated by his masculinity. Their first encounter was at the harbor. After that, they will meet in an important event. Voice. Akemi Watanabe. Dao Jianmen. Tu Kenman. Unlike ordinary Tai Chi Quan, he is a user of Chen-style Tai Chi Quan, which has offensive techniques. He usually trains in Dayu Park in Hong Kong. He is 75 years old, but still going strong. Voice. Makoto Samura, Li Guixiang, Li Keika, an old woman living in Onward Apartments in Man Mo Street, Hong Kong. The whole street is being bought up, and she is a 76-year-old landlady fighting against eviction in a deserted street. She has deep knowledge of martial arts. Voice. Chika Sakamoto, Ko Shuyu, Ko Shuyu. He runs a fortune-telling shop called Rinrindo in the Three-Forked Road of Fukuhara Street, a street lined with bed shops. He is 50 years old. In Wan Chai, he is a well-known martial arts otaku. He will tell Ryo about the whereabouts of martial artists. Voice. Kazumi Ito, Gen Shuzan, Gen Shuzan. He is a kenjutsu master. He is a teacher at the martial arts dojo, Koshokan, located in Yanaka Street. Until he met Ryo, he had lived his life believing only in himself. He and Guixiang have known each other since long ago. Voice. Koji Maruyama, Tun Niu, Togyu, the boss of the Yellowhead organization based in Kowloon Castle. His sphere of influence is wide, and even in Wan Chai, he is waging war against the Heavens, Ren's gang. He is confident in his own beauty. Voice. Masayuki Kumagai, Yuan, Yuan, number 2 of the Yellowheads. He has a feminine appearance, and even puts on makeup, but he is a true man. He hates vulgar and dirty things, and unconditionally loves beautiful things. 24 years old. Voice. Takaya Hashi. This page depicts a page from a guidebook with a background image showcasing a street scene from Kowloon in Shenmue II. The setting appears to be a bustling urban environment with traditional Chinese architecture and signage. The text on the scroll is titled, Game System Edition. The text reads, Intuitive and easy to understand controls. Let's learn the refined game system. Thanks to the free game system, you can do anything as if you were really there. But that doesn't mean complicated controls are necessary. In this chapter, even more detailed than the manual, let's introduce the details of the game system. This page depicts a guide for basic operations in a game set in Hong Kong in 1987. The page is divided into sections explaining the game's basic screen, memo pad, and an example of how to find locations in the game. The top portion of the page features a title section and a screenshot from the game showing a character, likely Ryo Hazuki, in what appears to be a dock or harbor area, with another character standing on stairs leading to a vehicle. The basic screen section shows another game screenshot with Ryo in a street scene with various interactive elements highlighted like a clock and action icons. The clock is described as showing in-game time and having a compass. The action icons are described as representing actions that can be performed, controlled by controller buttons. The memo pad section explains how the memo pad functions in the game, emphasizing that hints and information are recorded within it. It describes how new information is added, how to access and navigate the memo pad, and its importance for progressing through the game. The example section illustrates a scenario where the player is searching for tea rooms and bars, demonstrating how to ask people for directions and how this information is recorded in the memo pad. It shows in-game dialogue and a screenshot of the memo pad with information about a Cantonese tea room. Operations. Basic operations to remember and travel in exotic Hong Kong. Winter in Hong Kong, 1987. There, the protagonist Rio will pursue his father's shadow. What kind of adventure awaits him? First, let's start by grasping the game's system. Basic screen. All basics start here. Shenmue II is a game with surprisingly high degree of freedom. You can follow the story, or you can wander around and sightsee in Hong Kong, known as the City of Magic in the Orient. The system is designed so that any action can be easily performed with just a button. Time flows in the game just like in reality. However, until the summer time limit arrives, there is plenty of time to spend in Hong Kong. Let's freely do what you want to do. You will surely get closer to the truth of the story. Clock displays the in-game time. The clock has a compass so you can tell your direction. Icon selector displays actions. Actions are displayed corresponding to controller buttons. Map displays a map of your current area. Maps can be purchased at map vendors to be displayed. Memo pad. Hints are all written in the memo pad. In this memo pad, information is heard and memos are taken during the adventure. When you obtain items and learn new information, new memos are recorded. When you get new information, the memo pad icon rotates and the player will be notified. If you are lost about what to do next or where to go, first look at the memo pad. Press the up direction button for the latest page, and the down direction button to open the area information page. If no information has been obtained, the memo pad page will be blank. The information recorded in the memo pad is your adventure's footprint. Aim to experience as many events as possible and fill the memo pad to the brim. Example. Searching for coffee shops and bars. I asked a passerby for the location of a coffee shop. Then they told me about the Cantonese tea room. Recommendation. Cantonese tea room. Information about the Cantonese tea room is written in the memo pad. You will never forget this. This page depicts gameplay system mechanics in Shenmue II. The first section is titled Viewpoint. It explains how to control the camera, allowing you to freely move the viewpoint using the analog stick. By pulling the L or R trigger, you can switch to Ryo Hazuki's first-person perspective and zoom in. You can also move the viewpoint while walking using the directional buttons. The text box next to the image mentions that the neon-lit cityscape of Hong Kong's electric town is beautiful and worth observing. The next section is titled Lock-On. It describes the lock-on system, stating that by using the L or R trigger to zoom, the viewpoint can be fixed on people or objects, which is called lock-on. When locked onto a person, pressing the talk button will initiate a conversation. When locked onto an object and pressing the action button, various actions become possible. If the locked-in person is moving, the camera will follow them. Lock-on can be cancelled with the B button. The text mentions that Hong Kong has many interesting sights and that using lock-on effectively is key to smoothly progressing the story. The text box on the right explains that you can lock on to people on the street and follow them automatically if they are walking. It also suggests paying attention to vending machines as you can lock on to various things around town. The following section is titled Obtain Items. It explains that upon entering a shop, you can lock on to items. By pressing the action button there, you can purchase the item. The next section is titled Look at Signboards. It describes that by locking on to shop signboards, Ryo will mutter the name of the shop. It also mentions that there seem to be Japanese restaurants in Hong Kong. The last section is titled Open Drawers. It explains that by locking on to drawers in places where they are not needed, you can open them. In this instance, it is shown that a forklift key was inside. This page depicts a guide to the free quest mode and the icon selector in Shenmue II. The image at the top shows Ryo Hazuki talking to Shenhua Ling, likely in a location like Workers' Pier, suggesting the game's setting in Hong Kong. The page explains the free quest mode, highlighting that conversations with people are key to obtaining clues and progressing in the game, emphasizing exploration, conversation, and searching as fundamental gameplay elements. It mentions that this mode, central to Shenmue II, allows players to gather new information through conversations and embark on their own adventure. The section titled Icon Selector Button Press for Multiple Actions explains the game's icon selector system. It details how the rotating icon selector at the bottom right of the screen corresponds to controller buttons, enabling various actions based on the selected icon. The icons change depending on the situation. Below are descriptions of each icon. Talk. This icon, represented by a speech bubble, appears when you can speak to nearby characters or those you are locked into. Pressing the A button initiates a conversation. Action. Shown with a triangle icon, this appears when actions like buying items, playing capsule toy machines, or other interactions are possible. These actions are primarily assigned to the X button. Door. Represented by a door icon, this appears in front of building doors. Pressing the X button will open the door. It can also be used for knocking. The example shown is for Hurrah in Memo Pad. This notepad icon is for opening the memo pad. It's also assigned to the X button. New information obtained will trigger the icon to rotate with a sound. System window. Displayed with a window icon containing dots, this is accessed by pressing the Y button. It allows you to check acquired items and skills, view the visual memory, and save the game. Money Talk. Represented by a $sign icon, this is used for money-related conversations, such as asking people about part-time job opportunities or pawn shop locations. Similar to regular conversation, pressing this button initiates the dialogue. Navi Mark. This icon, showing a location pin, is displayed in B button position. When a map is available, pressing the R trigger simultaneously expands the map view. You can also place markers on the map. Cancel. The cancel icon, depicted by a rotating arrow, allows you to cancel the current action. It is assigned to the B button. This can be used to stop conversations midway or interrupt actions. The text on the right side of the page explains that pressing the Start button displays control method instructions, which is described as convenient. This page shows gameplay information from Shenmue II. The page details the Action Selector system, which is used when Ryo Hazuki needs to make a decision during his adventure. The Action Selector appears on the top left of the screen and presents up to 4 choices. Players use the directional buttons to select an action. If no choice is made within the time limit, a negative action is automatically chosen. The text highlights that some choices can significantly impact the adventure, so careful consideration is needed. An example is given where Ryo encounters musicians and is asked, "Do you pay the musicians?" The choices are, pay, or don't pay. If pay is selected, the musicians who pray for the traveler's fortune are paid, and they teach Ryo the way. If don't pay is selected, Ryo does not pay the musicians and begins his adventure without knowing Hong Kong information. The page also explains the wait action. When there is nothing to do until a scheduled time, selecting wait in the action selector will advance time to the appointed hour. The image shows that by choosing wait, the sun moves and time passes. Finally, the page describes a day in Hong Kong in Shenmue II. It explains that time flows continuously in the game world, with day and night cycles, changing weather from sunny to rainy, and the Hong Kong streets constantly changing. 1 hour of game time is approximately 6 minutes in real time. The adventure spans from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. It encourages players to not only focus on game objectives but also to observe the changing cityscape as time progresses. The page shows images of Hong Kong at different times of day and weather conditions. In the morning with clear skies, Hong Kong is bright with a vivid blue sky. In the evening with clear skies, the sunset envelops the city, creating a mystical atmosphere. In rainy weather, when it rains, Hong Kong residents start using umbrellas, giving a dim impression even during the day. At night with clear skies, Hong Kong is depicted as a $1 million night view, with starry skies and neon lights. Game System Chapter. Action Selector. Let's make choices to determine the course of the adventure. During the adventure, when you have to choose some action, the choices displayed on the top left of the screen are the action selector. You can perform various actions by deciding on the displayed choices, up to a maximum of 4, with the directional buttons. If you do not choose within the time limit, a negative action will be chosen, so try to decide quickly. Sometimes important choices that affect the adventure will appear, so caution is required. Sometimes, waiting is also an option. If there is nothing to do until the appointed time, selecting Wait in the action selector will fast-forward time to the appointed time. By selecting Wait, the sun moves and time passes. A day in Hong Kong. In the world of Shenmue II, time is constantly flowing. The sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening, and stars twinkle at night. The weather also changes between sunny and rainy, and the streets of Hong Kong are constantly changing. 1 hour of game time is roughly equivalent to 6 minutes in real life. The adventure unfolds from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sometimes, instead of just pursuing the game's objectives, try to pay attention to the changing cityscape as time passes. Morning. Clear sky. As morning arrives, a vivid blue sky spreads out, brightly illuminating the streets of Hong Kong. Evening. Clear sky. The sunset envelops the city, creating a fantastical atmosphere. Rainy weather. When it rains, the residents of Hong Kong begin to walk with umbrellas. Even during the day, it has a dim impression. Night. Clear sky. Hong Kong, known as the $1 Million Night View. Starry night sky and neon lights. This page is about navigation in Shenmue II using maps. It shows Ryo Hazuki in various locations, including streets reminiscent of Hong Kong. The page details how to acquire maps, use the in-game Navi map, utilize signboards for directions, and mark locations on the map for future visits. Searching for your destination. Buying a map and going on your own. The main character, Ryo Hazuki, is visiting Hong Kong for the first time. The townscape and terrain are complex and intertwined. To reach your destination without getting lost in this town, you'll need a little trick. Buying a map is the best way to go, but there are also emergency measures if you don't have money. Getting a map. Maps of the surrounding town are sold for $10. Basically, it is necessary to buy one to confirm your location beforehand. Expanding the Navi map. While holding the B button, pull the R or L trigger to display the expanded Navi map. The red dot in the center is yourself, displaying the Navi map. When you purchase a map, the small Navi map is displayed in the bottom left. The map rotates to match the direction you are facing. Relying on signboards too. There are signboards with maps of the surrounding area in town. If you look closely at the signboards, you should be able to understand the layout of the town. Draw marks on the map to prepare for your next visit. On the Navi map, you can mark locations and write notes. When the Navi map icon is displayed in the icon selector in the lower right part of the screen, press that button, and then press one of the A, X, or Y buttons on the controller. A colored mark corresponding to the button will be placed at your current location on the map. If there are places you are likely to visit many times, actively place marks there. By the way, you can erase marks by pressing all of the A, X, and Y buttons simultaneously. Marks can be placed in 128 locations. If you place more than that, the oldest marks will disappear. It would be a good idea to mark locations like gambling spots or places where you can do part-time work. This page depicts gameplay tips and information about Hong Kong in Shenmue II. The first section is titled, "It's also possible to be taken by someone." It explains that if you don't know your destination and seem lost, you can ask local people for directions. If you talk to someone on the street, they may guide you to your destination. Once you start talking, they will automatically take you there. It advises you to remember the way you came so you don't get lost on the way back, and notes that there are many kind people in Hong Kong. The image shows a woman who is a local of Hong Kong who is willing to guide Ryo. The text in the speech bubble is, "Shall we go together?" It also mentions that Hong Kong is a city where right and left are confusing, and you can feel the kindness of the people. The next section is an example. In case of going to Wise Men's Quarter. The images illustrate this example. First, in a bustling Hong Kong street, Ryo asks a passing woman, which way to Wise Men's Quarter. The text below explains that in the bustling streets of Hong Kong, if you ask a passing woman for directions to Wise Men's Quarter, she will actually take you there. The next image shows the woman leading the way. The text below says, after that, just follow that person. You will be automatically taken to Wise Men's Quarter. It's a moment of relief in a long journey. Finally, the last image shows they have arrived. The text says, you've arrived, and explains that they have reached their destination, Wise Men's Quarter. It encourages the player to explore from here on their own. The following section is titled, Hong Kong Nights Is Searching for Accommodation Also Troublesome? It starts by saying that you've come to Hong Kong without any particular plans, and you probably haven't booked a hotel. However, Hong Kong at night can be dangerous, so you shouldn't resort to sleeping outdoors. It suggests that searching for accommodation can be difficult and worrying, and recommends finding a safe place to stay. It introduces two options for accommodation in Hong Kong. The first option is free stay. This is described as free accommodation by the harbor. It's mentioned that it is not a clean place, but it's somewhere to stay. It suggests that while it may not look good, there are no major problems. The text encourages talking to the old man sleeping on the nearby bed, saying he is quite a character and to try talking to him. The second option is Fong Lai Inn. This inn is described as being in Man Mo Quarter, beyond the Japanese district. The owner is said to have a somewhat eccentric personality, but is a good person who understands the language. The rooms are clean, and it's centrally located in Hong Kong, making it a great base for adventures. The price is $38 per night. This page depicts methods of earning money in Shenmue II. The page is titled, Money. Sometimes money is needed, how to earn it, and states that money is essential for shopping and lodging and to smoothly continue your journey. In the world of Shenmue II, there are broadly three ways to earn money. The first method is part-time jobs. Earn money honestly and fairly by the sweat of your brow. This section explains that part-time jobs are the most reliable way to earn money. You can talk to various people marked with money icons and ask for work. While the work may not always be efficient, you can earn a decent amount if you work hard. The text advises to use money earned from honest work wisely. Next is Hong Kong specialty part-time jobs. The first type of job listed is cargo carrying at Cayenne Wharf. This involves carrying heavy cargo with another person, moving right and left in sync with your partner's calls. Maintaining balance is key to this job. The second job is lost ball shopkeeping. In this job, you attract customers walking by to play lost ball. When a customer comes, you engage them in a lost ball game. Players take turns dropping balls 3 times, and the player with more misses loses and pays money to the winner. The third method to earn money is through pawn shops. Exchange your memories for money. This section describes how you can sell items you brought from Japan, such as capsule toys, at pawn shops in Hong Kong to get cash. It suggests finding pawn shops that offer good prices in various parts of the city and exchanging your items for money there. The image shows a pawn shop setting with Ryo Hazuki talking to a pawn shop owner, asking, "So, what do you want to sell?" A caption mentions that pawn shop rates vary and suggests checking different shops. The final method is gambling. All or nothing. Everything depends on luck. This section explains that gambling is for those aiming to make big money quickly. Lost ball is a popular street gamble in Hong Kong, and there is a large gambling den in Aberdeen. To gamble, you need at least $5. Besides lost ball, you can also gamble on arm wrestling and street fights. Finally, the page lists challenging gambles. The first gamble is lost ball. This game involves dropping balls onto a board with numerous nails, aiming to get the ball into marked circles. Payouts vary depending on the board. The second gamble is daisho, high and low. This involves rolling 3 dice and predicting the outcome. Payouts differ depending on the gambling location. The third gamble is yu de yutari, high or low. In this game, a parent and child player roll dice against each other. The person with the higher roll wins. The last gamble is kachufugetsu, flower, bird, wind, moon. This game uses a bowl with 4 sections marked with flower, bird, wind, moon. You throw a ball and predict which section it will land in. The page includes images of a Kayan wharf worker, who says, "All right, work, work. $10 for one carry. Don't carry it carelessly," and a pawn shop owner, illustrating the different ways to earn money in the game. This page depicts the game system section, specifically focusing on QuickTime events or QTEs. The first section is titled QTE Instant Judgment. It explains that QTEs are thrilling events where you must make instant decisions. Success or failure in a QTE can branch the story. These events test your judgment. The image shows Ryo Hazuki running in what appears to be a construction site with stacked boxes and building scaffolding. The text box next to the image of Ryo states, "Ren has escaped into a building under construction. Dangerous. Something is falling from above. Wait." The next section is titled QTE Quick and Accurate Button Operation is Required. It describes QTEs where button icons appear in the center of the screen along with a warning sound. These are quick timer events. You must quickly press the indicated button while it is flashing to succeed. Pressing the wrong button or exceeding the time limit results in failure and a buzzer sound. Success advances the story, while failure leads to a retry or a different story path. There are also continuous QTEs that require multiple button presses, so you shouldn't be complacent even after succeeding once. QTEs are designed to be simple to operate yet allow for flashy actions, adding to the reality of traveling and facing unexpected events in a real-world setting. The image shows Ryo falling down some steps and another image of him balancing on a narrow plank. The text box next to the falling image says, "He fell from the stairs and came sliding down. If your reaction is slow, you will fall down the stairs." The text box next to the balancing image says, "QTE to keep your balance on a narrow board. If your reaction is slow, you will fall." The final section is titled Command QTE Continuous Command Input Appears Suddenly. This section explains command QTEs, which are events that require multiple button inputs in sequence. When a command QTE occurs, button indicators are displayed on the screen in order. You must input the correct sequence of buttons quickly and accurately. There is a time limit, so pressing buttons slowly will lead to failure. It advises to press the buttons with good tempo. These command QTEs often occur during battles or at climaxes in the story. It warns to be careful not to fail even at the climax. The image shows button prompts for down, down, X, and the text box says, "Command down pointing arrow X continuous input." If you input it successfully, a counterattack action will be shown. Another image shows a single X button prompt and the text box describes a scenario. Suddenly, the opponent threw a suika at you. Evaded and counterattack. Command QTE activated. This page depicts a guide for the free battle mode in what appears to be Shenmue II, showcasing Ryo Hazuki in various combat scenarios. The page is titled Free Battle. Victory or defeat is decided by martial arts in a thrilling battle scene. The text below the title explains, during a long journey, there are times when you have to settle things with your fists. Unleash a variety of techniques, defend against your opponent's techniques, and defeat your powerful opponent. A section titled, Basic Free Battle Controls, explains the core gameplay. Attack with punches, kicks, and throws, and defend by parrying and evading. The text continues, free battles are fighting game-like systems from the Shenmue II battle scenes. Your stamina is indicated by the green lamps at the bottom left of the screen. When you take damage, the lamps disappear, and when all of them are gone, you lose. You will have to try again. The page then details the controls with images and titles. Punch, hand technique, is performed with the X button. Kick, leg technique, is performed with the A button. Defense, is performed with the Y button. Throw, throwing technique, is performed with the B button. Movement, is controlled using the directional buttons, analog directional keys. Running, is activated by the L or R trigger. A text box on the right side of the page states, enemies in the first half of the game are not very strong. You can win by mainly using punches and defense. This page depicts a section titled, A Variety of Techniques, which explains the combat system in the game. The text describes how the protagonist, Ryo Hazuki, uses various martial arts techniques combining hand, foot, and throwing skills, executed through command inputs. These commands can be confirmed in the system Windows skill book. Initially, there are 37 types of techniques, each categorized by power, speed, and openings after execution, with proficiency levels. Proficiency increases by using techniques in free battles, and higher proficiency techniques inflict more damage and reduce enemy stamina recovery. Creating your own signature moves is highlighted as a way to become stronger in free battles. The section, Skill Ability, explains that power, attack strength, speed, execution speed, and openings, vulnerability after a move, of techniques are represented by gauge lengths. The actual execution of the techniques can be viewed in animation. The section, Skill Proficiency, details that proficiency in techniques improves by repeatedly using them in free battles. Higher proficiency techniques deal more damage, and it becomes harder for the opponent's stamina gauge to recover. The section, Finishing Moves, explains that techniques with a finishing move icon are powerful enough to defeat weak enemies in one hit. These moves are not initially known and must be learned during the journey. The section, Real Battle, focuses on fighting against multiple enemies. It states that street fights often involve facing more than one opponent. When facing multiple enemies, it is important to stay calm, maintain distance, and avoid being surrounded. It recommends using techniques with small openings like Tiger Knuckle or Watermoon Slice, and using the Y button to parry enemy attacks. Taking damage is inevitable, but health recovers over time, so it's crucial to avoid continuous attacks and to run and move to allow for recovery. Finally, the section, Stamina Lamp, explains the health gauges during battles. The green gauge on the bottom left represents Ryo's health, and if it depletes, the game is over. The red gauge on the bottom right represents the opponent's health. Time passes when the opponent is defeated, so continuous attacks are important. The images show Ryo Hazuki in street fight settings, engaged in combat with enemies. In one image, Ryo is seen grappling with an enemy, possibly executing a throwing technique. Game interface elements are also displayed, showcasing skill parameters and health gauges. This page depicts a guide on how to learn new techniques in Shenmue II. The page features Ryo Hazuki and an elderly man in a park setting, which is likely Guilin, China, based on the background and clothing. Skill transmission. Techniques that can be obtained in the story. In Hong Kong, the birthplace of Kung Fu and deeply infused with Chinese traditions, many undiscovered techniques are still passed down. During your travels, you can learn new techniques from the people you meet. Follow the instructions of your mentor and input the commands. If you successfully execute the technique, you will be able to use it in free battles afterwards. The commands for the learned techniques will be displayed in the visual memory. Example. Case of Small Willow, transmission. Receiving instruction. If you talk to an old man in the park, he will teach you Tai Chi techniques. Here, you should honestly try to learn the technique. Trying it out, the person teaching you the technique will instruct you on how to use your hands and feet. Try pressing various buttons to see if you can execute the technique in practice. Receiving advice. If you repeatedly fail to execute the technique, he will specifically teach you the timing to press the hand X button and foot A button buttons. Command is taught. If you cannot execute the technique even after a certain time, the command for the technique will be displayed on the visual memory. Thanks to this, you are finally able to execute the technique. Still seeking unseen techniques. Various ways to obtain techniques. In addition to skill transmission, there are other ways to learn new techniques in Shenmue II. For example, in the previous game, Shenmue Chapter 1, Yokosuka, some techniques were transmitted, but some of these techniques do not appear in Shenmue II. These can be made to appear in Shenmue II by carrying over clear data from the previous game. Also, Ryo can learn new techniques by reading technique books. To obtain technique books, You can either purchase them at martial arts-related shops in Man Mo Temple or White Dynasty Quarter, or receive them as rewards during events. Be sure not to miss them. Also, if you learn multiple techniques with the same command, you can select the technique you want to use from the system Windows list of all techniques. Shenmue Chapter 1, Techniques. Double Moon Slash, Chain Throw, Flying Swallow Kick, Earth Shaker, and other techniques can all be carried over. Buying technique books. You can buy them for around $100 to $300. Requires part-time job. Getting them as rewards. You may receive techniques as rewards during events. Be sure not to miss these. This page depicts a scroll titled, Hong Kong Detailed Map Edition. Above the scroll, the text reads, "Everything about Hong Kong is recorded here. The ultimate perfect map of 3 Hong Kong cities." Below this, it continues. Let's thoroughly explain over 46 pages the maps of Aberdeen, Wan Chai, and Kowloon City, which detail the locations of gotcha and dropped items. Please make use of it when you are strolling and walking around the streets of Hong Kong. On the left side of the page, there is a section titled, Concentric Circles Map Symbol Legend Concentric Circles, which lists map symbols and their meanings. Gotcha, map vending machine, shopping stall, darts, and flower, bird. On the right side, corresponding to the symbols, are jukebox, up or down, gambling, die-sai, gambling, dropped items, gambling, and flower, bird, gambling. Finally, at the bottom right, there is a note explaining. The dropped item data, betting money, payout, refers to how much you can get if you win with a certain bet amount, and win, lose, refers to how many pockets there are for winning and losing, respectively. This page depicts a map of Aberdeen in Hong Kong. The map showcases various locations within Aberdeen, including warehouses numbered 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and Warehouse F. Other places of interest marked on the map are the 5 Stars Corp, Hi-How Transportation, No Money Inn, Blue Sky Beer Hall, KG Coffee Cafe, and areas for arm wrestling. The map also indicates the Fortune Pier and Laborers Pier, as well as the underwater tunnel leading to Kowloon Island. Some locations are marked with shop, pawn shop, related restaurant, and related office. Overall map, ideographic, ideographic period, ideographic, ideographic period, 4. To search for Dao Li Shao, the first town you will visit is Aberdeen, the port town of Hong Kong. With its port, parks, and warehouses, it truly has the atmosphere of a port town. In the early stages, you will likely travel back and forth between here and Wan Chai several times. It is broadly divided into 4 areas, but you cannot go to Beverly Hills Wharf until the story progresses to a certain extent. Underwater tunnel to Kowloon Island. 11 Warehouse number 11, 12 Warehouse number 12, 13 Warehouse number 13, F Warehouse F, 9 Warehouse number 9, 8 Warehouse number 8, 10 Warehouse number 10, 6 Warehouse number 6, 5 Stars Corp, Hi-How Transportation, No Money Inn, Ruan Pier Laborers Pier, Cayenne Pier Fortune Pier, Large, Small, Pawn Shop, Shop, Arm Wrestling, Related Restaurant, Blue Sky Beer Hall, Related Office, KG Coffee Cafe, Fortune Pier, Laborers Pier. This page depicts a detailed map of an area in Hong Kong, likely from the game Shenmue II. The map shows various locations and shops in the area. We can see Queen Street running vertically on the left side of the map. There are shops like Eastern Goods Store and Hong Kong Souvenirs. We also see locations marked like Pawn Shop and Fishing Tackle Shop. There is a swing bar and a location marked Drunkard. Further down the map, we see Beverly Hills Wharf and Port Pier, which appear to be waterfront areas with boats docked. A location marked Street Fight is also visible. The Japanese text at the top of the page translates to Hong Kong Detailed Map Edition. This page depicts a map of Aberdeen Pier in Hong Kong, labeled as Hong Kong's sea entrance, Aberdeen Pier. Aberdeen Pier is described as the first place Ryo Hazuki sets foot when arriving in Hong Kong. The text mentions that the streets along the coast are lined with shops and stalls catering to tourists, creating a scene that feels both similar to Japan and yet distinctly different. While the main streets are mostly populated by locals, venturing into the back alleys reveals a seedier side, filled with suspicious men, some of whom are dangerous and looking to swindle unsuspecting people out of their money, so caution is advised. The text also notes that heading south to east along the coast leads to Wan Chai, which has a large shopping district. However, the warehouse district north of the pier and Beverly Hills Wharf to the east are not accessible to Ryo immediately upon arriving in Hong Kong and will require some time before he can enter. On the page, there is also a picture of a stall owner who says in a speech bubble, "I don't mind telling you, but buy something." Another text box notes that Hong Kong is a kanji, Chinese character, area, so the streets are full of kanji. Most of the signs are also in kanji, so you can understand the meaning somewhat. And also mentions, if you don't buy a product, the stall boy won't answer your questions easily. As expected, people in Hong Kong are good at business. The map itself shows various locations numbered from 1 to 17, including places like arm wrestling, Lai Lai restaurant, swing bar, Fukaihan food stall, Hong Kong souvenirs, Queen's Street, Cayenne Pier, and Aberdeen Park. This page depicts a guide map of Hong Kong Island and introduces 6 different locations and activities available to Ryo Hazuki. The first location, labeled Coco Player 1, features a musician playing the koko, a traditional Chinese instrument. Ryo Hazuki is shown listening to the music. The text explains that listening to the music is free, but for $20, the musician will give directions to Wan Chai. It is described as a beautiful sound that reminds you that you have arrived in exotic Hong Kong. While paying is not mandatory, it is suggested to offer a donation for the music. The location is G1. The second location is the No Money Inn 2, a free lodging facility located right in front of the pier. Anyone can use it, and you can stay from 8 p.m. in advance time until 8 a.m. the next day. Inside the inn, you can find items like hit can, forklift red, forklift blue, and pawnshop leaflet. It is advised to collect all of them. To pick up items inside the facility, lock on to the target and press the X button. The text mentions that the 2 types of forklifts, red and blue, are in slightly hidden locations, so be careful. The location is E1. The third location is a Gotcha Machine 3 located in front of the No Money Inn. For $5 a play, you can get miniature portrait-related items as prizes. It is recommended to play if you have money to spare and spin the machine to your heart's content. The genre is listed as purchase item, Gotcha, port. The price is $5 and the location is F1. The fourth location is Arm Wrestling 4. If you proceed past the No Money Inn, you will automatically be given the option to challenge someone to arm wrestling. Your opponent is Heinz Garcia, and the initial bet is $10. Each time you win, the bet increases by $10, up to a maximum of $50. It is mentioned that if you don't miss the initial timing, you can win easily. If you lose, you forfeit your bet, and if you win, you get double your bet back. The genre is battle, arm wrestling. The opponent is Heinz Garcia. The betting amount starts at $10. QTE. None. From bet of $30 QTE available, and the location is D1. The opponent is identified as Guixiong Li. The fifth location is Palm Reading 5. Located next to the No Money Inn, in a passageway, it is open for business. It costs $20 for a palm reading, which is a bit expensive, so you should check your funds before trying it. If you get your palm read, Eileen Edelweiss, a fortune teller girl, will tell you your fortune that you are interested in. The content of the fortune telling changes as you progress through the game and tells you new fortunes. It is noted that despite seeming like a tourist trap, the palm reading is surprisingly accurate. The genre is fortune telling, palm reading. The fee is $20 and the location is E1. The sixth location is another Gotcha Machine 6, also located in front of the No Money Inn. This one features Sega series items as prizes. It is recommended to talk to the person in front of the gacha machine. The genre is purchase item, gacha, Sega. The price is $5 and the location is F1. This page showcases arm wrestling locations and buying stalls in the game. Section 7, titled Arm Wrestling, describes a location situated on a street by the waterfront, between buying stalls. The opponent is Duan Mose, and the initial bet is $20. The bet increases up to $60 with each win. The operation involves repeatedly pressing the A button, and QTE is also incorporated. Section 8, titled Buying Stalls, mentions that buying stalls are available even at the game's start location. Zippos can be purchased for $50. The shopkeeper is Lin Jingjian. The stall is located in Area G1 and sells Zippos for $50. Section 9, titled Arm Wrestling, details Gaston Heimer's arm wrestling location at the back of the buying stalls area. The opponent is Bear Norton, and the initial bet is $40. The bet increases up to $80 with each win. Operation involves a button presses and QTE. Section 10, titled Arm Wrestling, is located on the rooftop of the stairs to the left of the Waterfront Transportation Company. The opponents are the Mongolia brothers, starting with the leftmost brother. The initial bets are $30, $50, and $60, increasing to $70, $90, and $100 with each win. QTE is present in all matches, and stronger opponents naturally mean higher difficulty. These three brothers also appear in Kowloon. The opponents are Nadam Peg, Agon Kire, and Uzuntemel. Section 11, titled Buying Stalls, is located in Pigeon Park. It's described as a gacha-style stall, where you don't know what you'll get until you buy. The shopkeeper is Hong Gon. The stall sells funboxes for $25 and is located in Area D5. Section 12, titled Buying Stalls, is on the right side of the three-story building's stall. It sells Zippos and Blue Dragon swords, each for $50. The shopkeeper is Mo Yang. The stall is located in Area D3 and sells Blue Dragon swords and Zippos for $50 each. Section 13, titled Buying Stalls, is located next to the Mongolia Brothers arm wrestling area. It sells Zippos and funboxes for $25. The shopkeeper is Sai Shio. The stall is located in Area A2 and sells Zippos and funboxes for $25 each, and Red Dragon swords for $50 each. Arm Wrestling 7. Arm wrestling is held on the street between the buying stalls along the waterfront. The opponent is Duan Mose, and the initial bet is $20. The bet increases up to $60 for each win. Operation is by repeatedly pressing the A button, and QTE is also added during the process. Buying Stalls 8. There are also buying stalls at the starting point of the game. Zippos can be purchased for $50. Arm Wrestling 9. Gaston Heimer's arm wrestling is held at the back of the buying stalls area. The opponent is Bear Norton, and the initial bet is $40. The bet increases up to $80 for each win. Operation is by pressing the A button, and QTE is also added. Arm Wrestling 10. Arm wrestling is held on the rooftop of the stairs to the left of the Waterfront Transportation Company. The opponents are the Mongolian three brothers, starting from the leftmost. The initial bets are $30, $50, and $60, increasing to $70, $90, and $100 for each win. There is QTE in all matches, and naturally, the higher the bet, the stronger the opponent. These three brothers also appear in Kowloon City. Buying Stalls 11. Buying stalls in Pigeon Park are gacha style, so you won't know what you get until you buy it. Buying Stalls 12. It is open on the right side of the three-story building's stall. The products are Zippos and Blue Dragon swords, each sold for $50. Buying Stalls 13. It is open next to the Mongolia Brothers arm wrestling area. Zippos and funboxes are sold for $25. This page depicts a guide to locations in Hong Kong from the game. We can see descriptions of Wangjiang Park, Wangjiang Coffee, the bar swing, and a gacha machine. In Wangjiang Park, it's described as a scenic spot with benches by the sea where you can see Hong Kong's cityscape. There's a large fountain in the center and it's a popular relaxing spot for locals. The park is known for its many pigeons, so you should be careful not to startle them when passing by. The guide also notes that you might see scenes from this park on Hong Kong tourist postcards, and it's a place to enjoy when the weather is nice. Inside the park, there are various people, including a girl who is devoted to martial arts. You can even speak to a woman with blonde hair who asks if you want to join hands, suggesting she might want to practice martial arts together. Wangjiang Coffee is located next to Swing and has a noticeable green sign. Unfortunately, you can't get coffee there, but there is a jukebox inside. You can talk to the staff to gather information. The staff member pictured is Okioka, and the shop is categorized as a restaurant. The jukebox costs $5 per play and is located inside the shop in the back left. It seems to have calm songs suitable for a coffee shop. Swing is a bar in front of Wangjiang Park, marked by a red sign. It has both a jukebox and darts, each costing $5 to play. When you first visit, you might see an elderly man enjoying darts, and if you talk to him, you might be able to bet money on a game. The staff member here is Sai Kyojo, and like Wangjiang Coffee, it's also a restaurant. They have a jukebox which costs $5 per play and darts which also cost $5 per game. It's located in Area C5. If you score 300 points or more in darts, you can get a mini dart set as a prize. The Gotcha Gotcha machine is located under the eaves of a 3-story building on the left side. It costs $5 per play and dispenses miniature Virtua Fighter items as prizes. The shop is categorized as shopping and sells Gotcha Gotcha, Virtua Fighter, items. Each play costs $5 and it is located in Area D2. The guide asks if the Gotcha Gotcha inside the shopping stall is rare, and suggests that for collectors, it is essential to get these items in Jangan Quarter. Finally, there's a section asking, when will I not be able to enter the boat landing? It explains that as the story progresses and you leave Queen's Street and King's Road, construction will begin at the wharf boat landing. This will make the boat landing area inaccessible. Therefore, it advises that if you are going to King's Road, you should make sure to finish everything you want to do around the Jangan Quarter area, including using the Gotcha Gotcha machines in front of the facilities. Especially, it recommends getting any special items that can be obtained in the surrounding area. It mentions that collection lovers should definitely get the items here before it becomes inaccessible, and to use the Gotcha Gotcha before you can no longer access it. Hong Kong Detailed Map Edition. Wangjiang Park, 14. From the benches by the sea, you can see the Hong Kong-like building groups, making it a famous scenic spot. In the center, there is a large fountain, which seems to be a relaxing place for local people. As the park name suggests, there are many pigeons on the right side of the park. Be careful not to startle them when passing nearby. Filled diamond scenery from the park that appears on Hong Kong tourist postcards. You'll want to enjoy it when the weather is nice. Filled diamond. There are various people in the park. Among them, there seems to be a girl devoted to martial arts. Swing 15. Located in front of Wangjiang Park, this bar is marked by a red sign. It has a jukebox and darts, which you can enjoy for $5 each. When you first visit, there is an elderly man enjoying darts, but if you talk to him, you might be able to bet money and compete. Filled diamond. The jukebox contains the following 10 songs. Jukebox recorded songs. Heartbeats. Hip da hop. Go, go, like a feeling. Antiquity tree. Flower girl. Dandy old man. Liquor. Boz November. MJQ. Filled diamond. If you score 300 points or more in darts, you will get a mini dart set. Gotcha Gotcha, 16. Located under the eaves on the left side of the 3-story building. Miniature Virtua Fighter items are prizes for $5 per play. Filled diamond. Are the Gotcha Gotcha in the shopping stalls rare? When will I not be able to enter the boat landing? As the story progresses, when you leave Queen's Street and cross King's Road, construction will begin at the wharf boat landing at the harbor. If this happens, you will not be able to go to the boat landing area, and you will not be able to use the Gotcha Gotcha etc. in front of the facilities. Therefore, when you go to King's Road, you should make sure to finish everything you want to do in the Jangan Quarter area. In particular, you should get all the special items you can get in the surrounding area. Especially for those who love collecting, you should definitely get the items. This page depicts a map of Fortune's Pier in Aberdeen. The map is laid out on a grid and shows various numbered warehouses such as warehouse number 11, 12, 13, 9, 8, and 6, as well as warehouse F and warehouse number 10. Other locations indicated include the Cayenne restaurant on the first floor, a restaurant on the second floor, and the Blue Sky Beer Hall on the third floor. The Cayenne office is also marked on the map. Icons on the map indicate points of interest, such as gambling locations. On the right side of the page, there is an image of a security guard wearing a blue uniform and a peaked cap. He is speaking, and the text bubble next to him says, "You can't come in without permission, you know." Below the image of the guard, the title reads, "Are the warehouses full of gambling dens?" The text below this title explains, "To enter Fortune's Pier, the only way is to pass through the gate guarded by the guards. At first, you cannot pass, but if you come back with joy after a while, you will be able to come and go freely afterwards." At first glance, it looks like just warehouses, but those warehouses are unusual. Gambling is going on inside, and the desires of the workers are swirling around. Anyone can participate freely, so it's a good idea to try to make a fortune. Even if you become penniless, there is no need to worry. The pier office is always recruiting workers. This page depicts a map guide of Hong Kong, detailing several locations and characters in the game. Starting with Shopping Stall 1, located to the left after entering the gate on the seaside. It is open for business and run by the store owner Shenmue II. The genre is shopping and he sells Zippo lighters and mysterious stones for $50 each. The location is Area F3 on the map. A note mentions that the stone's effect is mysterious, but it seems to be considered a collectible item. Next is Fortune Restaurant 2, situated on the right after entering the gate, on the first floor of a large building. The staff member is Hoi Sumtum. While you can't eat meals here, they have darts and a vending machine, both costing $5 per play. The genre is restaurant and drinks and food. The facilities available are darts and a vending machine, both priced at $5 per play. It's located in Area C4. The game board is designed for practicing darts and not for matches, so it's recommended for honing your dart skills. It's also mentioned that the vending machine might dispense winning slips, encouraging players to try it out. An image caption notes that both dart boards have the same difficulty level and the outcome depends on skill and a bit of luck. Moving on to Drop Ball 3, located opposite warehouse number 13. It is run by the boss G Hand. The rule is to drop 3 balls and win if at least 1 ball lands in a marked area. They are also hiring part-time staff for the store. The genre is gambling and it is located at B4. It is suggested that if you are confident in your luck at the Cayenne Pier, buy 2 gambling here can make you a lot of money. A payout table is shown for different betting amounts and win-loss ratios for multi-item type bets. Then there is Tai Sai, big or small, 4, located inside warehouse number 12. The boss here is Dumont. This is a gambling game where you bet on whether the sum of dice rolls will be big or small. The betting amount ranges from $50 to $200, and the rules are big, small, single, and double. The location is B2. It's noted that wins and losses can be quick, offering a chance to earn a lot of money in a short time. Finally, Blue Sky 5 is located in the same building as Fortune Restaurant, on the 3rd floor. The staff member is Gui Lily. It offers a jukebox and darts, both costing $5 per play, with jukebox songs at $1 each. The genre is restaurant and drinks and food. The facilities are a jukebox and darts, with jukebox songs costing $1 and darts costing $5 per play, located at C4. It is mentioned that there are many skilled dart players and opponents are quite strong, making it difficult to win with mediocre skills. To reach the 3rd floor, you need to use the stairs outside the building, and the location is smaller than expected. To beat the expert dart players, it's said you need to consistently hit at least 30 points per dart, which is challenging. Lastly, there's a section titled Jukebox Playlist. It lists the following songs: Feel Tired Song, Spider, Yokosuka Blues, Bewitch, Antiquity Tree, Flower Girl, Dandy Old Man, Liquor, Boz November, and MJQ. It's described as being like a cafe, with many relaxing songs available, and darts are also available for use. This page depicts information about various locations and activities in Shenmue II. Starting with Otashidama, 6. This betting game is located near warehouse number 8. The rule is to drop 3 balls, and you win if even one ball falls into the circled area. The contact person is Fang Pu Zan, and the location is Area D1. Next is Dai Dai, 9, found inside warehouse number 6. The rules are similar to other Dai Dai games, but unfortunately, the maximum payout is only 12 times your bet. Min Feng is the contact person for this game, which is also located in Area D1. The betting options are Dai Dai, sequence, single, pair, and opposite, with betting amounts ranging from $10 to $50. A tip is given that aiming for Zoro Eyes, all dice showing the same number, is good, as it offers a 2x payout. Then, Dai Dai, 7, is described as being in the basement of the same building as the Cayenne cafeteria. Here, the betting stakes are much higher, in $100 increments, making it ideal for accumulating military funds. Wei San Shang is the contact for this version of Dai Dai, located in Area C3. The betting options are Dai Dai, sequence, pair, and true pair, with betting amounts from $100 to $500. It's noted that winning a few rounds here can quickly make you rich. Moving on to Yu de Yatari, 8. This dice game is situated inside warehouse number 9. The rule is simple. Roll the dice, and if your number is higher than your opponent's, you win. The betting limit is $20. Deng Han Ping is the person to speak to, and the game is in Area C1. The betting range is between $5 and $20. It's mentioned that if you roll the same number as your opponent, you unfortunately lose. The page then introduces the Cayenne office, 10, located in the building immediately to the right as you enter the gate. They are recruiting for part-time cargo handling work. Work shifts are available at 10 a.m., 1 p.m., 4 p.m., and 8 p.m., each lasting for 2 hours. To apply, you should speak to Section Chief Miaran or Tokoran at the office shortly before each hour. The payment is $10 per item of cargo carried. The location of the office is Area D4. A note advises to talk to Miaran in the office about the part-time job, and you can work up to 4 times a day. Another note explains that when carrying cargo, you must operate according to the QTE instructions given by Miaran, and dropping cargo will result in time loss. Next is the wharf, 11. Described as the left side of the wharf where regular passenger ships from Japan can be seen. Looking towards the center provides a view of the Hong Kong cityscape, similar to the scenery from Victoria Park. The night view is also mentioned as being beautifully lit, creating a fantastical atmosphere. The character shown is a fisherman, Dan Ju, and the location is I3. It is noted that even if the pier is closed, you can still see passenger ships from this spot. Finally, it is mentioned that while not quite as spectacular as the $1 million night view, the daytime view is still beautiful. Lastly, at the bottom is information about the jukebox, 9, located inside warehouse number 6, specifically on the stairs immediately to the right. The list of songs available on the jukebox are Theme, Fusion Version, Loop 6, Funny, Don't Call Me. Authorization number 737, Lunch with Waltz, Cool Gambler. Theme, Arrange I.O., C, Remix I, and Flower Girl, Arrange I. This page depicts a map of Queen's Street in Aberdeen from the Shenmue II game. The map is grid-based and shows various locations marked with numbers. Some of the locations include pawn shops named Raku Tama and Ryushin Pawn Shop, East Wind General Store, Rin Rin Porridge Specialty Shop, and Giant Fishing Tackle Shop. Sai Jen Street, leading to Wan Chai and Aberdeen Pier, are also indicated on the map. At the bottom of the page, there is an image showing Ryo Hazuki standing in a street. The text on the page translates as follows. Aberdeen, Queen's Street, 1 road leading to Wan Chai. 1 One road leading to Wan Chai. Queen's Street is a small shopping street that you pass through on your way from Aberdeen Pier to Wan Chai. It's more of a shopping street used by locals, so it's not as lively or bustling as you might expect. You can sometimes spot suspicious-looking groups of people, making it not a place you want to linger for too long. However, there are pawn shops where you can pawn items for quick cash when you're in a pinch. It's not like everyone who lives there is a bad person. Bottom text box. Pedestrians are mostly just people passing through to other places, and if you ask them for information about the vicinity, they often won't know. Information gathering should be done at shops. This page depicts various locations and activities in the game. Drop Game 1. This game is operating near the giant fishing tackle. You use only one ball, and if you put it in the circle, you win instantly. Since it's a place where you can do part-time work, it is recommended when you are in trouble with money. The person in charge is Funakoshiyama. Genre: gambling. Location: H5. Seeking people. It is advised to enjoy a single-shot gamble at the big gambling table if you are going to do it anyway. If the customer misses, you win. Half of the won amount will be received as part-time pay. The phrase spoken is, "Oh, what do you want?" Good Conscience Pawnshop 2. This is one of the many pawn shops in Hong Kong, and they buy up items. The items they handle are gotcha prizes, Zippo lighters, stones, and so on. The store manager is Taekwon. Genre: pawn shop. Location: G5. It is noted that while it is a pawn shop, they specialize in buying. You cannot sell twice and return. Scenery items are bought at high prices depending on the type. It is suggested to sell from the items you have when you are in trouble with money. Gotcha 3. Installed in front of Toho Grocery. $5 per play, and you can get miniatures of Blue Dragon knife, lanterns, trucks, and various others as prizes. It is said that the fun is in not knowing what will come out. Genre: shopping. Selling item: gotcha, stylish. Price: $5. Location: E3. Drop Game 4. The location is near the bridge leading to King's Road, just before it. This is also a one-shot game where you win if you drop one ball into the circle. The difficulty level is slightly higher. The person in charge is Bai Deo. Genre: gambling. Location: D2. It is mentioned that at this stand, there are many nails, and it feels like it's hard to read the ball trajectory. Toho General Store 5. This is a typical general store. Of course, you can also shop here. It is written that if you pass in front of it, you might want to take a look, even if you don't have any money, because you will pass by Queer Street many times, so it might be good to stop by when you have some spare money and buy some. The store clerk is Joe Libbing. Genre: shopping. Selling items: value, potato, caramel, chocolate, $8 each. Location: E3. It is noted that you can buy items by locking on. Each one is $8. The bonus is collection items. It is suggested that the landmark is the place where the girl in the street clothes is sitting on the bench. This page depicts a map of the Beverly Hills Wharf area in Aberdeen. The map is overlaid on a grid with coordinates from 1 to 7 horizontally and to H vertically. A red marker with the number 1 indicates a street fight location at coordinates C5. Below the map on the left is a screenshot from the game, showing Ryo Hazuki walking in a street environment with a stone wall and buildings in the background. Below the map, there is a section titled, Boats Where Water Dwellers Live. This section describes the Beverly Hills Wharf as a place contrasting with the glamorous cityscape, resembling a slum area close to the underworld. It mentions that it used to be more lively but is now mostly deserted, mainly inhabited by Heaven's gang members, making it rare to see ordinary people. On the right side of the page, there is information about a Street Fight 1. The requester of the fight is Guo Zhanzhong, and the opponent is Yan Ren. The genre is listed as confrontation, fight, and the location is C5 on the map. The reward for winning is between $10 to $50, and there is no QTE, quick time event, during the fight. The text explains that because this is an area outside the law, dangerous events like this exist. The rule is to defeat the tough guy Yan Ren within 5 rounds to receive a reward. It is described as a good place to earn money if you are good at free battles. A tip is given to use weak attacks that don't cause a down, and to focus on landing strong techniques. The text translations are as follows. In contrast to the glamorous cityscape, it is a so-called slum area close to the underground. It used to be somewhat lively, but now it is mostly deserted. Perhaps because the heavens are entrenched there, you rarely see people. 1. Because it is an extraterritorial area, such dangerous events exist. The rule here is to defeat the sturdy man Yan Ren within 5 rounds and you will be rewarded. If you are good at free battles, it is a surprisingly lucrative place. Genre. Confrontation. Location. C5. Reward money. $10 to $50. QTE. None. Up-pointing arrow weak techniques that don't cause knockdowns. Let's try to land powerful techniques. This page depicts an overall map of Wan Chai in Hong Kong. The text describes Wan Chai as a central city in Hong Kong, a place where you can find shopping streets, old townscapes, and suddenly towering skyscrapers, creating a diverse and mixed atmosphere. It also notes that the roads are complex and intertwined, making it difficult to remember places even if you've been there before, so it's important to look carefully at the map and cultivate a sense of direction. The map highlights several streets including King's Road, also known as English Emperor Road, Food Alley, Vegetable Market Street, and Red South Street. Wan Chai Park is also marked on the map. Several shops are identified by name. Lucky Jewelers, Guanghua Jewelers, Qingli Jewelers which are all jewelry stores, Horai Travel which is an inn, Wonderland Fortune Telling which is a fortune teller, 1010 Liquor Store which is a liquor store, Rio Hao Tea House which is a tea house, Fuji Mountain Sushi and Carnation Sushi which are sushi restaurants, Japanese Soba Noodles which is a soba noodle shop, Bamboo Grove Books which is a bookstore, Sick Bar, Slothouse W which is a slothouse, Ayan Vegetable Store and Chuo Vegetable Store and Saijan Vegetable Store which are greengrocers, Taishan Dried Vegetable Store and Izumi Fruits which are dried goods stores, Omi Fish Store and Aji Tomo Dried Vegetable Store which are candy stores, Tenko Tea Company which is a tea shop, Saijan Seasonings which is a seasoning shop, Kobakan Dojo which is a dojo, Maikyo Vegetable Store which is a pharmacy, Konan Pawn Shop which is a pawn shop and Onda Building which is an apartment building. This page shows a detailed map of Hong Kong. It depicts areas such as Fukusan Street, Hakusan Street, Tai Lau Street, and Koka Dai. The map highlights various shops and establishments within these districts, categorized by their type of business. We can see streets specializing in certain trades, such as Electronics Street, and Sengu Alley, which is likely an area for incense or religious tools. The map includes a variety of shops like Fukusan Tailor Shop, Hana Tailor Shop, Shimiya Tailor Shop, Kiki Tailor Shop, Honkaku Tailor Shop, and Ichiryu Tailor Shop, all listed as tailors. There are also pawn shops like Hakusan Pawn Shop, Kinka Pawn Shop, Tairo Pawn Shop, Shushin Pawn Shop, and Mero Pawn Shop. For electronics, there are Ryohan Electric Appliances, Bunbu Electric Appliances, Fukusan Electric Appliances, Kasi Electric Appliances, Ichiban Electric Appliances, Kono Electric Appliances, Saizen Electric Appliances, Wan Chai Electric Appliances, and another listing for Kasi Electric Appliances. Food and drink establishments include Moon Cafe, Pop Ice Cream Shop, Tomato Mart Convenience Store, Liverpool Bar, London Bar, Bunbu Restaurant, Hong Kong Tea House, Honkaku Tea House, Fukuokan Tea House, Hyakuraku Tea House, Kinsha Tea House, Senrei Tea House, and Tumasakan Restaurant. Other notable locations are Matsu Denshi Game Center, Hakusan Pawn Shop, Koyo Barber Shop, Fukusan Barber Shop, Barber Shop, Raishi Fortune Telling, Saiyo Tailor Shop, Bunbu Candy Store, Ryohan Electric Appliances, Bunbu Electric Appliances, Fukusan Electric Appliances, Kasi Electric Appliances, Ichiban Electric Appliances, Kono Electric Appliances, Saizen Electric Appliances, Wan Chai Electric Appliances, and another Kasi Electric Appliances. Furthermore, we see Hong Kong Tea House, Honkaku Tea House, Fukuokan Tea House, Hyakuraku Tea House, Kinsha Tea House, Senrei Tea House, and Tumasakan Restaurant. Also listed are Datagenro Apartments, a flower shop, Sengu Alley, and various Buddhist altar shops. Tengokudo, Imindo, Kongondo, Shosoredo, Kokodo, Yotokudo, Daibunbu Seiken, Tensendo, Kofukudo, Shinshindo, Bishudo, Honkakudo, Banpindo, and Kiendo. Finally, there is Bunbu Park, Bunbu Pottery Shop, and antique shops like Kyubido, Toshido, Shukodo, Tairodo, Apindo, and Kashindo. Fortune-telling is represented by Kanyu Ekasen, and Taoist religious items at Seidenkaku. The title at the top reads, Hong Kong Detailed Map Edition. This page depicts a map of Sai Chin Street in Wan Chai, a location from the game. The map is laid out in a grid format, with numbered locations indicating different shops and establishments within the street. Sai Chin Street is described as the entrance to Wan Chai from Aberdeen, characterized by a variety of food-related stores like department stores and meat shops, as well as Japanese food options like sushi and soba restaurants. The map also highlights locations such as hotels and a martial arts hall, suggesting important points of interest within the game's story. Translated text. Sai Chin Street, the street that is the entrance to Wan Chai. Aberdeen leads into Wan Chai, and this is the first street you'll encounter. A feature of the street is that there are many shops handling food, such as department stores and meat shops. Also, there are Japanese food restaurants such as sushi restaurants and soba restaurants, making it a fun street to walk around. In terms of gameplay, there are also places that are important locations in the story, such as the Fong Lai Inn, a hotel to be taken care of, and the Guang Martial Arts Hall, a dojo. Map locations. 1. Fong Lai Inn. Inn. Xiangying Fortune Teller. Dim Dim Liquor Store. Drinking Place. Man Mo Liquor Store. Drinking Place. 2. Guang Martial Arts Hall. Dojo. 3. Sai Chin Pawn Shop. 4. Not explicitly numbered but appears to be the area of locations 1. 5. Up. 6. Quan Fruit. Dried Goods Store. Tai Shan Vegetable Store. Dried Goods Store. Supreme Candy. Cheap Sweets Shop. Wing Ning Vegetable Store. Greengrocer. 7. Lost Jade. 8. Lok Yen Tea House. Tea Room. Mount Fuji. Sushi. Oshu Soba. Soba Restaurant. Nihon Soba. Soba Restaurant. Shichiku Flour. Sushi. 9. Sai Chin Vegetable Store. Greengrocer. Healthy Meat Market. Meat Shop. Kicho Meat Market. Meat Shop. Tai Hoi Fish Shop. Fish Shop. Miu Vegetable Store. Cheap Sweets Shop. Tenko Tea Shop. Tea Leaf Shop. Sai Chin Seasonings. Seasoning Shop. Central Vegetable Store. Greengrocer. Pak Tai Street. Hung Nam Street. Food Street. Queens Street, Aberdeen. About the photo below. Left pointing arrow ideographic comma. Left pointing arrow actually. Shops selling food ingredients are more prominent on this street than restaurants. This page depicts a detailed map guide for Hong Kong in Shenmue II, showcasing 4 key locations with character introductions and descriptions. The first location is Harai Inn, marked with the number 1. This hotel serves as a base of operations early in the game. Ryo initially intends to visit to gather information but ends up staying there. The owner, Tan Ren, while having questionable customer service skills, is surprisingly helpful to those short on cash, offering credit for lodging. He might be a nicer person than he initially appears. The genre is listed as hotel, the fee is $38 per night, and the location is B4. Next is Ko Wu Guan, marked as number 2. This is a Chinese martial arts dojo situated between Man Mo Street and Scarlet Hills. The dojo master, Grand Master Gen, will be someone Ryo relies on several times throughout the game. The sight of his students practicing techniques reminiscent of movie scenes is impressive. Unfortunately, it seems you cannot speak to these students. The location is F6. The third location is Asian Pawn Shop, marked with the number 3. It is described as the only pawn shop in the area, a place where Ryo can sell capsule toys and other items to earn money. The shopkeeper is Ko Yuliu. The genre is listed as pawn shop and the location is B3. It's noted that upon your first visit, you'll receive a flyer with exchange rates, and the pawnshop is located near Harai Inn. Finally, location number 4 is Senkyo Fortune Teller. This fortune-telling booth is run by the beautiful fortune teller Kai Ren, who previously worked at the Workers' Pier. She reads palms and can provide Ryo with hints. The shopkeeper is Kai Ren. The genre is listed as fortune-telling booth. The fee is $20, and the location is B5. It is mentioned that this is the same person Ryo encountered in Hong Kong Harbor, and the shop appears to be set up here as well. This page depicts various gambling games and locations in the game Shenmue II, along with a section about butcher shops. In Section 5, titled, Yu de Yutari, the character Liang Jian Chao is featured. This is a dice game where 2 dice are rolled, and the higher total wins. It's a high-stakes table located in Area C3. It's mentioned that Hong Kong is the place to quickly earn money in this game. Section 6, also titled, Yu de Yutari, features Li Dao Ming. The rules are the same as the previous game, but the stakes are lower. In case of a tie, the house wins. This game is also located in Area C3, and the advice is to first build up funds here. Section 7, titled, Otashidama, shows Dao Cheng. This game involves a capsule toy machine where items are obtained depending on where the ball lands. It's located in Area A2, and the description highlights the importance of quickly understanding what items can be obtained. Section 8, titled, Otashidama, features Liu Bang and is described as, Teiku 2. In this game, players have 3 balls and need to successfully land 2 of them. It's a high difficulty game, and part-timers are mentioned as winning against customers but not taking their money even if they lose. This game is located in Area A6 and is looking for players. Section 9, titled, Otashidama, features Gen Hironin, also playing, Teiku 2. Again, players have 3 balls and need to land 2. The text suggests that while larger holes might seem easier to aim for, it's important to carefully observe the state of the cue ball with the first ball. This game is located in Area F5. Below these gambling game descriptions is a section titled, Cheer Up, Meat Shop. This section talks about butcher shops located on the route from Aberdeen to Kai Shaw Street. There are 2 butcher shops side by side, and while they might seem like friendly neighbors, they are actually quite competitive and badmouth each other even for simple things like passing by. The text wonders about the past relationship between these 2 shop owners. One character is labeled as liar, referring to the neighboring shop owner, while the other is saying, of course, I know their name. In response to a question about knowing the other shop owner, it is also mentioned that both shopkeepers are kind to customers. This page depicts a map of Wan Chai, specifically the Red Lantern Street area in Hong Kong, from the Shenmue II game. The area is described as a residential district with parks and apartments, but it appears to be rundown and is known for gambling activities taking place throughout the streets. Story-wise, 2 important locations are highlighted, Tokutatsu Park and Onda Building. The map itself is grid-based and features numbered locations. Location number 5 is labeled as Tokutatsu Park, and location number 1 is labeled as Onda Building Apartments. Other locations marked on the map include the Red Lantern Pawnshop, at number 2, Kora Pawnshop, at number 3, and Maikyo Pharmacy, at number 8. Street names indicated on the map are Sai Chin Street, Pak Tai Street, and Lo Tai Street. There are images accompanying the map. One image shows a street scene with scaffolding and banners, with text mentioning that capsule toys are scattered around the area and asking if the player wants to play. Another image shows an older person practicing Tai Chi in a park, with text noting that this scene gives a Hong Kong feeling. A third image shows the Yan Tin Apartments building, which is identified as the Onda building, emphasizing its importance and mentioning that players will visit it multiple times during the game. Hong Kong Detailed Map Edition. Wan Chai, Red Lantern Street, area with many capsule toys. Residential area with parks and apartments. It seems it was, but it has been redeveloped and gives a rather desolate impression. Anyway, gambling is being carried out all over the town. The 2 important locations in the story are Tokutatsu Park and Onda Building. There are hardly any people passing by, but it seems there are capsule toys everywhere. Want to play a little? There are also elderly people doing Tai Chi in the park. This area really feels like Hong Kong. Onda Building is one of the important facilities. You will visit it several times during the game. This page depicts several locations and characters from the game. Starting from the top left, the first section is titled Onda Building. It mentions that Li Guixiong, an old woman in room 101, lives in this apartment building. While the teachers are known to live here, the focus is on Li Guixiong, who lives on the first floor. She is described as a tough person who refuses to move out despite the land readjustment harassment. In the game, she provides important information. A speech bubble shows her saying, all right, I've already said I'll move out." The interior is described as quite spacious, but it's implied that there are few residents left. Moving to the right, the next section is Darren Park. It is described as a large park that can be found by walking along the main street from Kaiyun Road. Dao Jianmen, an elderly man who practices Tai Chi, is always in the park. Talking to him will trigger a free battle. Gacha items can also be found there. The park features fire flame trees, which are said to be beautiful with their red leaves. Below Onda Building is Kowloon Pawn Shop. This pawn shop is located on the way from the park to Onda Building. The exchange rate for pawned goods varies from store to store, so it is advised to look for the highest paying pawn shop. It is mentioned that selling items as a set is more profitable, but collecting the items themselves is difficult. Below Kowloon Pawn Shop is Kurai Pawn Shop. This pawn shop is in the direction of Tai Lao Street from Onda Building. For those who want to use pawn shops, it's recommended to collect leaflets from many stores. Once an item is pawned, it cannot be bought back. It is suggested that collecting sets of items to sell to pawn shops is a good idea. Finally, on the right side below Darren Park, the last section is dropped items. These are dropped items near the entrance of Darren Park. The game uses gacha machines. Virtua Fighter series items can be obtained from these machines, so those who want them should try playing. It is noted that playing costs money, so it's irrelevant for people who want to save money. The page shows images of gacha machines with prizes costing $5 each, and the types of items are Virtua, Kids, and Virtua etc., with 8 prizes in each machine. This page depicts descriptions of various drop-catching games, stalls found in the game, along with information about each stall and the characters running them. Starting with drop-catching game 6, located near the park entrance, the game is described as a one-shot win or lose type. The text suggests that if you keep challenging it and understand the ball trajectory, you should be able to win. It mentions that betting $20 offers higher odds but is also more difficult. The stall is run by Wang Ongyi. The game type is one shot, and it is located in Area C4. The betting amounts and payouts are listed for one shot type, with win-loss ratios of 1-5 and 2-2. Drop-catching game 7 is described as operating in front of the gacha stall. The landmark is said to be a vending machine. The game is also one shot, and the text advises that stalls with many circles, ling, are good targets. This stall is run by Lin Shuying. The game type is one shot, and it is located in Area C7. The betting amounts and payouts are listed for one shot type, with win-loss ratios of 1-5, 2-2, 1-7 and 1-4. Drop-catching game 8, located near the pharmacy, is described as a take-two game. It warns that gambling-wise, there isn't much profit to be made, so it's best to play moderately. It advises that no matter which stand you play at, the winnings will not change much. This stall is run by Li Zhou. The game type is take-two, and it is located in Area E6. The betting amounts and payouts are listed for take-two inches type, with win-loss ratios of 1-5, 2-5, 4-4 and 2-2. Drop-catching game 9 is said to be located closest to the White Cow Street, with 4 stalls in total, all being gacha type. It suggests that if you want a nice view, it might be worth trying. This stall is run by Zhuge Xuan. The game type is drop-catching, gacha, and it is located in Area C7. The betting amount is $5. The type is Virtua, Kids, etc., and the number of prizes is 8. Finally, Drop Catching Game 10 is situated at the entrance to the Great Ox Road. It's a one-shot game, and the text mentions that part-timers will take half of the money you win from customers, so you should put your spirit into it. It suggests talking to people walking by in a loud voice to attract customers, and that rewards are based on skill. This stall is run by Xu Yingnan. The game type is one-shot, and it is located in Area D7, and it is noted to be popular. The betting amounts and payouts are listed for one-shot type, with win-loss ratios of 2:5 and 2:2. This page depicts various Otoshidama, drop-ball, game stands found in the game. Each stand is described with details about its location, gameplay, and potential winnings. We can see images of the game boards and the operators who run each stand. The operators are Toyotomi, Sun Hakufu, Aiken Ryu, Kawa Nakaseki and Ngyokusho. The stands are located in Okunan Street and surrounding areas like near the Koredo Pawnshop and Hongnan Pawnshop, and in the intersection where Take 2 is located. 11. This stand is located in the back area of Okunan Street. In Perfect 3, you must drop all of your balls into the circle. It's noted as a gambling-oriented stand with a high level of tension. The operator is Toyotomi, and the location is Area F6. The prize money payout is between 10 to 120, the game type is Perfect 3, and the win-to-loss ratio is 3:4. 12. This stand is next to the Koredo Pawnshop. The type of drop ball game is Maruichi. This is a stand where you win if you get at least one ball into the circle out of 3 balls. The operator is Sun Hakufu, and the location is Area F5. The comment asks, will you use the money you got at the pawn shop right away? The prize money payout is between 50 to 100, the game type is Maruichi, and the win-to-loss ratio is 1:4. 13. This stand is located just outside of Hongnan Pawnshop. The game is a patsu. Both winning holes are small, making it a rather difficult stand. The operator is Aiken Ryu, and the location is Area E3. The comment suggests, gambling luck is about finding a stand where you can win. The prize money payout is between 20 to 120, the game type is a patsu, and the win-to-loss ratio is 1:5. 14. This stand is at Take 2 in the intersection, where you can also get a part-time job. The stakes are low, but it's mentioned that it's difficult, as suggested by the high payout. The operator is Kawa Nakaseki, and the location is Area D4. The comment says, this kind of stand might be good for part-time work. Help wanted is indicated. The prize money payout is between 10 to 120, the game type is Take 2, and the win-to-loss ratio is 1:5. 15. This stand is a Maruichi stand operating near the center of Okunan Street. The $50 stand here has high payouts, making it an interesting place to earn money with a part-time job. The operator is Ngyokusho, and the location is Area D5. The comment asks, is it better to come to a high payout stand as a customer? Help wanted is indicated. The prize money payout is between 50 to 150, the game type is Maruichi, and the win-to-loss ratio is 1:7. This page depicts a detailed map of the Tai Lau Street and Hong Kong Flower Terrace areas within Wan Chai in Hong Kong. The map is grid-based and numbered for easy location referencing. The text on the page describes Tai Lau Street as a historical street in Hong Kong, comparable to Fuk Yi Street, p.50, and emphasizes its antique and Buddhist altar-fitting shops. It notes that most of the shops are either bone-carving shops or Buddhist altar-fitting shops, making it popular with older people and tourists. It mentions that unlike the Electric Town, Tai Lau Street is much less crowded with younger people unless they're coming to eat. Hong Kong Flower Terrace is described as being located on a hill accessible by stairs from Tai Lau Street. It is depicted as a beautiful area with red flowers, creating a quiet and tranquil atmosphere like a temple precinct. It also mentions a Taoist temple dedicated to Man Mo and Quan Tai, which is very popular and sees many worshippers daily. The images on the right-hand side show scenes from the game. One image is of Ryo Hazuki standing in front of a shop in Tai Lao Street, likely related to martial arts or antiques. The other image shows Ryo running through a serene, red-flowered area, which corresponds to Hong Kong Flower Terrace. Titles and text translations. Hong Kong Detailed Map Edition. Wan Chai, Tai Lao Street, Hong Kong Flower Terrace. Streetscape filled with antique shops and Buddhist altar-fitting shops. p.50. Ideographic, ideographic period. Tai Lao Street is a street that values the old and historical atmosphere of Hong Kong, much like Fuk Yi Street, p.50. Most of the streetscape is occupied by antique shops and Buddhist altar-fitting shops. Therefore, it is likely to be bustling with older people and tourists. In fact, there are far more people than in Electric Town. Perhaps because of this, it seems that young people hardly come here unless it is for food. Ideographic period, ideographic, ideographic period, ideographic, Hong Kong Flower Terrace is located on a hill that you reach by climbing stairs from Tai Lao Street. It is an extremely beautiful place colored by the red of autumn leaves, a quiet and peaceful place where the hustle and bustle of the city feels like a lie. There is also a Taoist temple dedicated to Emperor Wen and Lord Guan. These deities are very popular, and you can see many worshippers visiting every day. Right-pointing arrow, ideographic, ideographic period. Right-pointing arrow, Tai Lao Martial Arts Street, which you will visit for events, allows you to purchase scrolls to learn techniques. Try to buy them all. Right-pointing arrow, ideographic, ideographic period. Right-pointing arrow, Hong Kong Flower Terrace in Wan Chai gives the impression of being another world. It's quite a cool place to talk about. This page depicts information about pawn shops and gacha machines that can be found in the game. First, we have Kinka Pawn Shop numbered 1. The shop owner is Goshinya. This pawn shop handles gacha items other than Sega characters. Purchase prices are not very high here, and they don't buy at very high prices, so the usable value is low. The genre is pawn shop and the location is C4. Number 2 is Chushan Pawn Shop, owned by Emmy Ray. This shop buys almost anything, especially animal-related items which have high purchase prices. It is noted that items that are easy to complete have high purchase prices. The genre is pawn shop and the location is C4. Next, we have gacha machine number 3. At this gacha machine, Sega-related collections can be completed, and the same applies to the one on the right. It is easy to complete and items come out easily, so it is fun. The genre is purchase items, the sales item is gacha, Sega. The value is $5, and the location is B3. Number 4 is another gacha machine. Since a pawn shop is nearby, there is merit in going to sell unnecessary items immediately, it is efficient. This is a Sonic System gacha machine. The genre is purchase items, the sales item is gacha, Sonic, the value is $5, and the location is B3. Number 5 is Turo Pawn Shop, the shop owner is Aika Sakan. This is a pawn shop that deals with almost anything, however, here they buy Baka series items at a slightly higher price. It is noted that if you are frequently using other pawn shops, it is better to use other pawn shops. The genre is pawn shop and the location is C4. Number 6 is Meiro Pawn Shop, owned by Ganaran. This shop only deals with Sega-related items. Among the 5 pawn shops, this place has the highest purchase price for Baka series items. It is suggested that for Baka series gacha items, it is better to sell them in other towns. The genre is pawn shop and the location is D4. Number 7 is Shufuku Pawn Shop. The shop owner is Haku Jintetsu. This is a pawn shop that buys almost anything, but not items that can be used immediately. It is recommended to use other shops instead. Fortune telling is the hobby of the shop owner, and it is said their words change and there are many riddles. The genre is pawn shop and the location is C5. Finally, number 8 is a gacha machine. Easy to complete. Baka Ron. Gacha items are available from this machine. If you find it, try playing it. It is mentioned that playing with friends, the appearance of Shenhua and tea ceremony gives a certain feeling. The genre is purchase items, the sales item is gacha, Baccarat. The value is $5, and the location is C4. The text at the bottom is about information gathering is easy in Tai Lau Street. Tai Lau Street is a bustling downtown area with many people, so there are many local shopkeepers. People who run shops know more detailed information than passers-by. It is also possible to reliably obtain necessary information quickly. If you don't understand something, it might be a good idea to investigate in Tai Lau Street. When you are troubled with shop names and such, use Tai Lau Street. It is also mentioned that when you are looking for shop names and so on, use Tai Lau Street. This page depicts information about locations and characters in Hong Kong from Shenmue II. At the top left, under the title Utilizing Fortune Telling, it mentions, have you visited the fortune teller in front of the Red Flower Shop? You will start from the Man Mo Temple many times, and since it's opposite the Man Mo Temple, this fortune telling is somehow interesting. Actually, this fortune teller will tell you the path to proceed next when you are stuck, so it will be very helpful if you don't know how to proceed. To the right of this, there's an image of a fortune teller shop named Godhead Fortune Tellers. A speech bubble next to an old man says, right pointing arrow, it looks suspicious, but the reliability is outstanding. Another bubble points to the shop and says, right pointing arrow, I always just pass by, so I should try to enter it sometime. Below on the left, under the title Man Mo Park 9, it says, in Japan, few people use small parks, but in Hong Kong, parks are used as places of relaxation by many people. This Man Mo Park is no exception, and it's always a place where people come and go. During the day, there are people there, so it's also useful as a place to gather information. There is an image of a cat labeled, Neko Cat, and, location, F5. A text bubble points to a bench and says, right pointing arrow, people who are tired take a break on this bench, so use it when you want to ask around about nearby information. Another bubble points to a view of the park and says, right pointing arrow, this park, it doesn't feel that big from the outside, but when you go inside, you can see that it is quite spacious. Another bubble points to a group of people practicing Tai Chi and says, right pointing arrow, these are people doing Tai Chi. This Tai Chi is more like gymnastics than anything else. Finally, a bubble points to a cat image and says, right pointing arrow, Man Mo Park's mascot-like existence is this cat. It looks cute, but its meow is even cuter. On the right side, under the title Tai Lau Martial Arts 10, it says, Tai Lau Martial Arts is not just a martial arts related shop. Surprisingly, you can purchase martial arts books and learn various techniques. However, all of them are quite expensive. The shop owner is identified as Yi Mingyi. The shop's genre is purchase, and the items for sale are martial arts books. The location is D4. Below this, there are images of 4 martial arts books with descriptions. Technique. Spiral leg. 100, price. $100. Technique. Twin palm thrust. 200, price. $200. Technique. Twin hand waves. 300, price. $300. Technique. Step strike. 100, price. $100. Technique. Swallow flip. 200, price. $200. A text bubble says, right pointing arrow, the books here are martial arts books that can be purchased. To buy them all, you need $900. Another bubble says, right pointing arrow, once you buy it, read it on the spot and you will immediately learn the technique. It's meaningless if you don't read it. At the bottom right, under the title Can You Fortune Telling 11, it says, this Can You Fortune Telling is located in front of the Man Mo Temple. Is the Man Mo Temple's Can You image the origin of its name? Its real ability is that it gives advice on folded paper for players who are stuck. It accurately tells you what to do when you are stuck. If you don't know how to proceed, come here. The fortune teller is named Ryokudo. The genre is fortune telling, the fee is $20, and the location is D7. This page depicts a map of Fukusan Street in Wan Chai, Hong Kong, highlighting areas for fortune telling, tea houses, and electronics stores. The map is divided into a grid with numbered columns and lettered rows, showing various shops and streets within the Fukusan Street area. Number icons are placed on the map indicating specific locations of interest. The text at the bottom right of the page provides a description of Fukusan Street as a bustling shopping street in Hong Kong, not just for tourists but also for locals. It mentions the variety of shops, including electronics stores, clothing stores, bedding stores, and food establishments, which are not commonly found in other areas. The atmosphere of the street is described as uniquely Hong Kong, Wan Chai, offering a sense of excitement. It notes the presence of many people, including fortune tellers, and suggests that there are many places to explore and enjoy. The text above the picture of the fortune teller's stall reads, "You might want to buy something in a place like this, but you can't afford to be sentimental." The text below the picture of the fortune teller's stall says, "Should you ask for a fortune in front of the slot and decide what to do?" The title at the top of the page reads, Wan Chai, Fukusan Street. The title below the map reads, Electronics stores, tea houses, etc. are lined up, Electric Town. This page depicts a detailed map section of Hong Kong from the game Shenmue II, showcasing various locations and activities available to the player. The page is divided into sections describing different points of interest in Wan Chai, specifically focusing on shops and entertainment. Section 1. Fortune Telling 1, highlights a fortune teller named Eileen Edelweiss. It mentions that her fortune telling is quite important, as she can predict winning slot machine numbers. The description notes that this fortune teller is an old woman with a sharp gaze, but she is also forceful. The service costs $10 and is located in Area B5. Section 2, Gotcha Gotcha 2, introduces a Gotcha Gotcha machine where you can collect Virtua Fighter Kids figurines. It suggests adding to your collection if you have spare money. These Gotcha Gotcha are considered shopping items, specifically Gotcha Gotcha VF Kids, priced at $5 and located in Area D6. Section 3, Gotcha Gotcha 3, describes another Gotcha Gotcha machine that offers collections outside of the Sega series. It mentions that using these machines during events is a good idea. This Gotcha Gotcha is also a shopping item, specifically Gotcha Gotcha High Kara, priced at $5 and located in Area D6. Section 4, Hilo 4, introduces a gambling spot where you can play Hilo. The betting limit is $100, and it is stated that you can expect a certain amount of income if you are lucky. The rules are simply Hilo, with bet amounts ranging from $10 to $100. This gambling activity is located in Area B5 and the character associated is a gambler, Shu Taisei. The description mentions that it is a somewhat profitable gamble, but slightly disadvantageous. Section 5, Gotcha Gotcha 5, describes indoor Gotcha Gotcha machines that are easily overlooked. It suggests checking them out as they are sometimes available. This Gotcha Gotcha is a shopping item, specifically Gotcha Gotcha Bar Charlon, priced at $5 and located in Area F7. The description notes that Gotcha Gotcha can be surprisingly deep, appealing to collectors. Section 6, Gotcha Gotcha 6, introduces a Gotcha Gotcha machine that is hard to find and offers collections of AM2 research titles. It's mentioned that you might be able to obtain rare items here. This Gotcha Gotcha is a shopping item, specifically Gotcha Gotcha AM2 research, priced at $5 and located in Area F6. The description states that there are many Gotcha Gotcha in this town, especially in the all-around area. The text box titled "Is it one of the most bustling streets in Wan Chai?" explains that in Shenmue II, Wan Chai is depicted with very detailed locations and recommends exploring Fukuhan Street to truly appreciate it. It mentions that there are 4 Gotcha Gotcha locations and some gambling opportunities, but more than 10 shops are used for events. It encourages players to enjoy the cityscape, especially the shop windows of electrical appliance stores and clothing stores. It advises against rushing through, suggesting to stop and stroll to appreciate the town's atmosphere, including the Chai Wan odorless gas station behind translucent glass and realistically stacked cardboard boxes, conveying the lives of the residents. It emphasizes that the appeal of Shenmue series lies in these details beyond just scenarios and gimmicks. The text box associated with the barber shop image notes that barbershops, electrical appliance stores, and tailors are densely packed together, which is a characteristic street scene unique to Hong Kong. Finally, the text box associated with the tea shop image says that there are many tea houses in this town because it is a populated area. It mentions that tea bowl drop events are common, leading to various interactions. This page depicts a map of Wan Chai, Wing Choi Street, highlighting places that evoke the feeling of Hong Kong's metropolis. The text describes Wing Choi Street as the most metropolitan area among the locations accessible in the game. It suggests that players with ample funds can spend considerable time here without getting bored due to the numerous activities available. There are descriptions of 3 locations in Wing Choi Street. Gotcha Gotcha 1. This section is about a gotcha gotcha machine located at an ice cream shop. It mentions that car collections can be obtained here. The text includes a thought bubble asking, well, what kind of car can you get? The details provided are, genre, shopping, items for sale, gotcha gotcha, car series, price, $5. Location, B5, Gotcha Gotcha 2. This section describes another gotcha gotcha machine located in front of Tomato Convenience Store. This machine features a Sonic-themed collection. The text includes a thought bubble stating, Sonic series variations are not that many. The details are, genre, shopping, items for sale, gotcha gotcha, Sonic, price, $5. Location, B5, SIC3. This section describes a bar called SIC located in the back of the shopping mall, emphasizing its mature atmosphere suitable for adults. It mentions that underage individuals might find it out of place and suggests that instead of drinking alcohol, one can enjoy darts here. The text includes a speech bubble from the shop owner, Zamming Zuo, saying, it's also cool in the dim lighting. Details are, genre, restaurant and bar, installation fee, charge, darts 7, 1 play $5, location, C4. The text also includes a thought bubble stating, before the battle, it's good to practice darts in a back alley. The page also features an inset image with a caption that reads, Japanese beautiful women are discovered. It seems she came to Hong Kong to study abroad, with an image of a woman in a library setting. This page depicts various arcade games and information about the Matsu Denshi Game Center. There are 2 types of gotcha gotcha machines. One type, labeled Gotcha Gotcha 4, encourages players to try it out if they are feeling lucky, mentioning that VF2 series items come out. It is described as a shopping genre, selling gotcha gotcha VF2 items, costing $5, and located at Area A6. The description suggests that you might lose track of time while engrossed in the game. The other Gotcha Gotcha 4 machine, also in the game center, contains Sega system collections. It's also described as a shopping genre, selling gotcha gotcha, Sega items, costing $5, and located at Area A6. The description suggests it's a good way to spend a little time on the way back. The Matsu Denshi Game Center 4 is described as the largest arcade in the game, featuring a variety of games that you won't get tired of playing. All games cost $5 per play, so you can play as much as you like. It is mentioned that beyond a certain point in the arcade, only staff members are allowed to enter. The first floor staff member is Jin Shikai. The genre is games, and installed games include video games and darts of various types, costing $5. The second floor staff member is Jin Engia. The genre here is also games, and installed games are slot machines, costing $5. Excite QTE2 is a QTE game where how quickly you press the buttons is important. It is recommended for QTE practice. The tip suggests that if you get used to it, the main story QTEs will become much easier. The cost is $5. QTE Title is another QTE game where you press the X, A, and B buttons in response. Although the number of buttons is small, the required speed is quite fast. The tip warns to be careful not to press 2 buttons simultaneously, as it can be quite strict. The cost is $5. DARTS 7 is described as darts similar to those found in other places, with basic rules. It mentions that there are sometimes strong dart players to compete against. The tip suggests that if you want to play against someone, you should look for an opponent and challenge them. The cost is $5. Neo Darts is also darts, but much more difficult. It emphasizes the need for considerable practice to aim for the bullseye. The tip notes that aiming diagonally is important, so beginners may struggle at first. The cost is $5. Outrun is introduced as a legendary masterpiece driving game, simply called Outrun. It advises to properly shift gears. The tip says that clearing courses in a relaxed manner is the trick. The cost is $5. Space Harrier is a mini cabinet version of Space Harrier that has been completely ported and is playable. It is described as something to be happy about. The tip suggests aiming for 1 million points to clear the game. The cost is $5. Finally, the jukebox's recorded music includes Magical Sound Shower, Hang On Main Theme, Space Harrier Main Theme, Afterburner, Antiquity Tree, Flower Girl, Dandy Old Man, Liquor, Boz November, and MJQ. This page showcases various locations and activities within the game. Starting with Slothouse W, number 5 on the page, it's described as a slot machine center rather than a casino. The staff member, Nakamasa, is pictured. The text explains that while you can't exchange medals for money, the thrill of accumulating coins is exciting. It's suggested to ask a fortune teller for lucky numbers beforehand. The location features game machines and a jukebox, costing $5 per play and $5 per jukebox selection. It is located at Area B3. A tip mentions starting with low payout machines on the ground and moving to high payout machines once funds are accumulated. Another tip suggests using the high payout machines at the end to win big. A jukebox is available to change the mood. The jukebox songs listed are Strong, Destiny, Harbor Bar, Harbor Beats, Antiquity Tree, Flower Girl, Dandy Old Man, Liquor, Boz November, and MJQ. Next is Tomato Convenience Store, number 7. This is described as the only convenience store in Wan Chai, similar to Aberdeen. You can buy things here, and purchased items include gacha items as a bonus. The female staff member, Takano Izumi, is described as a cute Japanese exchange student. The store sells items like potatoes, caramel, and chocolate for $8 each and is located at Area B5. It's mentioned you can buy items here for your collection. The text notes that this girl's presence is different from other girls, implying she is approachable and easy to get along with. Moving on to EU Department Store, number 8, depicted with a large shopping mart where street performers entertain daily. Shopping is not available here. A picture shows a street performer, Dado Guinan. It is located in Area A4, near the Guangwu Hall. The text says that the disciples of Guangwu Hall, Zongchen and Yinhang, are performing here. The section titled Spend the Whole Day Playing Games highlights EU Street as the center for arcade games. It mentions that many games are available, especially fully, Ishoku ported, transplanted, versions of Outrun and Space Harrier that are just like the originals, encouraging players to play like crazy. It suggests that if you feel like it, you can spend the whole day playing. However, it warns of the curse of the flood if you play too much. It also mentions that achieving high scores will reward you with scenery items, encouraging players to aim for high scores. Finally, there is Moon Cafe, number 6. This stylish cafe has a jukebox. Using the jukebox is recommended, but it's noted that if you go outside, the BGM will revert to the default cafe music, which is a shame. The female staff member, Ko Ryoko, is pictured. The genre is listed as food and drink, with jukeboxes available for $5 per song, located in Area A6. The text suggests relaxing and taking it easy in a comfy chair. It also indicates that jukeboxes are available, emphasizing that the jukebox song list includes Na Na, Glyfada, Yada, Linda, Antiquity Tree, Flower Girl, Dandy Old Man, Liquor, Boz November, and MJQ. Slot House W5. Here is not a casino, but a slot house. It is a metal game center for adults, so you cannot exchange for money, but the feeling of coins increasing is quite exciting. It is certain that if you ask a fortune teller about lucky numbers in advance, you will be sure to win. Filled diamond in the beginning, you should aim for the low payout machines on the ground. If you have accumulated some funds, move to the high payout machines and aim for a big win. Filled diamond, the last machine to aim for is this high payout machine. Here, you can earn tens of thousands of medals at once. Filled diamond jukeboxes are also installed, so if you want to change your mood, use them. Genre: game machines. Installation fee: price, slot, $5 jukebox, one song $5. Location: B3, Tomato Convenience Store 7. Wan Chai has only one store. Like Aberdeen, you can buy things here at the Convenience Store. Purchased items come with capsule toy items as a bonus. The female clerk is Izumi Takano, a cute Japanese exchange student. Filled diamond, you can buy things here. You should buy everything once. Are you buying it for your collection? Filled diamond, this girl's presence is different from other girls. Somehow, she seems easy to get along with. Genre: shopping. Items sold: potatoes, caramel, chocolate, $8 each. Location: B5, EU Department Store 8. In the large shopping mart area, street performers are performing every day. You cannot buy anything. Filled diamond, Zongchen and Yinheng, disciples of the Guangwu Hall, are performing. Location: A4. Spend the whole day playing games? Ling. EU Street is indeed the central area for Pine arcade games. After all, many nostalgic games are prepared. In particular, Outrun and Space Harrier are completely Ishoku ported, transplanted, just like the previous works. Play like a demon. Filled diamond, if you feel like it, you can spend the whole day playing games. However, be careful of the Flood's Envoy. Filled diamond, if you get a high score, you will receive scenery items. Aim for a high score. Moon Cafe 6. The name is also a stylish cafe. Jukeboxes are installed, so it might be good to use them, but if you go outside, it will return to the cafe BGM. Too bad. Filled diamond, you'll want to sit slowly in a relaxed chair. Genre: eating and drinking. Installation fee: price, jukebox, one song $5. Location: A6. Filled diamond jukeboxes are available. This page depicts a map of Pak Tai Street in Wan Chai, Hong Kong, from the game Shenmue II. The text describes Pak Tai Street as a small street packed with stalls, a place bustling with locals and tourists every day, capturing the essence of Hong Kong. It suggests exploring the stalls with a tourist mindset, even though you can't buy anything. The page details 4 locations on the map. Hakusan Pawn Shop 1. This is a pawn shop that buys all sorts of collections, but it's noted that you'd be better off selling them in Fukusei Street. It's described as a place you probably wouldn't use unless you had some unexpected income. Genre: pawn shop. Owner: Gangkwang. Location: A5. Play it again 2. This gambling spot allows you to start with very little betting money, making it easy to play if you're not aiming to increase your winnings through gambling. It is suggested that you can make money at the pawn shop and then try to earn more here, asking if you can become rich this way. Genre: gambling. Owner: Nansun. Rule: over, under. Betting money: $10 to $50. Location: B6. Liverpool 3. Similar to the neighboring shops, this area is lined with English-style bars, and you can play darts there. It's described as a place you wouldn't approach much location-wise, wondering if it's quite plain. Genre: restaurant, bar, restaurant. Owner: Sok Hong. Installed machines. Fee: darts 7. 1 play $5. Location: B6. Play it again 4. This is another play it again gambling location where the betting money grade is doubled compared to the other play it again spot, making it suitable for all or nothing games. It mentions that the shock of losing is significant. Genre: gambling. Owner: Sok Young. Rule: over, under. Betting money: $20 to $100. Location: B4. This page depicts a map of Kowloon walled city, an area described as being beyond administrative reach and under the influence of the Heavens Gang. The map showcases various locations within the city, including Dragon Street, the White Dynasty Quarter, the Enkin Quarter, the ex-soldiers' hostel, and factory ruins. It also marks areas like a construction site, street fight locations, and the Antenna Cafe. Ren's hideout is also indicated on the map in the Dragon Street area. Whole map. To be precise, it's Kowloon walled city. It's a no governance area beyond the reach of administration, and many areas are under the control of the Heavens Gang, a violent organization. Many buildings are built adjacent to each other and connected by passageways, creating a labyrinthine and complex structure. There are many poor people and criminals, but it is a town full of people's vitality and energy. This page depicts a detailed map of Hong Kong from the game Shenmue II, specifically focusing on locations for street fight. The map highlights several areas. Stargazing area, Saikandai, which includes various shops on different floors such as Ko Denki, electric appliances, 1F, Kuryu Denki, Kowloon electric appliances, 1F, Hayakushi Denki, 100 children electric appliances, 1F, Apatsu Denki, direct hit electric appliances, 1F, Rei Denki, 0 electric appliances, 1F, Hayakushi Shika, 100 children dental clinic, 6F, Nana Shika, 7 dental clinic, 6F, Tenma Shika, Pegasus dental clinic, 6F, Kinkaku Isha, Golden Pavilion Doctor, 6F, Ganso Isha, Original 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 Doctor, 6F, Daikichi Denki, Daikichi Electric Appliances, 1F, Enzen Denki, Safety Electric Appliances, 1F, Bunmei Denki, Civilization Electric Appliances, 1F, Dinkia, Electric Shop, 1F, Dinkia, Electric Shop, 1F, Dinkia, Electric Shop, 1F, Dinkia, Electric Shop, 1F, Kudamanoya, Fruit Shop, 6F, Kudamanoya, Fruit Shop, 6F, Kudamanoya, Fruit Shop, 6F, Kudamanoya, Fruit Shop, 6F, Sei Kudamono, Sei Fruits, 6F, Ama Kudamono, Sweet Fruits, 6F, Junsui Kudamono, Pure Water Fruits, 6F, Kudamanoya, Fruit Shop, 6F. Little Dragon Court, Shoryuten, features. Hayakushi Sakadana, 100 Children Liquor Store, 1F, Nomiya, Drinking Place, 1F, Susan Sakadana, Drunken Sage Liquor Store, 1F, Nomiya, Drinking Place, 1F, Susan Sakadana, Drunken Sage Liquor Store, 6F, Nomiya, Drinking Place, 6F. 100 Children Building, Hayakushiroru, spanning multiple floors, 2F, 7F, 10F. Street Stalls, Yataigai, Dragon Joy Building, Ryukiru, which includes fortune-telling services on different floors. Dokushin Sengai, mind-reading fortune-telling. 1F, Uranaya, fortune-teller, 1F. Ryoku Isshoku, green one color, 6F, Mahjong Parlor, 6F, Mahjong Parlor, 6F, Tenku Ekasen, Heavenly Journey Divination, 6F, Uranaya, fortune-teller, 1F, Mahjong Parlor, 6F, Mayan Sengai, light and dark fortune-telling, 1F, Uranaya, fortune-teller, 1F, and Sengai, dark fortune-telling, 1F, Uranaya, fortune-teller, 1F, Hachiran-chan, 8 consecutive wins, 6F, Mahjong Parlor, 6F, Mahjong Parlor, 6F, Ryuzen Kidai, Dragon Spring Scenic Platform, Yatai, Street Stall. Dim Sum Building, Tenshinru, on floors 3F and 7F. Ryuten Sengai, Dragon Point Fortune Telling, 1F, Uranaya, Fortune Teller, 1F, Senkame Sengai, Thousand Turtle Fortune Telling, 1F, Uranaya, Fortune Teller, 1F, Ryuki Sengai, Dragon Joy Fortune Telling, 1F, Uranaya, Fortune Teller. 1F. Sakai Sengai. World Fortune Telling. 1F. Uranaya. Fortune Teller. 1F. Thunder Dojo. Raymaken. With a slot house K and slots on the first floor. Tea House. Yamucharo. With various food and drink establishments on the first and sixth floors, such as Hyakujin Incha, 100 Benevolence Tea, 1F, Oryu Incha, Phoenix Dragon Tea, 1F, Juan Incha, Refined Tea, 1F, Ration Incha, Beautiful Heart Tea, 1F, Eno Incha, Mandarin Duck Tea, 1F, Fukutoku Incha, Fortune and Virtue Tea, 1F, Kenbi Incha, Health and Beauty Tea, 1F, Ryokuhou Incha, Green Direction Tea, 1F, Rankai Incha, Orchid Pledge Tea, 6F, Aishoken, Aisho House, 6F, Ryoria, Restaurant, 6F, Fukutoku Incha, Fortune and Virtue Tea, 6F, Kenbi Incha, Health and Beauty Tea, 6F, Ryokuhou Incha, Green Direction Tea, 6F, Banrai Sakaya, Banrai Liquor Store, 1F, Kako Sakaya, Kako Liquor Store, 1F, Fukufuku Incha, Double Fortune Tea, 6F, Fukufuku Incha, Double Fortune Tea, 6F. 3 Crow Building, Sanchoru, on floors 2F and 8F. Government Office Ruins, Yakusho Edo. The title at the top of T. He page reads, Hong Kong Detailed Map Edition. This page depicts a map of Kowloon City, specifically the Dragon Street area, from the game Shenmue II. The map is grid-based and labels various locations with numbers and names in Japanese. Locations such as vegetables, herbs, fortune teller, crystal shop, pawn shop, observation platform, and large, small birds are marked. There are also numbered locations like Lens Hideout, 1, Tang 3 Colors, 2, and Flower Shop above, 5. The map shows a detailed layout of the Dragon Street area with buildings and paths. Below the map, there are 2 images. The first image shows a street scene with various stalls and people walking by. The second image shows a closer view of a street with red painted shops and 2 figures in the foreground. The text on the right side of the map points to the picture and describes it as a dark and dangerous Kowloon City, and contrasting landscape. The text below the second image describes narrow unpaved roads and red painted shops as characteristics of the area. The text below the map is titled, To Kowloon City, a Street Stretching Out. It describes Dragon Street as playing a role like a Monzanmachi, Temple Town, for Kowloon City. It mentions small, beautifully colored shops lining the street, lively vendors in ethnic costumes calling out to passers-by, and that the people of Kowloon City also come to shop here. It notes that the townspeople are not actively involved in the city's affairs and are not under the control of the Yellow Heaven Alliance for now. To Kowloon City, a street stretching out. Ideographic period ideographic comma ideographic comma ideographic comma ideographic period ideographic comma ideographic comma. This page depicts a map guide for Kowloon in Shenmue II, detailing various locations and activities. Starting with Len's Hideout, identified as location number 1, it is described as the hideout of Henzu's boss, Len, situated in Dragon Quarter. Located underground, it serves as both accommodation and a base for activities within Kowloon. Cool J is mentioned as being on lookout outside, and it's noted that One and Joy will eventually gather there. The location is marked as D2 on the map. Next, Gacha machines, numbered 2 and 3, are introduced. Gacha number 2 is positioned right outside of Len's hideout and is highlighted as the first Gacha encounter in Kowloon. It dispenses Gacha items of the VF Kids series for $5 and is located at D2. Gacha number 3 is also near the hideout, cautioning players to be mindful of time and avoid getting caught out at night while engrossed in it. This machine contains Sonic Sega character items, also for $5 at location D2. Moving on to gambling, Kachufugetsu stalls are featured as numbers 4 and 5. Kachufugetsu number 4 is found at the first set of stone steps, to the right of the slingshot stall. It is noted as having the lowest betting stakes among Kachufugetsu games in Kowloon, with bets ranging from $5 to $20 at location G4. Hu Rongling is the dealer at this stall, depicted as a girl in Chinese clothing. Kachufugetsu No. 5 is situated in the Kowloon walled city front square, on the upper level to the left. It is the leftmost of 3 gambling stalls of its kind, with bets ranging from $10 to $50 at location G6, and Liang Hakusai is the dealer. Crystal Fortune Telling, location No. 6, offers fortune readings using a crystal ball. It is said that key story items and elements will appear in the crystal ball. It is suggested to visit this fortune teller, Lei Li, located at E3, for hints if players are stuck in their progress. A fortune reading costs $20. Wade Yutari, location No. 7, is found up the southern stone steps in the Kowloon walled city front square area. Sung Tang Ying, a sunglasses-wearing man, is the dealer. It's mentioned that there are only 2 Wade Yutari stalls in Kowloon walled city, with bets ranging from $10 to $100 at location G6. Daihao, location No. 8, is also at the first set of stone steps, to the right of Kachufugetsu stall No. 4. This Daihao game in Kowloon also has low betting stakes. Kui Hu is the dealer, and the game uses a simple table with dice and cups, with bets ranging from $10 to $100 at location G3. Finally, the Viewpoint, location No. 9, is situated in the middle of Dragon Quarter. It's reached by descending the stairs towards the Jade Stand and opens up into a pleasant open space. It is a popular spot for children playing. From the edge of this high platform, you can see the sea stretching out in the direction of the bus route into Dragon Quarter. It is highlighted as a particularly enjoyable spot on sunny days and is located at D2. This page depicts various locations and characters found in Kowloon, specifically focusing on shops and stalls where the player can find items and engage in activities. The first section is titled Kokyu Player Old Man. It describes an old man who is always playing the kokyu near the stone steps. He is a character that you will always pass by when going to Kowloon Castle. He is described as not wearing the folk costumes typical of Shadow Street residents, so he might stand out. Although he appears blind, he sometimes gives important advice. The text notes that for the first path to Ren, his music costs $1 per song. The text bubble next to the image of the old man says, sometimes, he will stop the rain from the sky. Another text bubble points to the top right image of Ryo and says, if you get stuck in your search, it's a good idea to talk to him. The next section is Drop Item 10. This stall is located opposite the observation platform. It is described as a small stall where you can easily obtain capsule toy prizes without fail, giving a gotcha scenery. The text next to the female shopkeeper says, shopkeeper. The genre is described as betting, gotcha, and the location is E4. Below are examples of prizes. Betting amount, $5. Type, VF Kids etc. Number of prizes, 8. Betting amount, $5. Type, VF Kids etc. Number of prizes, 8. Betting amount, $5. Type, Barchod etc. Number of prizes, 8. The next section is Drop Item 12. This stall is described as being near the gate to Kowloon Castle. It is mentioned that Kowloon drop items are generally cheap parts. The text next to the female shopkeeper says, Shopkeeper Yu Sanpai. It mentions, there is a row of 3 gambling stalls here. The genre is described as betting, and the location is G7. The text also says, Help Wanted. Below are examples of prizes. Betting amount payout, 2040, type, double up multi-hit, outside hit, 14. Betting amount payout, 2060, type, double up multi-hit, outside hit, 17. Betting amount payout. Type, double up IDBAN, outside hit, 44. The next section is Drop Item 11. This stall is located beyond the narrow path next to the girl doing Hanafubuki sign, up the stairs. It is mentioned that unexpected items are prizes on the 3rd step. The text next to the male shopkeeper says, Shopkeeper Retsu Kaizen. The genre is described as betting, and the location is I6. It is noted that unexpected items are prizes on the third step. Below are examples of prizes. Betting amount, $5. Type, challenge, number of prizes, 8, likely hits, 6. Betting amount, $5. Type, challenge, number of prizes, 8, likely hits, 5. Betting amount, $5. Type, challenge, number of prizes, 8, likely hits, 1. The next section is Shopping Stall 13. This stall is located in the plaza in front of Kowloon Castle Gate, opposite the gambling stalls. It is noted that no smoking and wing items are placed there. The text next to the male shopkeeper says, Shopkeeper General Gone. The genre is shopping. The text mentions, are there fakes in the Zippo lighters? Be careful when buying. Sales items, value. Zippo lighter, $50. Purple stone, $50. The location is H6. The final section is Kowloon Castle Gate 14. This describes the gate that separates Dragon Street and Kowloon Castle. It is a place where Ryo will pass many times. It is explained that it is a small market-like area with stalls and shops. The gate is open even at night. To the right of the gate is a stall selling maps of the White Dynasty. The text bubble next to the gate image says, beyond this gate is already the dangerous Kowloon Castle area. The location is H7. This page depicts a map of Kowloon walled city, specifically highlighting the White Dynasty Quarter and White Dynasty building areas. The map shows various locations within these districts, including the construction site, the White Dynasty Quarter itself, the White Dynasty building, Enkan Building Pawnshop, the factory site, the former soldiers' dormitory, Anna Cafe, Roof Street, and Dragon Shadow Quarter. Street fight locations are also marked on the map. Hong Kong Detailed Map Edition. Kowloon Walled City, White Dynasty Quarter, White Dynasty Building. The text next to the image on the right explains that the White Dynasty Quarter Plaza is the most open area on the ground level within Kowloon Walled City. The road in front of the White Dynasty building extends northwards, leading towards a cluster of abandoned buildings. The text at the bottom reads, Finally Kowloon Walled City. It is a unique space. The White Dynasty Quarter serves as the entrance to Kowloon Walled City, but it's not heavily crowded with people. Inside the city, surprisingly, there are wide open spaces and relatively calm-colored buildings like the White Dynasty building. If you expect a dark and dangerous city upon entering, you might be taken aback. In fact, there's even a Western-style open cafe to the north. However, buildings resembling ruins and rough street-fighting areas are also present in the White Dynasty Quarter. It truly represents the chaotic aspects of Kowloon Walled City in a condensed form. This page depicts information about gacha machines and street fights in the game. There are descriptions for two gacha machines, labeled 1 and 4. Gacha 1 is located on the right side of the underground passage entrance leading to the shrine from Kowloon Walled City. It is described as a purchase type gacha machine and sells gacha Hikara items for $5 at location H4. It mentions that various rare items can be collected. Gacha 4 is located next to the vending machines on the right side of the underground passage entrance. This is also a purchase type gacha machine and sells gacha Sega items for $5 at location H4. It is placed alongside other vending machines. Then there are descriptions for 4 street fights, labeled 2, 3, 5, and 6. Street Fight 2 is against Mongolian wrestlers. You win if you can either run away for 30 seconds or defeat them. If you win against Nadam, Argon, and Uzun in that order, it becomes a 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 variable match. The advice is to avoid throws and keep your distance using long-reach techniques while walking away to escape. The opponents are Nadam Beg, Argon Galay, and Uzun Temel. The prize money is $10, $20, and $30 respectively, and there are no QTEs in these fights. Street Fight 3 is against Iron Head fighters, with a time limit of 60 seconds. It is mentioned that regular attacks are hardly effective, and taking a headbutt results in significant damage. The strategy is to evade headbutts with the Y button and aim to ring out the opponent, which is described as almost the only winning pattern. The opponent is Sotokuzan. The prize money is $10 and there are no QTEs. It is noted that if you take a headbutt, you will always be knocked down. The tip is to avoid headbutts and aim for a ring-out victory. Street Fight V is a battle against Iron Palm fighters. During the fight, QTEs occur twice, and a command QTE occurs once. Succeeding in these QTEs guarantees a win regardless of your remaining health. Failure to succeed means you will take normal attacks and may be defeated by KO. The opponent is Tai Han Dao. The prize money is $10 and QTEs are present. It is mentioned that even during normal moves, QTEs can occur. The final command QTE will level up the difficulty. Street Fight VI is against light-footed fighters. You win if you can catch and throw them within 30 seconds. When the timing is right for a throw, a B mark will appear near your stamina gauge, so aim for that moment. The opponent will be attacking while running away, making it difficult to get close. The opponent is Shu Ansho. The prize money is $10 and there are no QTEs. It is advised to avoid dash attacks and get close for throws. This page depicts a detailed map section for Hong Kong from a guidebook, focusing on specific locations and characters within the game Shenmue II. The first section is titled Drop Item 7. It describes a drop item located near the White Dynasty Quarter, where a woman named Shigia Rei is in charge. It's a capsule toy machine, and you are guaranteed to win a prize. The objective is to complete your collection. It is mentioned to be a drop item located near the Ankin building. The genre is listed as Prize, Gotcha, and the location is Area F3. The prize money is $5. The types of prizes are VF Kids etc., and there are 8 prizes in total. The next section is titled Drop Item 10. This drop item is located on the street leading to the rooftop shopping district. It's a perfect stand, but the rules change when you work part-time, and you compete in a 3-ball game against customers. It mentions that because it's a 4-ball continuous game, the difficulty level is quite high. The character in charge is Yang Chengfu. The genre is listed as Prize, and the location is Area B4, with Help Wanted noted. The prize money payout is listed in ranges: $50,300, $50,400, $20,300, and $10,500. The types of prizes are perfect 4, and the odds are listed as 32, 43, 22, and 35 respectively. The next section is titled Ankin Pawnshop 8. It describes the Ankin Pawnshop in the White Dynasty Quarter, one of the 2 pawnshops in Kowloon. The text mentions it is a typical pawnshop where you can have collections appraised and sold. The shopkeeper is Chu Weipu. The genre is pawnshop and the location is Area G4. A speech bubble points to the shop name, Great View Pawnshop, in English. The next section is titled Kowloon Pawnshop 8. It describes the other pawnshop in Kowloon. It's located next to the Ankin Pawnshop and sells different items than the Ankin Pawnshop. The text advises to think carefully about which pawnshop to sell to. The shopkeeper is Mei Tauka. The genre is pawnshop and the location is Area G4. A speech bubble points to the shop name, Kowloon Pawnshop, in English. The next section is titled Muso Martial Arts 9. Located on the first floor of the White Dynasty Quarter, this weapon shop sells skill books. It is mentioned that the rolling haymaker, oblique slam, and diagonal wipe techniques are placed on the right-hand shelf facing you. The shopkeeper is Dai Gunshin. The genre is buying and selling, and the items for sale are martial arts books. The location is Area D2. A speech bubble indicates that weapons are cheap at this shop with a 30% discount from the owners boasting. Techniques listed with their prices are rolling haymaker $150, diagonal wipe $100, and oblique slam $150. The final section is titled Koshi Martial Arts 11. Located on the first floor of the White Dynasty Quarter, to the left of Muso Martial Arts, this weapon shop also sells skill books. It mentions that the twin palm thrust, snake body strike, and big wheel Techniques are sold on the right-hand shelf facing you. The shopkeeper is Sho Zuiko. The genre is buying and selling, and the items for sale are martial arts books. The location is Area D2. A speech bubble mentions that this weapon shop is reputable, and the owner is said to be haughty. Techniques listed with their prices are Big Wheel $200, Snake Body Strike $250, and Twin Palm Thrust $500. This page depicts several locations and features from within the game. Firstly, we see information about Jukebox 8. It is located on the 3rd floor of the Yasumi building, near the door to the rooftop. It asks, which song would you like to listen to? The jukebox's recorded songs are listed as Heart Made of Iron, Trinabase number 012, Authorization number 737, Cool Gambler, C, Remix C, Girl in the Wind, Gifts, Lunch with Waltz, Theme, Arrange, O, and Flower Girl, Arrange. The location is marked as G4. Next is Gashapon 14. This is located on the 1st floor of the Hokusen building, next to the knife shop, and in front of the stairs to the closed underground. It is described as a Kuryakai version of Gashapon. The genre is listed as shopping. The vendor is Gashapon, Pachimon. The price is $5, and the location is D2. Then we have Drop Prize 12. This is located in the bronze room on the 8th floor of the Hokusen building. It states that you will definitely win a Gashapon prize. A note says, look for the G mark on the door. The vendor portrait is of Yun Kunsui. The genre is betting, Gashapon, and the location is F2. The prizes are listed as costing $5 each. The type includes patch etc., and the number of prizes is 8. Images of the prizes are shown. Following this is Drop Prize 13, located in the dual room on the 12th floor of the Hokusen building. It also states that you will definitely win a Gashapon prize. A note says, gold and Duralumin etc. And rare items are also prizes. The vendor portrait is of Kai Yuko. The genre is betting, Gashapon, and the location is F2. The prizes are listed as costing $5 each. The type includes patch etc., and the number of prizes is 8. Images of the prizes are shown. Next we see Drop Prize 15, located in the silver room on the 10th floor of the Hokusen building. It states that this is a stand where you can definitely win Gashapon prizes. It says, there are no blanks. A note mentions, this room is for Hokusen building patrons to relax in. The vendor portrait is of Naka Banji. The genre is betting, Gashapon, and the location is E2. The prizes are listed as costing $5 each. The type includes patch etc., and the number of prizes is 8. Images of the prizes are shown. Then there is Jukebox 13. This is located on the 1st floor of the Hokusen building, in the corner of the Hokusen warehouse. It says that if you go outside from inside the warehouse, the music will stop playing. The jukebox's recorded songs are Na Na, Yada, Antiquity Tree, Dandy Old Man, Boz November, Glyfada, Linda, Flower Girl, Liquor, and MJQ. The location is marked as F2. Lastly, we have Tiger Swallow Martial Arts Hall 12. This is a martial arts training hall located on the 6th floor of the Hokusen building. It mentions that many children are honing their martial arts skills under the guidance of the old master. A note states, unfortunately, you cannot practice techniques or sparring here. The acting master portrait is of Sun Chao Shi. The location is marked as F2. This page depicts a detailed map of the Kowloon city area, specifically focusing on Yatai Street and the 100 Child building. The map is grid-based, marked from A to G vertically and 1 to 7 horizontally, with various locations numbered from 1 to 7 highlighted in red circles. The map shows streets, buildings, and points of interest within Yatai Street and the 100 Child building area. The text sections describe Yatai Street as a lively Kowloon city street filled with food stalls and vendors selling various goods. It mentions that the street is bustling with people and is a great place to gather information. It notes that Yatai Street connects to White Clothes Street in the west and Dim Sum Street in the south. The area also includes 2 street fight venues and an arm wrestling spot. The 100-child building is described as a 10-story building with shops and residences. It mentions that the western side of the building, Golden Flower Building, appears luxurious with many high-class rooms, while the General 10 building side is more dilapidated. The text states that on the first floor of the 100-child building, there are electronics stores, and on the 6th floor, due to licensing issues in Hong Kong, there are unlicensed dentists. The text also lists other establishments in the 100-child building, including massage parlors, bars, and brothels. The text boxes on the map indicate the following locations. 1. Yatai Street. 2. Hoshimidai. Located within the street fight area. It is marked as Hoshimidai with furigana. 3. Shoryu Tien. Located within the street fight area. It is marked as Shoryu Tien with furigana. 4. This location seems to be near the Yatai Street area and doesn't have a specific name box visible in the crops. 5. Arm Wrestling. Located in grid F2. 6. 100-child building, marked as Hayakushiro with furigana. 7. This location is within the 100-child building and doesn't have a specific name box visible in the crops. The text also includes annotations on the map itself, such as store names and floor numbers within the 100-child building. These include Daikichi Electric Appliances, 1F, Anzan Electric Appliances, 1F, Bunmei Electric Appliances, 1F, Hikari Electric Appliances, 1F, Kowloon Electric Appliances, 1F, Hayakushi Electric Appliances, 1F, Apatsu Electric Appliances, 1F, Zero Electric Appliances, 1F, Say Fruits, 6F, Con Fruits, 6F, Junsui Fruits, 6F, Nana Dental Clinic, Tenma Dental Clinic, Kinran Dental Clinic, Ryu Dentist, Susan Liquor Store, 1F, Susan Liquor Store, 6F, Hayakushi Liquor Store, 1F, Soccer Liquor Store, 6F. The descriptive text sections translate to Hong Kong Detailed Map Compilation, Kowloon City, Yatai Street, 100-child building, Yatefield, Kowloon City-esque Street. In the water spray plaza, various stalls are set up. At the stalls, they sell everything from food to miscellaneous goods. It is a very lively street with many people, and it might be a good place to get information. Yatai Street is connected to White Clothes Street in the west and Dim Sum Street in the south. Also, on the outskirts of the street, there are 2 street fight venues and 1 arm wrestling venue. The 100-child building is a 10-story building with many shops and residences. In the west, the Golden Flower building side has many high-class rooms and appears luxurious, while the General 10 building side is almost a dilapidated building and connected to General 10 Tower. On the first floor, there are electronics stores, and on the 6th floor, there are unlicensed dentists due to the circumstances of medical licenses in Hong Kong. In the 100-child building, there are also massage parlors, bars, and brothels. The image also includes text boxes pointing to zoomed-in views of the area with descriptions. Enormous water spray is the center. LS are lined up around the water spray, creating a chaotic Kowloon city-like street. People selling and buying goods at the stalls. These are ordinary people living in Kowloon City. This page depicts a guide page detailing various activities and locations within the game. The first section, titled Gacha Gacha 1, describes a gacha machine located in the street fight area, specifically along the path leading to the Little Dragon Garden, in a slightly open space. It's noted that a red vending machine is situated nearby. The gacha machine is categorized under Shopping, sells Gacha Gacha, Virtua, items, costs $5, and is located at map coordinate E4. The second section, Street Fight 2, explains a street fighting challenge. The opponent is described as a sleeping tiger, and the time limit is 60 seconds, with a draw occurring if time runs out. It is mentioned that immediately after the fight begins, the opponent will try to circle to your blind spot, so awareness of your viewpoint is crucial. For command inputs, up is forward and down is backward, advising players to be mindful of this. The promoter for this fight is Yang Jilin, and the opponent is Wan Chai. The wager is from $10 upwards, and there are no quick time events, QTEs, involved. The third section, Street Fight 3, details another street fight. The victory condition here is to defeat the opponent within 30 seconds with a single blow, described as a flash of lightning victory. It's noted that your attacks can be evaded or brushed aside, so aiming for moments when the opponent moves is advised. At level 3 and above, command QTEs may occur. The promoter is Liu Yingxin, and the opponent is Ma Wenjun. The bet is $10 upwards, and there are no QTEs. The fourth section, Gotcha Gotcha 4, introduces another gotcha machine. This one is located in the street fight area, on the path to the stargazing building, between the entrance and the main building door. It is positioned to the left of an open-fronted stall. This gotcha machine falls under shopping, sells Gotcha Gotcha VF2 items, costs $5, and is found at location C3. The fifth section, Arm Wrestling 5, describes an arm wrestling activity situated on the south side, near a broken water tower, along a narrow path. It mentions that there are 6 opponents in total, with each subsequent opponent becoming stronger. Winning earns you money, and even the weakest opponent can trigger QTEs, so players are cautioned not to let their guard down. The promoter for this is Du Zhongshu, and the opponents are listed along with their bet amounts and QTE availability. Frio Santos, $10. No QTE. Jimenez Garcia, $20. QTE available. Muhammad Karim, $30. QTE available. Dieter Ringcheco, $40. QTE available. Mazur Hopkins, $50. QTE available. And Tori Gordy, $60. QTE available. It's important to note that to initiate a match, you need to speak directly to the opponent, not the promoter. Finally, the sixth section, Gotcha Gotcha 6, presents the last gotcha machine on this page. It is located on the second floor of the 100 Blossom building, in front of the elevator. It is described as the only gotcha machine in Kowloon and offers harbor items obtained in Hong Kong. This gotcha machine is categorized as shopping, sells Gotcha Gotcha harbor items, costs $5, and is located at D5. It is highlighted that harbor items are obtained in Hong Kong from this machine. This page showcases various games and vending machines found in the game. Starting from the top left, we see Gotcha Gotcha 6. It is located on the 7th floor of the ByZ building, in front of the elevator. The description notes that capsule toys are available here, just to the right of the machine. The genre is listed as buying items, and the item for sale is Gotcha Gotcha cars. The price is $5, and the location is D5. A note mentions that there is another machine in Kowloon City where you can get cars. Next to it, Gotcha Gotcha 6 again, this time located on the 10th floor of the ByZ building, installed in the elevator hall. It's described as the most common type in Kowloon City, and it dispenses Sonic character toys. The genre is buying items, and the item for sale is Gotcha Gotcha Sega. The price is $5, and the location is D5. A note says that just to the right is an Otoshi Dama game, and the Gotcha Gotcha shop is open. Moving down, we see Otoshi Dama 7. This one is on the 2nd floor of the ByZ building, in front of the elevator. It's an Otoshi Dama game in the center pocket style. It's mentioned that you can also work part-time here. The person in charge is Hong Yuan. The genre is betting, and the location is D5. A note says that the difficulty level is also high, so it's mostly for those who are confident. The prize money payouts are listed as 50,300, 2060, and 2040. The game types are all center pocket apatsu, and the odds of winning are 27, 38, and 46 respectively. Next to it, another Otoshi Dama 7, located on the 7th floor of the ByZ building, in the elevator hall. This one is described as a perfect 3-ball game. The machine on the far left is said to have a high payout of around 500 times. The person in charge is Meng Nian. The genre is betting, and the location is D5. A note mentions that the high payout machines are harder to win at. The prize money payouts are 1,500, 10,120, and 1030. The game types are all perfect 3, and the odds of winning are 213, 36, and 44 respectively. Finally, Otoshi Dama 7 again, this time on the 10th floor of the BZ building, immediately down the elevator. This is a no-miss gacha, but it uses a rare large machine. The person in charge is Jia. The genre is betting, gacha, and the location is D5. A note asks, is it possible to get extremely rare items by aiming for the item get chance? The prize money is $5. The game types are pachinko etc. and VF Kids etc. and the number of balls is 8. On the right side of the page, we have Ekasito QTE2. It's located deep inside the orphanage, in a room with beds. The description says it's strangely placed there. It is mentioned that the authentication certificate can be obtained from a child named Hong Ji. The fee is $5. A note says that QTE title is also set up side by side. Below it, QTE title. This is also in the bedroom deep inside the orphanage, set up in a strange way. It's noted that of course, you can also get authentication certificates here. The fee is $5. A note asks, are the children using this to play? This page depicts a map of Kowloon walled city, focusing on the Dim Sum Street area. The map highlights various buildings and locations, including Dim Sum Street, Dim Sum Building, Dragon Joy Building, Tea House Building and Three Birds Building, all interconnected and forming a large complex in the southeast of Kowloon walled city. The text on the page describes Dim Sum Street as the central area, with many buildings standing side by side. It mentions that dim sum and tea houses are central to the area, and there are more restaurants inside the buildings than visible from the outside. The text explains that the middle floors of the buildings are characteristic of Kowloon walled city. Dragon Joy Building is described as having fortune-telling shops on the first floor and mahjong parlors on the 6th floor. Three Birds Building is described as being like a specialized street for bird shops. It also notes that Dragon Joy Building, Dim Sum Building, Tea House Building, and Three Birds Building are connected and form a large building group occupying the southeast of Kowloon walled city. Furthermore, it states that outside the main street, there are many gambling dens, which are also a characteristic feature, and overall, it can be described as a lively entertainment district. The photograph at the bottom right shows a scene from the game, depicting the interior of a building, likely a dim sum or tea house, with several customers and staff visible, emphasizing the bustling atmosphere of Kowloon walled city. The text in the blue box at the top left says, from outside, it looks like a single building. It's actually two buildings. Surprisingly quiet outside. The title at the top of the page reads, Dim Sum Street, Dim Sum Building, Dragon Joy Building, Tea House Building, Three Birds Building. The main title in the red box reads, Kowloon walled city. The text at the bottom in the larger red box reads, centering on Dim Sum Street, a variety of buildings stand side by side. The text below the photograph reads, actually, the main action takes place inside the buildings. Dim sum and tea houses, filled with customers, show the hustle and bustle of Kowloon walled city. This page depicts a guide to various locations and activities within Kowloon in Shenmue II. Starting with gacha machines, the first one is located near the stairs leading to the Thunderclap Inn, one of 3 Sonic Picture Sonic machines in Kowloon, offering gacha Sonic toys for $5, and can be found at location C5. It is specifically on the right side of the entrance to the Thunderclap Inn where the pachinko machine is located. The second gacha machine is situated between the entrances of the Three Birds Building and the Tea Parlor Building, on the left side of the stairs to the government office ruins. This machine dispenses gacha car toys for $5 and is at location E3, containing a series of car models. The third gacha machine is placed near the stairs from Dim Sum Street to the government office ruins, this one being a VF2 gacha machine. It is located next to the gacha machine in the square above, selling VF2 gacha items for $5 and can be found at location E3. Moving to gambling locations, first is Kachufugetsu, or Beauty of Nature, run by Ryo Uncho. This gambling spot is located just opposite the entrance to the Three Birds Building, in the back of the alley leading to the Golden Flower Restaurant, at location C2. The game is Kachufugetsu, with bets ranging from $20 to $100. It is noted that a shop selling up and down game machines is right next to it. Next is Yu de Yutari, or Up and Down, operated by Lin Jian Guo. This gambling den is in the back of the alley opposite the Three Birds building, one of only two Up and Down games in Kowloon, located at C2. The game is Up and Down, with bet amounts from $100 to $500. It is mentioned that you can place higher bets here compared to the one in Dragon Street. Then there is the Pachinko Museum, managed by Nazim Hassan, referred to as the Boss. This museum is described as a palace of pachinko, housing 11 machines of various types, each with different rules which Hassan will explain. It is located at D5. It is mentioned that the machines here are generally of a higher difficulty. There is a list of 6 pachinko machines with details of their bet amounts, payouts, types of prizes, and hit ratios including prizes like Apatsu, Maruichi, Teiku 2, Perfect 3, Count, Dokuro Pocket, and Dokuro Pocket Teiku 2, with bet amounts ranging from $20 to $400. Finally, there's the Golden Flower Restaurant, a large building in the center of Kowloon, connecting Dim Sum Street, White Dynasty Quarter, and Vendor Avenue, with entrances for each street, although Ryo cannot enter. Its name suggests a connection to the Heavens Gang, a Do-Niu organization, but the nature of this connection is unknown. The image shows the Golden Flower Restaurant from Dim Sum Street, highlighting its distinctive yellow pillars. This page depicts different games and fortune-telling activities available in the game Shenmue II, specifically within the Raimacon area. Starting from the top left, the first section is titled Drop Balls 7. This game is played in the Raimacon. It's a stand with sudden death rules, but the Dokuro skull disappears during an albite. Likely refers to a game mechanic or phase. The character associated with this game is Dangan, pictured with a gray cap. The game genre is betting, the location is D7, and it is described as manning the area, implying he is the operator. The game is described as a standard drop ball game with small ball stands being rare. There are 3 betting options shown with associated payout ranges and details about the pockets and hit-miss ratios. Next is Jukebox 11. This is located near the entrance of the Raimacon. Music plays within the Raimacon, but it becomes inaudible when you leave. A list of songs available on the jukebox is provided. Theme, Fusion Veer. Funny, Authorization number 737, Cool Gambler, C. Remix C. Loop 6, Don't Call Me. Lunch with Waltz, Theme, Arrange O, and Flower Girl, Arrange. The location is D7. Moving down, we have Big or Small 8. This game is located in the center of the 3 big or small stands in the government building ruins. It offers a 200x payout, which is described as the highest payout bet frame. The character associated with this game is Kyoinen, pictured with a stern expression. The genre is betting, and the rules involve big, small and .1 scoring. The betting amount is $50 to $300, and the location is G3. It mentions that it is difficult to get a .1 scoring result and it offers 200x payout. Next, we have Mind-Reading Fortune-Telling 9. This fortune-telling method uses feng shui numbers to predict your luck. These numbers are said to be helpful at the slot house. The fortune-teller is Kyosei Rin, a young woman with dark hair. The genre is fortune-telling, the fee is $20, and the location is A5. The method involves placing an arrow on a compass and reading the position where it stops. Below that is Dragon Palace Fortune-Telling 10. This is an easy fortune-telling method using bamboo to predict the future. It is suggested to try it if you are at a loss about what to do next. The fortune-teller is Anaga, an elderly man with a white mustache. The genre is fortune-telling, the fee is $20, and the location is C6. It's described as having the wisdom of years, with words and gestures that are profound. On the right side of the page, we have Big or Small 12. This is located closest to the entrance of the government building ruins. Among the 9 big or small games, it allows you to bet the highest amounts of money. The character is Ryo Ryoi, a man with a cheerful expression. The genre is betting, and the rules are big, small, .1 scoring, and child. The betting amount is $100 to $1,000, and the location is G3. It mentions that point opposite pairs are a feature, but the payout rate is moderate. Below that is big or small 13. This game is located deepest in the government building ruins. It is best for building capital earned from other big or small games. The character is Mo Guo, a man with a thin mustache and goatee. The genre is betting. Rules are big, small and true, middle, order. Betting amount is $20 to $100. Location G4. It explains that combinations of true and order offer a higher payout. Finally, palm reading fortune telling 14. This fortune-telling method reads your palm to predict your future developments. The fortune teller is a girl named Kowloon, known for her love in Hong Kong. The genre is fortune-telling, fee is $20, location is B6. It is described as fortune-telling with confident content and a refreshing speaking style. At the bottom, there is a section titled Mahjong Parlor Floor. It states that on the 6th floor of the Dragon Palace building, there are many mahjong parlors. It is a place for serious mahjong games. However, it notes that if you don't know how to play Riichi mahjong, unfortunately, you cannot play. It suggests that if you could play mahjong here, you would be playing all day. This page depicts a detailed guide to various locations and activities in a Hong Kong map for the game. The first section is Slot House K17, located on the first floor of the Dim Sum building. It features 16 slot machines and 1 jukebox. The shopkeeper is Sao Haohiro, and the genre is listed as game-related. The installation fee is $5 for slots and $5 for jukeboxes, 1 song. The location is E6. There's advice to consult the feng shui fortune teller. The jukebox is located in front of the Slot House K counter and features game music. A list of jukebox songs is provided, including Magical Sound Shower, Space Harrier Main Theme, Antiquity Tree, Dandy Old Man, Boz November, Hang On Main Theme, Afterburner, Flower Girl, Liquor, and MJQ. Next is Zhu Yuan Building. It's located on the south side of the first floor of the Tea House building, further in, and connected to another building. Outsiders cannot enter. The connecting part outside the first floor is blocked off with a metal mesh. If you try to enter forcibly, a man at the entrance will stop you. It is questioned what kind of den is operating in this back area. The man at the entrance is described as having a very rough attitude. His location is F4. The following section is Gotcha Gotcha 18, found on the roof of the Tea House building. To reach the roof, you should use the elevator in the Three Birds building. It is mentioned that the roof of the Three Birds building and the roof of the Tea House building are connected. The genre is listed as shopping items, specifically Gotcha Gotcha, capsule toys, and high cola. The price is $5, and the location is E4. Then there's Drop Objects, 19, located on the second floor of the Three Birds building, down the elevator and a little further ahead, in a corridor-like area. It's a counter-style setup. The proprietor is Ni Chinshin. The genre is betting, and the location is F3. It's noted that the betting amount and payouts are set low at all the stands. Below are payout examples for different stand types. Stand type. Count, Apatsu bet. 2010, 20/40ths, payout, 13. Stand type. Count, Apatsu bet. The 20th of October 105, payout, 13. Stand type. Count, Apatsu bet. 2010, 20/40ths, payout, 13. Stand type. Count, Apatsu bet. The 20th of October 105, payout, 13. Next is Flower, Bird, Wind, Moon, 20, located on the third floor of the Dim Sum building, in a corridor-like area. It's done under the eaves. It's right next to the Dragon Joy building connection. The proprietor is Luo Shushu. The genre is betting. The rule is Flower, Bird, Wind, Moon, with a betting amount of $10 to $100, and the location is C6. It is advised that the range of betting money in Flower, Bird, Wind, Moon is quite wide. Another section is flower, bird, wind, moon, 20, located on the 7th floor of the dim sum building, under the eaves. It's described as the flower, bird, wind, moon stand with the highest bet limit. The proprietor is Dao Cheng. The genre is betting, the rule is flower, bird, wind, moon. The betting amount is $100 to $500, and the location is C6. It's mentioned that the rules and payouts of flower, bird, wind, moon are the same at any stand. Finally, there is drop objects, 20, located on the 8th floor of the Three Birds building, under the eaves. It's a perfect 3-ball stand. Double up is possible up to 5 times. The proprietor is Huang Yuanzi. The genre is betting, the location is F3. It's noted that if double up is successful, a considerable high payout can be expected. Below are payout examples for different stand types. Stand type: double up, perfect 3 bet, 560, payout, 34. Stand type: double up, perfect 3 bet, 100,300, payout, 42. Stand type: double up, perfect 3 bet, 10,150, payout, 23. Stand type: double up, perfect 3 bet, payout, 44. This page depicts a strategy guide for the minigame, Space Harrier. Minigame Strategy 1, Space Harrier. Similar to the previous, Shenmue Chapter 1, you can play Space Harrier again. Aim for a high score this time too. Basic strategy: evading bullets along the outer perimeter. In this game, the basic 3D shooting strategy is that if you circle around the outer perimeter of the screen in a large circle, you can avoid almost any bullets. However, obstacles are just as worrisome as bullets, and Harrier will collide with these obstacles. Therefore, the key to strategy is how well you can evade bullets without hitting obstacles. For this reason, we recommend using both the directional buttons and the analog directional keys. The directional buttons are useful for detailed positioning of Harrier to avoid pillars and other obstacles. When you want to move Harrier away from obstacles, the analog directional key is useful for evasion as Harrier automatically returns to the center when you release your hand. Screenshot image caption. The directional buttons can be stopped precisely anywhere on the screen. Screenshot image caption. With the analog directional key, it automatically returns to the center when released. Be aware of lock-on. Harrier's barrage shots have a certain degree of homing ability. If you aim at the enemy head-on and shoot, it will track and pursue even fast-moving enemies. This greatly increases the hit rate compared to randomly scattering bullets. When the barrage of bullets is intense and you can't seem to attack enemies effectively, be aware of lock-on and use it effectively. Screenshot image caption. Harrier's bullets have properties close to homing. Screenshot image caption. Just being aware of this will surely increase your hit rate. Difficult stages 1-point advice. Stage 2. Stage 2. Don't let your guard down in the latter half with the stone pillars. Enemy attacks are mixed in midway. Fine adjustment is effective with the directional buttons. Stage 4. Stage 4. In the first half, the formations of enemies are seen as one large obstacle. Move early and try to avoid them greatly. Stage 6. Stage 6. The pillars on the plateau are largely moving, similar to Stage 2. In the latter half, the robot enemies are easy to defeat with the aim. Analog directional keys are easier to use for evasion. Stage 11. Stage 11. Don't chase the red robots too deeply, prioritize safety. Stage 14. Stage 14. How to avoid obstacles is the key point. The spaces to evade are concentrated at the top and bottom. Move vertically to avoid obstacles and get through it. Stage 15. Stage 15. Pay attention to the faint, slow bullets. If you rotate around, you will get hit, so master the bullet speed. Stage 16. Stage 16. Don't get too close to the rocky ground. The boss is a giant aerial battleship or a robot that comes out of it. Repel it for a certain period to clear. Stage 17. Stage 17. Although it is practically the final stage, enemies also launch a total attack. On average, there are many pillars, so evasion with the directional buttons is recommended in this stage. For bosses, it's a trick to shoot bullets while slightly slowing down. Stage 18. Stage 18. If you break through boss / it will be clear. Since the same strategy will work, proceed without rushing. Screenshot image caption. How to avoid obstacles is the key point. Memorize the patterns. This page depicts a scroll with Japanese text on it, with a background image collage of scenes from the game. The scroll text translates to Story Guide Edition. Fastest walkthrough up to the Kowloon walled city midstage. Thorough follow-up on all kinds of sub-events. From the story's starting point when you arrive at Aberdeen Harbor, up to the Kowloon walled city midstage, mid-disc 3. We will thoroughly guide you through the story. If you read this when you get stuck, you will know what to do. This page depicts a guide for the labor pier area in the game Shenmue II, under the title, Disc 11 First Step into a Foreign Port Town. The text explains that Hong Kong, the setting, is an international port city with diverse cultures and people. It describes the labor pier scenery as overflowing with exotic atmosphere. The first section is titled, Welcome by the Arhu Player. It mentions that right in front of the docking area, elderly people in unfamiliar ethnic costumes are playing beautiful music. It suggests talking to the elderly people, who are playing instruments called Hukan, or Arhu, and Koto, or Guzheng, both representative Chinese folk instruments. The sound is described as gentle and soothing, like the flow of the Great Yellow River, allowing players to experience being in Hong Kong. It states that by paying $10 as a performance fee, you can obtain information. The map data is given as P.28, G1, QTE and free battle are listed as none. The next section is titled, Let's Talk to People. It states that the first action Ryo should take at Labor Pier is to investigate the route to Wan Chai, where Tu Li Shao is located. It advises asking local people for directions. Approaching people will make a conversation icon appear, allowing you to talk. It is mentioned that conversations usually end after one topic, but sometimes a conversation icon will reappear, meaning there are new topics to discuss. It is good to talk until new topics disappear. Important information obtained through conversations will be automatically written down in the memo, which is useful if you get lost. The map data is listed as, and both QTE and free battle are listed as, none. The final section is titled, If you have a map, you won't get lost. It explains that because the game's city is displayed in 3D, it's easy to get lost even if you are used to it. However, map vendors are located in each area, selling maps for $10. Purchasing a map will display it in the lower left corner of the screen and show your current location, which is very helpful. It recommends buying maps of each area as soon as you visit a new town to avoid getting lost and wasting time searching for places. The image accompanying this section shows the map displayed in the game interface and a text box explaining that by viewing the purchased map while walking around the city, you can confirm the location of buildings by looking at signboards. The images on the page depict scenes from the game, including Ryo talking to the elderly musicians playing Arhu and Guzheng, and Ryo talking to a woman to get information. There is also an image showing the in-game map interface. Captions are provided for some images, for example, one caption describes the father and daughter musicians and their soothing music. Another caption explains that conversation icons appear when you get close to people and that new topics become available. Finally, a caption under the map image explains that you can check building locations on signboards while using the map. This page depicts scenes and information related to in-game locations and events in Shenmue II. The first section is titled Free Accommodation in the Port. It shows Ryo Hazuki entering a simple building and then interacting with an elderly man inside. The text describes a free lodging facility available in the labor district. It mentions that the accommodation is free and available from 8 p.m. until 8 a.m. the next morning. It advises using this facility for overnight stays as there are no other lodging options until Wan Chai. Inside, there is an old man who will ask, "Isn't the river flowing backwards?" And if you give a satisfactory answer, he will give you a hint about Wan Chai. The old man's dialogue bubble in the image says, "Pretend to be understanding, close your eyes." Another text box next to the image of Ryo entering the building says, you cannot use it until 8 p.m. The second section is titled Meeting Joy. It shows Ryo Hazuki encountering intimidating men in front of warehouses, and then Joy on a motorbike. The text describes leaving the port area where intimidating men gather in front of warehouses and call out to you for arm wrestling. While you can pass by without engaging, participating will give you information about Wan Chai. Further along, a motorbike suddenly appears and nearly collides with Ryo. The rider is a woman named Joy, with exposed skin and a strong personality. If you ask her about Wan Chai, she will reluctantly tell you, but quickly leaves. At that moment, Joy shouts to Ryo, "Be careful of pickpockets." This is a significant warning. The dialogue bubble of the man asking for arm wrestling says, "If you lose to me, I'll teach you something good." Joy's dialogue bubble says, "Be careful of pickpockets." Another text box next to Joy's image says, "The last line becomes a prophecy." The third section is titled Let's Use Up All Our Money Before Our Bag is Stolen. This section advises that after meeting Joy for the first time, the next place to go is Queen Street, but before that, you should use up all your money. If you proceed to the park ahead of Dobwita, an event where your bag is stolen will occur, and from then on you will proceed directly to Wan Chai. If this happens, you will not be able to enter the pier with free accommodation, and you will miss the gacha machines and stalls there. After this event, there will be opportunities for part-time jobs and gambling, so it might be wise to use up your money here in one go. A text box next to an image of a gacha machine in Ryo says, "With gacha and stalls, you can reliably obtain items." Another text box next to an image of a map being purchased says, "It is better to buy the laborer's pier map while you have money." This page describes two events in Shenmue II, the first titled, Bag Robbery, and the second titled, Whereabouts of the Missing Wang. In the Bag Robbery event, the story begins in the path ahead of Manmo Temple. A young boy appears, seemingly in distress and asking for help. He then reveals himself to be part of a group of 3 people who are dangerous. Thinking quickly, Ryo places his bag down to distract them, but the boy steals the bag and runs. By the time Ryo realizes it's a trick, it is too late, the boy and his group have disappeared. The bag contained not only all of Ryo's money, but also the Phoenix Mirror, making this a desperate situation. Ryo must catch the culprit, but first, he needs to find out where the boy went. How will Ryo track down a boy whose name he doesn't even know? The Whereabouts of the Missing Wang section describes how, while gathering information about the Foreman Group, Ryo gets caught up with 2 men who specialize in pickpocketing on Queen Street. However, Joy appears and helps Ryo. When Ryo explains the situation, he learns that the boy involved in the bag robbery is named Wang. He also finds out where Wang might be. Now, if Ryo goes there, he should be able to find Wang. This chase after Wang is the first real event in the game, and it seems that various branching paths are prepared. The game has just begun, and instead of rushing to see all the events, it's recommended to first experience the story in detail. There are still many important events to come, so using all your energy here is too early. The areas where Wang can be searched are Lorwan Pier and Queen Street. From the center of the Open Gate Pier and Queen Street, heading north, and beyond the gold netting on the south side of the Open Gate Pier, you cannot proceed at this stage. The page also features a map of the area with a red star marking a location within Lorwan Pier, and 2 screenshots from the game. One screenshot shows Ryo confronting a group of people in an alleyway, and another shows a street scene with a building that resembles a pagoda. There are also 2 character portraits, one of a man in Wan Chai who offers helpful information if spoken to along the street, and another of a girl, presumably Joy, who might know something about the poisonous Snake Brothers. It is mentioned that Wang seems to be a local, and speaking to people working in shops might yield a lot of information. Bag Robbery. Map Data. P.28, B7. QTE. None. Free Battle. None. Whereabouts of the Missing Wang. Map Data. P.35, E3. QTE. None. Free Battle. None. This page details a gameplay walkthrough section titled, Chase the Escaping One. and explains how to obtain one's photo in the game Shenmue II. The page features gameplay information like map data, QTE, yes, and free battle, yes, indicating this section involves quick-time events and a free battle. The text describes a scenario where one runs away after being discovered, and the player must chase him while avoiding obstacles during 12 consecutive QTEs. If the player fails the QTEs at specific points, they will lose sight of one and need to gather information again by circling around the laborer's pier. Successfully completing all QTEs allows the player to engage in a free battle against Sam and Larry, two of one's three companions. The text mentions that this first free battle is relatively easy. Failing the last QTE when chasing one, specifically the Gold Net Crossing QTE, will result in losing one completely. The page highlights points to lose sight of him, here, with 3 numbered points and corresponding screenshots. 1. The first point is when one throws a bidama, glass marble. Failing this QTE will result in losing sight of one, so it is crucial to avoid failure. 2. The second point is when one jumps over a cleaning tool. Failing the QTE at this point will also result in losing sight of one. 3. The final point is the Gold Net Crossing QTE. Failing this last QTE means completely losing sight of one, and the player will have to fight Sam and Larry. The page also explains how to get one's photo. It states that after retrieving the bag from one and before leaving Hong Kong, the player should visit a certain shop on Queen Street. One's photo is displayed there, and examining it allows the player to obtain it. The shopkeeper can also provide information about one's personality, which is recommended to listen to. Visiting Wan Chai and then returning to Queen Street can be tedious, so it is suggested to get the photo immediately after retrieving the bag from one. The image next to this section shows one holding a large fish, emphasizing his boastful personality, and asks, what kind of shop has this photo? This page shows a strategy guide section titled, Chase the Escaping One, Map Data, QTE. Yes. Free battle. Yes. One will immediately run away when he is discovered in the harbor. To chase after him, you must overcome obstacles in 12 consecutive quick-time events, QTE. If you fail at a specific location, see below, you will lose sight of Wan, or even Wan himself. To avoid this, be careful. If you lose sight of him, you should gather information again by circling around the laborer's pier. If you find one again, the QTE will restart from where you lost him last time. If you clear all the QTEs to the end, you will engage in a free battle with Sam and Larry, two of the 3 people who appeared with one in the beginning. Since it is the first free battle, it is quite easy, but even if you lose, the game will still progress. However, if you fail the last QTE, Gold Net Crossing, when you are chasing one, you will lose sight of one completely. You will need to collect information again from other people, so let's gather information again. Points to lose sight of him. Here, if you make a mistake, you will lose sight of one at these QTE points. The points where you may lose sight are the Bidama obstacle, the cleaning tool, and the last Gold Net Crossing, totaling 3 locations. In cases other than the last 2, you can find him again. Point to lose sight of him 1. If you fail the first Bidama QTE, you will immediately lose sight of one. Absolutely avoid failure. Point to lose sight of him 2. If you fail the cleaning tool jump over QTE, you will lose sight of him in 2 seconds. Point to lose sight of him 3. If you fail the last Gold Net Crossing QTE, you will completely lose sight of him. Let's fight Sam and Larry. How to get one's photo. After taking back the bag from Wan, while still in Hong Kong, go to a certain shop on Queen Street. This is because one's photo is displayed there, and if you examine it, you can get the photo. Also, you can hear about one's personality from the shopkeeper, so you should definitely ask. Once you go to Wan Chai, it will be troublesome to return to Queen Street, so it would be better to get it immediately after retrieving the bag. A big fish caught and lifted, one with a smug look. What kind of shop has this photo? This page depicts a guide for Wan Chai in Hong Kong from Disc 13 of the game. Wan Chai is described as a large area composed of many small towns, filled with numerous fateful encounters and incidents. The first section is titled One's Guidance. It indicates there is no map data, QTE, or free battle associated with this. It explains that after completing a chase quest, one will surrender and lead you to the hidden bag location. Following this, you will automatically be in a chase state, pursuing one. The guide suggests taking the opportunity to talk to one in detail, as this is the only chance in the game for an extended conversation with him, where you can learn about his personal story. While you can cancel the chase state and explore freely, losing sight of one will result in a retry, so it's recommended to remain in the chase state. The next section is exploration of the Hawk Lie Tourist Agency. It mentions map data is on page 35, A1, and there are no QTE or free battles. The text explains that Ryo retrieved the bag along with the Phoenix Mirror but couldn't find a hotel initially. Joy appears and offers to help find work and accommodation. After leaving King's Road, lodging in the Workers' Pier becomes unavailable, making the Hawk Lie Tourist Agency, introduced by Joy, your base of operations. The Hawk Lie Tourist Agency is located in Scarlet Hills, and the precise location can be found by asking townspeople. Finally, there is a section titled Let's Help Install the Signboard. It advises that after leaving the bag at the Hawk Lie Tourist Agency, you should visit the Hawk Lie Tea House in Scarlet Hills, where Dao Li Xiao is said to be, before your first visit there. This event is only available before 6:59 p.m. At the tea house, a signboard craftsman is attempting to install a signboard and needs assistance. If you agree to help, you will assist in installing the signboard. Once the signboard is level, the installation is complete, and you will be thanked. Although no items are rewarded, it's encouraged to help as an act of kindness. This page depicts a strategy guide for the game Shenmue II. It shows two main sections, one about taking a break at the Guan Lai Inn and another about a luggage-carrying part-time job, and a third smaller section about getting a two-shot photo with Joy. The first section, a break at the Guan Lai Inn, explains that a night's stay at the Guan Lai Inn costs $38. Joy introduces this inn, and you can pay your tab later. If you are short on cash, you can get loose change from the albait machine outside. You can quickly earn money for lodging through part-time jobs. Inside the room, you can lock on to some items, such as light switches and pamphlets. Among these, the pawnshop pamphlet is an item you should definitely acquire. Remember to lock on and take it. The morning after your first stay, Joy will come to pick you up and take you to your part-time job on a motorbike. From the second day onwards, you are free to act as you please, but at 11 p.m., you will be forcibly moved back to the Guan Lai Inn no matter where you are. At this time, you will be moved from the last street you were on, so be sure to explore the streets while you are in transit. The second section is about the luggage-carrying part-time job. It explains that after your first night at the Guan Lai Inn, if you go to the Cayenne Pier head, the guards who previously stopped you will now let you through, allowing you to come and go freely. You can find a luggage-carrying part-time job at the Cayenne office. This job has a 2-hour time limit, and you will receive a reward of $10 for carrying one piece of luggage. However, during the work, you must input QTE commands as instructed. If you fail, you will drop the luggage and lose time. The starting times for this part-time job are 10 a.m., 1 p.m., 4 p.m., and 8 p.m., 4 times a day. Before each time slot, make sure to talk to the manager, and be careful not to miss your time slot. The images show Ryo carrying luggage and interacting with dock workers, including a manager-like figure. One image indicates, 6 luggage carried, therefore $60. Another image emphasizes the importance of reliably executing the QTEs during the part-time job. The final section is titled, Getting a Two-Shot Photo with Joy. It advises that after leaving your bag at the Guan Lai Inn, you should go to the 8th warehouse area of Disc 2, and then to Waterfront Avenue in the Aberdeen Harbor area. The weather must be sunny, and the time must be before 4:30 p.m. Street photographers will be present. Joy will appear, and you will end up taking a two-shot photo with her. The photo with Joy will be added to your album. Ryo seems bewildered by the situation, while Joy appears slightly happy. The text also mentions that there are pushy street photographers, and Joy is weak against them. The images show a street photographer, and then the resulting photo of Ryo and Joy together, with text saying, "All right, Joy," and describing the photo as being taken by a street photographer, showing Ryo and Joy looking like a couple, and questioning what to do. This page depicts a guide for the game Shenmue II, focusing on finding Dao Lixiao. The page is divided into sections with red titles, starting with Disc 14 Find out where Dao Lixiao, and an introductory text explaining the goal is to find Dao Lixiao in Hong Kong after securing a base of operations and income. A map of Hong Nan District is shown with a red star indicating a location. The first section is titled, Old Man in the Park. It provides map data as P.43, C2, QTE, None, and Free Battle, Yes. The text describes that Dao Lixiao is in Hong Nan District, in a small park where old men are practicing Tai Chi and martial arts. When Ryo enters the park, he immediately recognizes Jianmen as a martial artist. Jianmen seems unfamiliar with Japanese martial arts and misidentifies martial arts names that Ryo mentions, but the martial arts Jianmen practices are authentic Chinese martial arts. Ryo asks Jianmen for a match, leading to a free battle. In this battle, Ryo's attacks will not land effectively and the battle will end quickly. Afterwards, each time Ryo visits the park and spars with Jianmen, they become closer, and Jianmen will teach Ryo various information after the battles. Jianmen's style is Chen-style Tai Chi Chuan, which has many branches and is known for its dynamic and practical movements in combat. A picture shows Ryo facing Jianmen in the park. A text box next to the image says, "In free battles from the second time onwards, you cannot defeat him, but you can land some attacks until the time runs out." The next section is titled, Arrived at Onda Building but. It provides map data as P.43, F4, QTE, None, and Free Battle, None. The text explains that Dao Lixiao, a martial artist, is supposed to be in room 205 of Onda Building in Hong Nan District. However, a suspicious-looking man comes out of the room, not Dao Lixiao. If Ryo tries to ask the man for information about Dao Lixiao, the man will demand an information fee. You can choose how much money to offer. The more you pay, the more accurate information you will receive. Even if you don't get accurate information, you can continue searching on your own. However, if you have accurate information, you should be able to find him quickly. An image shows Ryo talking to the man in front of a door, with dialogue options. Pay, refuse, listen, further. A text box next to the image says, paying the highest amount will be less troublesome. The final section is titled, What to do when you don't have money? The text explains that if you want to pay the man for information but don't have enough money on hand, you should do part-time jobs, arubaito. Near Onda Building, there's a pachinko parlor called Dropped Ball Stand, Otashidama no Yatai, where they are recruiting for part-time work. It suggests that whether you can earn money quickly or not depends on luck, so enjoy the part-time job as if it were a game. An image shows Ryo talking to a man in front of a wooden stand with the Japanese character, seeking, recruiting. A text box next to the image says, part-time job at the dropped ball stand? Want to try it for a bit? This page depicts two sections from a strategy guide related to the game Shenmue II. The first section titled, Times, which translates to, Where is Bun Buxx? Discusses how to find a location called Bun Buxx. It mentions that a man in Verdant Bridge will give information for a high price, and Momoji Shao is related to Bun Buxx. The text suggests that the player might get a headache trying to find the exact name, but there are many places with Bun Bu in their name in Wan Chai. Talking to people in town should reveal various places called Bun Bu. These locations are noted in the memo, so the player can use that information to find the correct place. Even without getting information, if the player knows the place, they can go directly there. The image on the right shows a street scene with a shop sign that reads, Bun Bu Herbal Medicine. The caption says, in town. The characters for Bun Bu can be seen here and there on signboards. The second section, titled, which translates to, Imposed Mission, describes a mission that takes place outside of Wan Chai in a large temple, Manmo Temple. Upon entering, the player will encounter a woman, and if Ryo asks her about Momoji Shao, she will immediately leave. A large, sturdy man will then appear and introduce himself. He asks Ryo, "Do you know the 4 virtues of Wu?" Ryo will not be able to answer. Wu virtue is described as an essential mindset for martial artists, and if Ryo understands its meaning, Momoji Shao will supposedly meet with him. When Ryo is troubled and tries to leave Manmo Temple, the woman he met earlier will talk to him. The woman tells Ryo, if you are a martial artist with virtue, anyone will sympathize with you, and teaches Ryo that he should search for martial artists in Wan Chai. Regarding martial artists, information can be gathered little by little from people in town, but it is best to ask other martial artists about martial artists. The 4 Wu Virtues quest is the last step. The order is up to the player, but initially, meeting a construction worker in a conspicuous place would be fun, and then returning to the park in Red Lantern District. The image shows a scene inside the Manmo Temple with Ryo and a man, and a close-up of a woman's face. The captions are, "Up to now, Ryo has not reached the idea of virtue, but this is also a chance to learn its importance." And, "The true identity of the mysterious woman is?" Another caption next to the woman's image reads, "Wu virtue is something you learn for yourself." Lastly at the bottom there is a section with a circle and exclamation mark titled, which translates to, "A jumbo jet flies overhead." This section describes a visual event that occurs in the Wise Men's Quarter area. When using the stairs in the Wise Men's Quarter, instead of running, try walking. If you walk through this area, sometimes the camera will move upwards mid-step. Immediately after that, with a roaring sound, a jumbo jet will appear at super low altitude, which is overwhelming. This is a common sight in Hong Kong as Kai Tak Airport was in a location where planes flew very low over buildings and was known as the most difficult airport in the world to land at, although no major accidents occurred. Even knowing this, the jet appears so close that it is scary. The image shows a jumbo jet flying extremely low between buildings in Hong Kong. The caption notes, "The sight of planes flying at altitudes unimaginable in Japan is a famous tourist attraction in Hong Kong." This page depicts information about the 4 virtues of Wu De in Disc 15 of the game, and how to investigate them and learn from martial artists, along with a section about vending machines. The page features images of an elderly martial arts master with a green hat, and Ryo Hazuki talking to another elderly martial arts master in a village setting. A map is also shown with red stars, indicating locations of interest. Disc 15 4 Virtues of Wu De. What exactly are they? You can learn about the 4 virtues of Wu De from martial artists who possess virtue. To receive teachings, you must demonstrate that you have the qualifications to learn them. About Wu De. Investigation start. The word virtue has various meanings, but in the world of martial arts, it often refers to justice and morality, and a noble personality. What are the 4 virtues that are close to these virtues? To acquire Wu De, you need to clear free battles and QTEs, but there is no penalty for failure, so you can challenge them as many times as you like without worry. Take your time and calmly try to understand the meaning of each virtue. Do martial artists know? To meet the 4 martial artists who know about Wu De, you need to obtain information about those martial artists in advance. Therefore, even if you visit a place and find nothing, if you gather information properly, a certain development should unfold. Without rushing, try thoroughly searching while listening to the stories of local people in town. First of all, when you think of a martial artist, it would be Jianmin, who was introduced on page 80. That person is a considerably skilled martial artist, so it's unlikely he wouldn't know something about Wu De, or so you might imagine. The rest of the information about Wu De training can be obtained from other martial artists after training in Wu De, so if you repeat this, you should be able to understand all of the Wu De. Juice and a short break. If you lock on to a vending machine in town, you can buy drinks for $10 per bottle. Also, if you are lucky, you may get a winning capsule, similar to the contents of Gacha Gacha, from inside. Furthermore, you can get 1 free drink, making it very affordable to buy your favorite drinks. That being said, even if you drink a drink, it actually has no effect in the game. When you are tired of playing, why not take a break and use it? This page depicts two sections providing gameplay guidance related to learning martial arts from Dao Jianmen in a park setting in Shenmue II. The first section, titled, Seeking Martial Virtue. Martial Artist in the Park, in Dao Jianmen's case, describes how Ryo can learn a new technique called Little Catch Hit from Dao Jianmen. It mentions going to Hong Nan Street Park and engaging in a free battle. Dao Jianmen will ask Ryo to show him the Little Catch Hit technique by hitting a fire tree in the park, which is a tree covered in red leaves. If Ryo successfully completes this, Dao Jianmen will teach him the Little Catch Hit technique, which can then be used in free battles. The technique is described as being strong even on its own, and effective for pushing enemies back. The text suggests using it at the end of a combo. It further explains that Ryo needs to perform the Little Catch Hit until Dao Jianmen is satisfied and teaches him the merit of martial virtue. It mentions that this is the first step in learning martial virtue and suggests talking to Dao Jianmen again about other martial artists, which will lead to information about a martial artist named Zhou Zhendo from Guangwu Hall. The second section is titled, Hit the Tree. This section explains how to practice the Little Catch Hit technique effectively. It highlights the importance of timing when using Little Catch Hit. It describes a gauge at the bottom left of the screen that fills up, becoming red at its peak. The text advises to unleash the technique with full body strength when the gauge is high, red at the peak, to drop many leaves from the tree to the ground. It mentions that the amount of training required to clear this quest is displayed on the visual memory LCD screen. A successful strong hit will result in a significant increase in training progress, while failures will barely move the gauge. The text points out that the timing is crucial, and hitting when the gauge is already at its peak is too late. Instead, it recommends pressing the X plus A buttons when the gauge turns yellow just before reaching the peak, ensuring a successful Little Catch Hit at the peak. It notes that no matter how perfectly Ryo performs the hits, Dao Jianmen's advice during the training will remain the same. The page also includes gameplay tips shown on screenshots, such as, here, let's input X plus A with good timing, indicating the button input for the technique. Another tip explains, when a person's Jianmen uses it, leaves fall with a thud. And another tip says, leaves are falling naturally when the gauge is low. A gauge graphic is annotated with, gauge color is blue, yellow, red in 3 stages. Aim for red. The page ends with a section titled, Martial Virtue, and a description. Never be complacent, accumulate training day by day. Translated text. Seeking martial virtue. Martial artist in the park. In Dao Jianmen's case, map data. P.43, C2. QTE. Yes. Free battle. Yes. If you ask the townspeople about martial virtue and go to Hong Nan Street Park, it will turn into a free battle. At this time, Jianmen will finally tell you to show him the technique called Little Catch Hit by hitting the fire tree in the park. He will instruct you to hit it so hard that the ground is covered in fallen leaves. If you fulfill this request, Jianmen will teach you about martial virtue and promise to teach you. Once the Little Catch Hit to the fire tree is complete, Ryo will master the new technique, Little Catch Hit, and be able to use it in subsequent free battles. Its effect is similar to shoulder charge. It is strong even as a single technique, but it also has the effect of pushing the enemy back slightly, so it would be good to use it at the end of a combo. Perform Little Catch Hit until Jianmen is satisfied, and he will teach you about the merit of martial virtue as promised. This concludes the first step in acquiring martial virtue, but let's talk to Jianmen once more and ask about other martial artists. Then, he will tell you about a martial artist named Zhou Zhendo from Guangwu Hall. Hit the tree. Map data. P.43, C2. QTE. No. Free battle. No. To use Little Catch Hit effectively, timing is very important. It is best to unleash the technique when the gauge at the bottom left of the screen is high, red at the gauge peak. Hit with all your might and try to drop a lot of leaves from the tree to the ground. By the way, the amount of training required to clear this quest is displayed on the visual memory LCD screen. Naturally, if you succeed in a strong hit, the training progress will increase significantly. Conversely, if you fail, it will hardly move. The problem is when to hit once the gauge is full, but seeing that it has reached its peak is already too late. Rather, just before that, when the gauge turns yellow, try pressing the X plus A buttons, and you should be able to hit at the gauge peak. Note that no matter how perfectly you perform the hits, the advice Jianmin gives during the training will not change. Martial virtue. Always be diligent. Accumulate training day by day. This page depicts two distinct locations and characters encountered in the game. The first section, titled Seeking Martial Virtue, the martial artist of the Kobuken, focuses on the Kobuken Martial Arts School. The text states that Kobuken is one of the martial arts schools that knows about martial virtue, and Zhenjo Shan resides within. Kobuken is located in the Ranan district, next to the Chrysanthemum Street entrance. It's described as a large dojo with many disciples training. Zhenjo Shan is a respected figure who embodies virtue. However, despite being able to meet him, he is described as someone who might not consider himself qualified to speak about martial virtue. The reason is that in the past, one of his disciples became a street performer and used martial arts as a spectacle. Although the disciple was expelled, Zhenjo Shan still feels responsible for not guiding him on the right path as a teacher, which troubles him even now. To resolve General Zhou Shan's worries and have him speak about martial virtue, it is important to first meet his former disciple. The page also notes the map data for this location is P.40, F6, QTE is listed as none, and free battle as none. The second section, titled The Street Performer is in the department store, introduces the former disciple of Zhenjo Shan, named Sosen. The text explains that Sosen is the former disciple who causes General Zhou Shan distress. He is in the Wuhuang department store, which is located along the main road in Wuhuang Street, easily recognizable by its large automatic entrance doors. Be aware of the opening hours, as it closes at 8 p.m. Inside, there are crowds of people and spectators, and Sosen can be found lying down on the floor on the right-hand side. He is described as having fallen into ruin and living a life of destitution, appearing almost homeless. He seems to have forgotten his martial arts training. If Ryo approaches him, Sosen, in his disheveled state, will demand a stone-breaking performance. This stone-breaking challenge can be attempted up to 3 times. If successful on the first try, the quest is completed. If all 3 attempts fail, the scene restarts from the customer-attracting part, and Ryo can try again with renewed determination. If the stone breaking is successful, Sosen will be surprised and lend an ear to what Ryo has to say. The map data for this location is P.52, A4, QTE is listed as present, and free battle as none. Below this section, a challenge, stone crushing section provides gameplay instructions. It says to first watch the green gauge on the bottom left of the screen and decide on power. Naturally, a larger gauge is better. Next, for the yellow gauge, time the stone breaking. Power and timing must be high to avoid failure. This page depicts 2 sections. The first section is titled, Sosen's Letter, and the second section is titled, Seeking Martial Virtue, the martial artist at the barber shop. In the Sosen's Letter section, it describes the events after successfully breaking the stones, where Susan is praised for his name. It explains that Susan was worried about Zhou Zhenda's past, but when Zhou Zhenda conveyed his feelings, Susan seemed relieved. Susan decided to write a letter to Zhou Zhenda. The text describes an event scene where Susan hands over the letter, expressing his gratitude. He then explains the meaning of admonition. After learning the martial virtue, Ryo can speak to Zhou Zhenda and obtain information about the martial artist Zhang Yu. The martial virtue to learn is admonition, so Ryo is urged to hurry to Zhang Yu's location. The image shows a scene where Ryo is receiving a letter from Susan. The Seeking Martial Virtue, the martial artist at the barbershop section is about Zhang Yu, a martial arts enthusiast in Fukuhai district. The text explains that Zhang Yu, who works at a barbershop, is a slightly eccentric but knowledgeable person about martial virtue. Many people near Zhang Yu's barbershop know about him. The martial virtue that can be learned from Zhang Yu is called courage, which signifies composure and coolness. To learn it, a test is conducted literally as described in the text. When Ryo sits in the barber chair at the Cool Q barbershop, Zhang Yu silently moves behind him and puts a razor to Ryo's throat. A quick time event, QTE, occurs at this point. If Ryo considers the meaning of martial virtue during the QTE, he should naturally understand what to do. However, if Ryo fails the QTE, he will be chased out of the shop and cannot challenge him again until the next day. The text suggests choosing wait, if that happens, and then perhaps explore Hong Kong freely. The image shows a scene inside the Cool Q barber shop with Zhang Yu holding a razor to Ryo's neck during the QTE event. Map data. P.40, F6. QTE. None. Free battle. None. After successfully breaking the stones, Susan is praised for his name by Zhou Zhenda. However, when Zhou Zhenda conveys that he regrets the past, Susan seems to have shrugged off his own appearance. Having made up his mind, Susan decided to write a letter to Zhou Zhenda. Later, in an event scene where Ryo returns to Guang Martial Arts School with the letter and hands it over, Susan explains the meaning of admonition with gratitude. After learning the martial virtue, Ryo speaks to Zhou Zhenda and can obtain information about the martial artist named Zhang Yu. The martial virtue to learn is admonition, so hurry to Zhang Yu's location. Image caption. Up pointing arrow. Zhou Zhenda read Susan's letter and felt a little relieved. Do not be arrogant or conceited, discipline yourself, do not use force unnecessarily, and do not show off your skills recklessly. In Zhang Yu's case, map data. P.50, C4. QTE. Yes. Free battle. None. Zhang Yu, a martial arts enthusiast in Fukuhai district, is a slightly eccentric but knowledgeable person about martial virtue who works at the Cool Q barbershop. It is certain that many people in the vicinity of Zhang Yu's barbershop know about him. The martial virtue that can be learned from Zhang Yu is called courage, which is something described as composure and coolness. How do you learn it? It is said that a test is conducted exactly as the characters suggest. When Ryo sits in the barber chair at the Cool Q barbershop, Zhang Yu silently moves behind him and puts a razor to Ryo's throat. A QTE will occur after that, but if you consider the meaning of martial virtue while learning, you will naturally understand what to do. If you fail the QTE here, you will be chased out of the shop and will not be able to challenge again until the next day, so you should avoid failure as much as possible. You can also choose to wait, so you might as well try exploring the streets of Hong Kong at your leisure. Image caption. Up pointing arrow. Zhang Yu's barbershop is open even late at night, regardless of the relationship. Image caption. Up pointing arrow. A QTE like gambling with your life. Speech bubble. Zhang Yu. Is that right, boy? Even if something happens, don't flinch. Always act calmly and bravely, and make correct judgments with composure. This page depicts a guide for finding the last wood in the game Shenmue II, and the key person who knows about it. It mentions revisiting the Onda building and a battle with land sharks. The first section is titled, Disc 16. Where is the last wood? The key person is that person. It states that the martial artist who knows the last wood is an unexpected person. However, learning the last wood will require some effort. The next section is titled, Revisit the Onda building. It includes map data P.43, F4, QTE, none, and free battle. Yes. It explains that if you have learned the 3 wood of power, discipline, and courage, you can get information about the remaining wood from Guixiang, who is in the Hongnong district Onda building. It advises saving data before going to the Onda building. Upon arriving at the Onda building, you will find a land shark and an old woman arguing in a dangerous atmosphere. It seems the old woman is Guixiang, who was mistaken for a ground rent collector when she first visited the Onda building and was troubled by the violence of the land sharks. However, despite not helping with the land sharks' violence, you can still enter a free battle. If you win the battle, you will learn that the old woman is Guixiang and be instructed to ask Dao Lishao for details. The following section is titled, Battle with the Land Sharks. It includes map data P.43, F4, QTE, none, and free battle, yes. It describes that there are 6 enemies in this battle, and you will be surrounded by enemies at the start. It advises to escape from the encirclement immediately and move while facing the front where enemies gather. It mentions that if you use appropriate techniques, you can win easily, and recommends utilizing the newly learned Komahashi strike. However, it warns that this technique has a long recovery time after use, so avoid using it when you are likely to receive attacks from multiple enemies at once. It suggests using effective attacks when facing a single enemy directly to finish them off quickly. For other attacks and combinations, consider the recovery time and use X, Komahashi strike, X plus A, to conclude. It notes that if you lose here, you can retry from just before the battle, and there is no penalty, so it's good practice for continuous attack combinations and fighting against multiple opponents. The page includes images of the map of Hong Nong District marked with a red star indicating the location. It also features images of Do Niu with the caption, "What is this old man?" and Guixiang saying, "I am Guixiang." A screenshot of the battle scene is also included. The text beside the battle scene image says, "Even if the opponent is weak, it is disadvantageous to be surrounded." And, defeat enemies and event scene. This page shows a walkthrough section from a guidebook for Shenmue II focusing on the Man Mo Temple in Wan Chai. The page starts by posing the question, the identity of Lord Guan Yu in the Man Mo Temple is. It explains that each virtue is symbolized by a single Chinese character, and all of them will become clear if you go to the Man Mo Temple, and asks where you can find out. The next section titled, I came to the Man Mo Temple, but provides map data as P.47, D7 and states there are no QTE or free battles. The text describes that if Ryo goes to the Man Mo Temple by 7 p.m., he will find a man cleaning and confirms Guan Yu is indeed inside. However, the temple is currently being cleaned, and despite Ryo's pleas, outsiders are not allowed to enter. If Ryo continues to argue, he will be chased out and won't be able to enter until the next day. The guide asks if Ryo should give up, but concludes that virtue cannot be obtained without entering the temple, so it is necessary to think of a way to get inside. The following section is titled, Discover Virtue by Dusting, with map data P.47, C7, indicating there is a QTE, but no free battle. The text explains that Ryo manages to enter the temple, but is discovered by another man and is about to be chased out. However, by persistently asking about Guan Yu, Ryo is allowed to stay in the temple on the condition that he helps with the dusting. Inside the temple, if Ryo uses a cloth in front of the wall, the soot in that area will be wiped away, revealing the original white wall. Continuing to wipe away the soot from the wall, the character, Courage, which is one of the 4 virtues, appears from under the grime. This reminds Ryo of Guijiang's information to ask Lord Guan Yu. It was also said that people with that name are not in the Man Mo Temple. However, there are many statues in the temple, and among them, the figure of Guan Yu, a famous military commander from the Three Kingdoms period, can also be found. This suggests that the Guan Yu that Guizhang mentioned might be. The truth will become clear if Ryo wipes away the soot from the wall. A text box with an arrow says, try various actions within the limited actions. A speech bubble shows Ryo saying, excuse me, I'm here to worship. Is there anything I can do? Another text box mentions, Guan Yu statues are deified in Chinese culture. Another speech bubble has a character saying, in that case, the other characters are somewhere else on the wall. Finally, a section titled, Virtue, describes it as, for the sake of what is right, act without hesitation. A text box with an arrow says, it would be good if you could find the character for justice, but try searching for the other 3 characters as well. The character, Justice, is shown in a black box. This page depicts Aberdeen, also known as Hong Kong Sai. Aberdeen is introduced as a famous tourist destination renowned for its floating restaurants and the impressive sight of numerous boats inhabited by water dwellers. The text describes Aberdeen as a fishing village located behind Wan Chai, which was central to the Chinese handover ceremony. Although the number of boats has decreased over time, the bay still houses a port for people living on boats. These boats, unlike in the past, now have their own electricity supply. Despite this traditional image, Aberdeen also presents a modern side with high-rise buildings standing alongside the bay, creating a unique and somewhat mysterious atmosphere for a fishing village. Further out from Aberdeen in Deep Bay, the text mentions the large floating restaurant, Jumbo, and its associated shops, which are also tourist attractions, becoming particularly striking at night with their extravagant illuminations. To the east, there's a historical museum called Collection Village, a theme park showcasing the history of China's successive dynasties, allowing visitors to learn about history through its exhibits. The image includes in-game screenshots from Shenmue II. One screenshot shows Ryo Hazuki in a port area with many warehouses, highlighting the port-like atmosphere within the game. Another screenshot shows Ryo in a street scene at dusk or night, emphasizing the beautiful evening-to-night scenery in the game and recommending players to experience it if they have the time. The vertical text on the left side describes Aberdeen as one of Hong Kong Island's leading residential areas. This page depicts gameplay strategies for the arcade game Outrun, which is playable in Shenmue II. The page features screenshots from the game showing a red convertible car, similar to a Ferrari Testarossa, driving along a coastal highway with palm trees. Some images show the car crashing, while others demonstrate gameplay techniques. 2. Mini-game strategy 2. Outrun. 2. Sega's masterpiece sensory drive game can be played in Shenmue II. You have to play it. First, aim to finish the race. 10. 12. The most important thing to do to complete the race to the goal is not to crash. In this game, if you crash once, you lose about 10 seconds to get back up to top speed. This means that more than 2 crashes in one stage are not allowed. Decelerate safely. Ideographic period ideographic comma open hollow corner bracket. Ideographic period ideographic comma ideographic period ideographic comma ideographic period ideographic period ideographic period. If you are aiming to clear the game, first of all, drive safely and operate without being reckless. One of the important elements to master in driving games is effective deceleration, and in Outrun, the equivalent of this is engine braking, deceleration by gear, and accelerator off. Accelerator off is effective when a curve and an enemy car overlap, to create space between cars. Engine braking should be used when cornering safely on slightly tighter corners. Basically, cars have very high grip, and you can corner at full throttle through most corners. However, if you get carried away and go in too fast, you won't make it in time even if you panic and decelerate. Especially in complex curves, you will be too late and will not be able to corner. It's too late to slow down when it gets dangerous. It is important to take action early. To do so, challenge the course many times and memorize it. Teaching legendary secret techniques. Rocket start. Low, R1 to 2. LOWHI right pointing arrow low, max HI. First, set the gear to low. Then slowly pull the R trigger and keep the speedometer at 12 gauges in the red. Next, immediately after starting, quickly change the gear from low to high right pointing arrow LOW. When the red area is at max, put the gear into high. This will give you a rocket start. Gear gotcha. Hillow. Low high. Low right pointing arrow high right pointing arrow low right pointing arrow hydrogen iodide. Ideographic period ideographic comma ideographic period ideographic comma ideographic period ideographic comma. In the fastest speed state, if you put the gear from high to low, smoke will come out. From here, before the smoke disappears, drop one wheel onto the shoulder of the road, and then shift the gear again from low to high. In this state, repeat gear changes low right pointing arrow high right pointing arrow low right pointing arrow HI. And even if you go off course while maintaining maximum speed, your speed will not decrease. This is a technique called gear gotcha, and it is an indispensable technique for time attacks. While maintaining the smoke-emitting state, it is a wild technique that enables a rapid advance that basically ignores everything other than enemy cars and obstacles. If you know this technique, clearing the game will be much closer. Up arrow. Up arrow, you absolutely want to avoid crashes that cause huge time loss. Up arrow. Up arrow, if a corner and an enemy car overlap, turn off the accelerator. Up arrow. Up arrow, if you master this and the gear gotcha, you'll be perfect. Up arrow, ideographic comma. Up arrow first, create smoke by gear changing and create a situation where you don't decelerate. Up arrow. Up arrow, drive onto the shoulder and gear change again. Look, no speed decrease. This page depicts a guide for Disc 21 of Shenmue II, focusing on finding clues about Zhu Yuanda and Wulanshu. It shows two main sections. One about a task called Insect Drying Help, and another about investigating who is Zhu Yuanda. And finally a section about helping with book drying and learning techniques from Kome. The first section, Insect Drying Help, mentions that Shuying Hong will task the player with drying insect books at the Man Mo Temple. It warns that this task, while seemingly simple, is actually quite challenging due to the number of books and time limit. It advises players to be careful with quick time events, QTE, during this task. The map data indicates the location is P.47, B7 and there are QTEs involved, but no free battles. The map provided shows a small section of Dalao Street with a star marking a location. The second section, Who is Zhu Yuanda?, suggests that while staying in Shuying's room, the player should investigate Zhu Yuanda. It mentions that Shuying is reluctant to talk about him, so the player needs to gather information themselves, focusing on local people who seem to run shops and perhaps consulting a fortune teller if they have spare money. There is no map data, QTE, or free battle mentioned in this section. The third section, Helping with Book Drying and Learning Techniques from Kome, explains that during the morning while staying in Shuying's room, Ryo will be tasked with drying books. It states there are 14 books to carry in total and if done quickly without mistakes, it should be completed before 11 a.m., allowing for free time afterward. It mentions that by successfully completing the book drying task many times, Kome will offer rewards, which are techniques usable in free battles. These techniques are normally purchasable in shops for a considerable amount of money, making this a good opportunity to acquire them for free. Specifically, it notes that on the second day of helping with book drying and carrying all 14 books, a technique transmission event will occur with Kome, teaching Ryo the Okinawa technique. The image shows a screenshot of Ryo carrying books and a technique scroll labeled Horse Stance Leg Technique. Another image shows the technique learning screen displaying Double Swallow Kick Technique and Horse Stance Leg Technique. Disc 21 Zhu Yuanda and Wulanshu Clues. Insect Drying Help. Map Data. P.47, B7. QTE. Yes. Free Battle. None. Shuying will tell you to help her. Ryo is ordered to do chores at the Man Mo Temple. Here, Shuying gives Ryo a trial, which is surprisingly insect drying. However, do not underestimate insect drying. If you think you can carry all of them, there are many, and there is also a time limit, so it will be a serious event. Walking is the basic mode of transportation, but running will make the QTE severe. If you are confident in QTE, you can run through it, but if you feel the difficulty is high, you should stop running. What kind of person is Zhu Yuanda? Map data. QTE. None. Free battle. None. While staying in Shuying's room, you will be investigating Zhu Yuanda. In the morning you must help with insect drying, but after noon you are free to act. Shuying is reluctant to talk about Zhu Yuanda, so you should gather information yourself. The key points are the local people who seem to have shops. If you have extra money, you may want to try fortune telling. Help with book drying. Let Kome teach you techniques. While staying in Shuying's room, in the morning you will be helping with book drying. You will be carrying books. The total number of books to carry is 14. If you run and make no mistakes, it will be before noon, around 11 a.m., that you will be able to act freely. Try your best in this insect drying task so that you can act freely. With this insect drying, if you carry a lot, Kome will give you rewards. These rewards are techniques that can be used in free battles. The techniques Y. You can get from Kome are all things you can buy at stores, but it costs money to buy them, so you should definitely get them here. Also, if you carry 14 books on the second day of insect drying help, a technique transmission event from Kome will occur, and he will teach you the Okinawa technique. This page depicts a strategy guide section from a book, showing gameplay tips and character interactions. The first section, titled Seeking the Wulanshu, describes a quest objective. It mentions that by talking to people in Zuyuan Da Street about Zuyuan Da, unexpected facts about his character will emerge. It explains that the Wulanshu is a book written by Zuyuan Da that compiles Chinese martial arts styles. It suggests that investigating Zuyuan Da himself is important and worth exploring. The guide advises to slightly change the approach and start gathering information about the Wulanshu by asking around, pointing out that key points are the location and the person to ask. It mentions that martial arts are written about in the book, so it is desirable to get information from people with specialized knowledge, preferably locals. The image next to this text shows Chunyan speaking to Ryo in a shop, with Chunyan saying, "This shop also deals in martial arts books." The next section, titled Catch the Falling Leaves, explains a gameplay mechanic. It states that by clearing certain conditions, it becomes clear that Shuying is deeply involved with the Wulanshu. It mentions that you will inevitably have to ask Shuying for cooperation, but a new trial will be presented. This trial is Catching Falling Leaves. After the conversation ends, the player will be able to challenge the leaf catching. To succeed, you must chase the movement of one leaf to the limit. First, tilt the analog direction key all the way up, then tilt it slightly down to follow the leaf's trajectory. It indicates that it may be difficult to see the leaf's color against the background, but if tracing is successful, a sound effect will play, and you can catch the leaf at that moment. The image alongside shows Ryo in a courtyard looking up at falling leaves, with text prompting, "Aim well," and instructions to first focus on the top of the tree and determine the target. It also shows an image of Ryo successfully catching a leaf with the word, "Success." A text bubble says, "No matter what, let's take our time and do it slowly." The final section, titled If You Become Friendly with Kaoru, Something Will Happen, talks about character interaction. It describes Kaoru as a girl who takes care of Yuan's personal affairs while Shuying is in her room. It states that Kaoru is one of the main characters that Ryo will be chasing after. It mentions that there are many events prepared related to Kaoru, such as her bringing tea during book drying. The guide explains that the conditions and locations for these events cannot be introduced in the book, but they are all heartwarming events and encourages players to try and trigger them. It notes that Kaoru is usually in the Wenwu temple, so talking to her will be fun. The image for this section shows Kaoru offering tea to Ryo in a courtyard. The text next to the image says, Kaoru is drying books in the shade and brings tea to Shuying. Her round eyes and gestures are charming. Another text section mentions, besides daily life stories in the Manmo temple, she also talks about personal matters if you become friendly with her. A text bubble from Kaoru says, "Really, it's very delicious. Please, have some more to eat." This page depicts game information for Disc 22, focusing on deciphering symbols hidden in a martial arts book. The first section is titled Deciphering the Code. Map Data. QTE. None. Free Battle. None. The text explains that after overcoming many difficulties, Ryo was finally able to read the martial arts book. He confirms that Zhu Yuanda is deeply involved in the incident. At that time, a piece of paper fell out of the martial arts book. What was written there was Zhu Yuanda's seal and a mysterious symbol. If this symbol can be deciphered, it might be possible to meet Zhu Yuanda. Ryo decides to meet Zhu Yuanda again and starts taking action. Therefore, from here on, Ryo will be interviewing people in the town again, but first, he should listen to people near where the martial arts book was found. What kind of approach should he take to investigate? If he gets a hint, the range of questioning will increase, and the story will progress smoothly. The first image shows Ryo Hazuki speaking to a man inside a room that looks like an antique shop or storage area. The caption below the image says, "It is suggested that the antique shop that buys old items will appear." And the text bubble from the man says, It seems to be an antique shop that buys old items. The text next to the image points out, it is also unexpectedly helpful to ask people in the town about the location of the martial arts book for reference. The next section is titled Let's Search for the Antique Shop. Map data. QTE. None. Free battle. None. The text explains that while talking to various people, Ryo learns that the paper with the problematic symbol written on it is quite old. So, who would know about old items? The answer is undoubtedly an antique shop. At this stage, the antique shop item should be added to the action selector through questioning. Let's inquire about antique shops. Especially on Tai Ho Street, there seem to be many shops dealing in antiques. As you walk around outside, you can see shops that seem to be antique shops just from their appearance. It would be good to actively talk to people in such shops. By doing so, you will be able to get information about the existence of one suspicious shop. Once you know the name of the shop, try asking about that shop again. Then, you should be able to be told the location of the shop. What you do when you arrive at the target shop is the same as before. There are no QTEs or part-time jobs in this scene, so if you can determine the location of the shop, there should be no problem. The second image shows Ryo asking a man on Tai Ho Street, "Are there any antique shops near here?" The caption states, Tai Ho Street has many shops dealing in art and antiques. Let's search energetically. The third image depicts Ryo speaking to a woman inside an antique shop. The text bubble from the woman says, if it's antiques, then there is Shukodo, antique shop, which is especially famous around here. The caption explains, even if you don't have direct information, many people seem to know related stories. This page depicts 3 sections related to gameplay guidance. The first section is titled, What Does Keika Know? It describes how Ryo encountered a problem at an antique shop and learned about something called teacup array. Keika, an old man living in Manmo Temple, is mentioned as someone knowledgeable about the teacup array. The text suggests that if Ryo has been asking around, he should know about Manmo Temple's Hongnam Street, but it questions if Ryo remembers the location. The image shows Ryo talking to Keika inside what appears to be Keika's residence. A caption points out that Keika is the person who taught Ryo about the teacup array. The second section is titled, Let's Learn the Teacup Array. It explains that Keika teaches Ryo about the teacup array at Manmo Temple. It mentions that the teacup array was used by martial artists in the past for communication. The text states that while the meaning of the teacup array found in the martial arts books is unclear, performing the teacup array as described in the memo in a noticeable location will attract people related to Zhu Yuan Da. It cautions that the teacup array can have dangerous implications depending on how it is arranged, so improper placement should be avoided. In this scene, Keika teaches the actual arrangement, and Ryo can try the teacup array himself. The memo is always available for reference, but it is more efficient to memorize it as it is not very complex. Once Ryo has tried the correct arrangement, he is ready to practice it in Wan Chai. The image shows Keika demonstrating the teacup array to Ryo using teacups, with instructions about operating the cups and avoiding mistakes. Map data is given as P.43, F4, and it notes there are no QTE or free battles associated with this. The third section is titled, Concentric Circles Deputy Master of the Kubukukan, Technique Transmission from Zhou Shan, Concentric Circles. It asks if the reader remembers Zhou Shan, who is described as the Deputy Master of the Kubukukan Dojo in Scarlet Hills. It suggests that if Ryo has some free time, he should visit Zhou Shan to learn a martial virtue. It mentions that Zhou Shan seems to feel indebted to Ryo from a previous encounter with a friend and will teach Ryo a throwing technique called sweeping throw. This technique allows Ryo to throw opponents in a desired direction and is effective in free battles against multiple enemies. The text encourages Ryo to learn to use it effectively for when it is needed. The images show Ryo meeting Zhou Shan outside the Kubukukan and then practicing the sweeping throw technique. A caption explains that mastering this throwing technique will be powerful in free battles. Another caption indicates that while walking in the street, Ryo will suddenly be stopped and spoken to, suggesting to meet Zhou Shan when possible. This page from Disc 23 is titled, Mysterious Cipher, What the Teacup Formation Brought. The first section asks, where do you do the teacup formation? The text explains that the mysterious signal is the teacup formation, a way to communicate with allies. To perform it, you need to find a suitable location. The key is to find a place where you won't stand out while doing the formation. The guide suggests going outside and asking people for information around town. Restaurants and dining halls are ideal places to try the teacup formation because teacups are available and there are many people coming and going, making it inconspicuous. Therefore, you should search for a popular restaurant. The next section asks, where are the dining halls and bars? It mentions that while you can try the teacup formation at dining halls, there are many restaurants in the game. It suggests asking acquaintances for recommendations for good restaurants. If you want to search yourself, try walking around Fukuan Street, Vegetable Street, and Aberdeen. When you arrive at a suitable location to perform the teacup formation, a selection screen will appear. Finally, there is a section titled, It's Out Again. Aberdeen's Rogue Brothers. During the teacup formation event, you might be harassed by rogue brothers somewhere in town. This encounter is not limited to Aberdeen, and can also happen in Wan Chai. If you proceed in Aberdeen or Wan Chai, you will encounter these punks. You will meet the guys that Joy previously took care of in your first encounter. This time, can you win fairly? This situation leads to a quick time event battle. If you win this fight, you will be able to use these rogue brothers as a source of information afterwards. The text in the speech bubbles says, the older man is saying, this area is quite close, isn't it, Mr. Wen Wu? The younger man in the shop is saying, if you go out here and go left, there's a road. They call that area, White Dynasty Street, I think. The text below the image of the two gang members says, they're typical thugs who won't go against someone stronger than themselves. The text in the speech bubble of the gang member is saying, yes. Something like that. The map data and other details for the teacup formation location, and dining hall and bar location, sections say, map data. QTE. None. Free battle. None. This page depicts a gameplay guide section titled, Let's Try It at Various Shops. It explains the teacup arrays mechanic, advising players to try it in various shops after getting information about them. The key is to move the teacups according to the memo, and then wait for someone to approach. The waiting time is 2 in-game hours, which can be skipped by selecting, Wait, in the action selector after performing the array. The guide suggests trying the teacup arrays in many shops, even though only a limited number will trigger events or encounters with people related to Zhu Yuanda. The guide recommends deliberately avoiding what might seem like the correct shop and trying others first, as progressing the story without experiencing events in other shops might be a missed opportunity. If the player chooses the correct shop, Ryo will be summoned to a location, and while they are free to act until the designated time, an event will automatically begin when the time comes. The image includes captions like, you may naturally notice it while walking around. And, what's this? A shopkeeper is shown handing Ryo a memo, with the caption asking, you may also receive a memo from the shopkeeper. Is it perhaps a message from Zhu Yuanda? Below is a section titled, Concentric Circles, various events that can be seen outside the correct route concentric circles. It describes alternative events that can occur if the player doesn't choose the correct route for the teacup arrays. These events provide hints. One type of event involves being questioned by an organization targeting Zhu Yuanda. Another is helping children captured by thugs. Succeeding in QTEs and free battles in these events rewards the player with valuable information. Image captions detail these events. One caption mentions, in another location, you will be instructed to wait at a designated location. If you follow those instructions. Another caption describes a free battle. Surprisingly, an organization targeting Zhu Yuanda other than Ryo appears. Defeat them in a free battle and find out their purpose. And finally, a caption describes a QTE battle event. In a certain location, an event occurs where you help children who are being held by thugs. Compete in a QTE battle. This page depicts game information from Shenmue II. The first section, titled Approaching Zhu Yuanda's Side. But there. describes how after much effort, Ryo is finally able to meet a man who claims to be an aide of Zhu Yuanda. However, it seems there are others besides Ryo who are also tracking Zhu Yuanda's whereabouts. The next section, Sudden Brawl, explains that by performing the T-set formation at the correct shop, Ryo will be called to a specific location. At the designated time, he automatically goes to the shop, and an event begins. Here, a man claiming to be Zhu Yuanda's aide appears, and Ryo can hear his story. Suddenly, several men burst into the shop, apparently also searching for Zhu Yuanda. After a series of conversations, a free battle will start. The shop is small and filled with obstacles, making fighting difficult. It is advised to avoid being surrounded and defeat enemies one by one, focusing on powerful techniques like the elbow assault, as they have low stamina. This section has free battle, yes, and QTE, none. The section titled Beware of Surprise Attack describes that after defeating the men who stormed the shop, Zhang is missing, apparently taken away. Ryo rushes to chase after them, but new enemies appear one after another. This part involves a series of QTEs. Failure means restarting from the beginning, so caution is advised. The final scene involves a surprise attack, so it's important to stay alert. This section has QTE, yes, and free battle, none. Finally, the section Reunion with Joy details that the day after hearing the story from Zhang, Ryo tells Shuying about it. Shuying is, as usual, indifferent in objects, but Ryo doesn't listen. The conversation goes nowhere, and Ryo ends up leaving Shuying. After a series of conversation events, Ryo will exit Manmo Temple. His immediate objectives are to find Ren, whom Zhang mentioned the previous day, and to secure lodging. As Ryo walks, familiar background music plays, and a certain person appears. It is suggested to accept this person's kindness. This section has QTE, none, and free battle, none. This page depicts a walkthrough page from a strategy guide, focusing on Disc 25 titled, The Man Who Knows Everything, Where is Heaven's Ren? The page is divided into 3 sections, each detailing a step in the story. A map of Kai Tak Pier is shown at the top right with a red star indicating a location. The first section, What is Heavens? Explains that Ryo is looking for Heaven's Ren, who may know about Yuanda Zhu. Despite searching near Yuanda Zhu's location, Ryo couldn't find any leads. However, he learns that Heaven's Ren, a street gang leader in Beverly Hills Wharf, might have information. Beverly Hills Wharf is connected to Aberdeen, a slum area. Since it's difficult to enter directly, Ryo needs to gather information about Heavens at Kai Tak Pier and other places to find Ren. He is told that asking around at Kai Tak Pier might reveal Ren's whereabouts. 2 images are shown. One of a woman in a kitchen setting saying, "If you go down this street and turn right, there's a back alley." And another of a man with a mustache, presumably a Heavens member, asking, "Are you looking for Ren?" The text next to the man says, Heavens members gather and reveal information about their location. The second section, Warehouse Somewhere, describes how, while asking around, Ryo learns that Heavens members are gambling at Warehouse number 8 in Kai Tak Pier at 7 p.m. He also hears that Heavens members will be at Ren's place at 8 p.m. To find Ren's location, Ryo decides to go to Warehouse number 8. The map data indicates P.32, D2, QTE is marked as none, and free battle as yes. The text mentions that because Heavens members show up at 8 p.m., it will be a free battle to force Ren's location out of them. It is noted that multiple battles will occur and Ryo should maintain a one-on-one position while fighting. An image shows Ryo walking downstairs in a warehouse setting with the text, "There is plenty of time until 8 o'clock, so let's search around." The third section, Maybe Trap, continues the walkthrough after winning the fight at Warehouse number 8. Winning the fight at Warehouse number 8 leads to information about Heaven's Ren's location at Beverly Hills Wharf. Ryo heads to Beverly Hills Wharf, but instead of Ren, he is confronted by a large group of Heavens members waiting for him. This triggers a free battle with an unlimited number of enemies. The text questions what awaits Ryo after he fights his way through. Map data is marked as QTE as none, and free battle as yes. The image depicts Ryo in a free battle against multiple enemies with the text, an endless hell of fighting. Ryo's consciousness is fading. Map data. QTE. Ideographic, ideographic period, ideographic, ideographic period, ideographic, ideographic period, ideographic period, ideographic, ideographic, ideographic period. Map data. P.32, D2. QTE. Ideographic, 8, ideographic, 7, 8, ideographic, ideographic period, ideographic period. Map data. QTE. 8, ideographic period, ideographic, ideographic period. This page depicts a scene from Shenmue II, taking place in Beverly Hills Wharf. The map on the top left shows the area, marked as P.37, H6. The text describes Ryo Hazuki's encounter at Beverly Hills Wharf. Ryo is trying to meet Ren, and he's faced with tough Heaven's members. He was defeated once due to their numbers and lost consciousness. He woke up on a junk ship and found a familiar boy standing before him. It turns out that one helped Ryo while he was unconscious. Ryo has recovered his consciousness and is trying to search for Ren again. One gives Ryo a Zippo lighter with a black dragon engraving, which is a Heaven's member's proof and necessary for going freely to Aberdeen and Beverly Hills Wharf. Ren's location is directly known by Heaven's members. Ryo is determined to find Ren again, but further difficulties await him. Below, there is a section titled, Learning Tokuren-san's Sure Kill Technique, Kenka Upper. It explains that Tokuren, Ryo's partner in cargo delivery, can teach him a special move, the Kenka Upper. However, there are specific conditions to learn it, related to the scenario progression. From the point when Cool J tells Ryo to bring $500 until the event with Ren and Chai, Ryo needs to repeatedly fail at cargo delivery. The command for Kenka Upper is left or right plus X button. The tip to master it is to input the command at the end of a back step, pressing the X button at the same time for easier execution. The text also mentions that the Kenka Upper is a slow but powerful high-risk, high-return technique. Repeatedly failing and asking Tokuren for help might lead to Tokuren getting angry. This page depicts a guide on how to progress in the game Shenmue II, focusing on obtaining $500 to meet Ren. The first section, titled, Do You Know Cool J?, shows images of Ryo Hazuki in a free battle against members of the Heavens Gang. The text explains that if you ask around about Ren's whereabouts to members of Heavens, they will attack you, leading to free battles. Defeating them might reveal Cool J's location, and some informants in the area might provide a map of Beverly Hills Wharf. However, be cautious when following informants as you might encounter more Heavens members and trigger more free battles. The details provided are map data, QTE, none, free battle, yes. The second section, titled, Where Can I Earn $500?, shows Ryo talking to Cool J and then fighting a larger opponent. The text describes meeting Cool J, a street gangster with a radio cassette player on his shoulder, who demands $500 to reveal Ren's location. Forcing information out of him is impossible, so you must agree to his demand. If you don't have enough money, you'll need to earn it through part-time jobs like cargo handling or gambling, which are mentioned as ways to quickly increase your funds. The details provided are map data, P.37, B7, QTE, none, free battle, none. The third section, titled, You Can Earn $500 Even in Beverly Hills Wharf, focuses on earning money within Beverly Hills Wharf. It features images of Ryo fighting Do Niu. The text explains that earning $500 through part-time jobs is slow, with cargo handling earning only $60 per successful run, requiring about 9 attempts to reach $500. A more efficient method is participating in street fights in Beverly Hills Wharf. The rules of these fights involve defeating the opponent, Do Niu, within 5 hits for a KO. Each successful hit increases Do Niu's defense, so using powerful techniques is advised. Moves like the Niryusatsu and Kenka Upper are recommended for a guaranteed win. It is also mentioned that Do Niu's basic jab attacks are ineffective, and you should use strong techniques against him. The Kenka upper is highlighted as a reliable winning move if used carefully. This page depicts information about Disc 27 of Shenmue II, titled, If You Count the Stars. The Crying Ogre is no match for you. The text describes a scene where Ryo is trying to meet Ren, the leader of heavens, but it is mentioned that Ren is not someone who easily grants wishes. The page is divided into sections. The first section is titled, Finally Meeting Ren. It details how Ryo, having prepared the $500 requested by QTEs, finally gets to meet Ren. He is guided through junk mountains and a factory-like building. Inside, a man with a sharp gaze and wearing blue clothes is waiting. This man is Ren, the leader of the heavens, and Ryo hopes he will provide information about Yuanda Zoo. The map shown is labeled, Beverly Hills Wharf. The next section is titled, Cut Through with a Knife. This section describes what happens when Ryo hands over the money to Ren. Ren immediately asks about Yuanda Zoo's information. Suddenly, Ren pulls out a knife and attacks. A quick-time event, QTE, occurs here, requiring multiple button presses with very precise timing, more difficult than usual. Failure to succeed in the QTE will result in being knocked out and waking up again on Ren's ship, similar to what happened before. The final section is titled, If You Succeed in the Ren's Knife Attack QTE. It explains that if Ryo successfully evades Ren's knife attack QTE, Ren will acknowledge Ryo's skill and become friendly. He will then provide information about Yuanda Zoo. Ren will give Ryo a memo, which contains information about the underground warehouse of the Lianyan mines. The text teases what happens next, suggesting it's something to look forward to if the knife QTE is successful, and hints at a development connected to the next page, implying Ren might be a reliable ally. The page includes screenshots from the game, showing Ryo meeting Ren, and an image of the QTE button prompts. There is also a map of the Beverly Hills Wharf area with a star indicating a location. Finally meeting Ren, map data. P.37, A7. QTE. None. Free battle. None. QTEs demanded $500, and finally, you can meet Ren. After passing through mountains of junked cars, you are guided inside what seems to be a dismantling factory. Deeper inside the building, a man with a sharp gaze and wearing blue clothes is waiting. This is Ren, the leader of the street gang, Heavens. Will he honestly tell you information about Yuanda Zoo? Cut through with a knife. Map data. P.37, A7. QTE. Yes. Free battle. None. When you hand over the money to Ren, he immediately asks about information regarding Yuanda Zoo. However, at that moment, Ren suddenly stabs at you with a knife he was hiding. Here, a QTE occurs. You will need to press buttons multiple times, and with extremely fast timing, making it a very difficult QTE. If you fail here, you will be knocked unconscious again, and you will wake up on Ren's ship, just like before. Concentric circles if you succeed in the Ren's knife attack QTE. If you succeed in the high difficulty knife QTE from Ren, Ren will acknowledge Ryo's true ability and suddenly become friendly. And then, he will teach you information related to Yuanda Zoo. Ren will hand you a memo, and it is written in the memo that you should go to the underground warehouse of the Lianyan mines related to the Lianyan gang. What will happen after this? Well, that is something to enjoy only if you succeed in Ren's knife QTE. This time, it's a Nacio secret. However, in terms of the scenario, it seems to be connected to the next page, so it seems like Ren will become a reliable ally. Well then, what will happen? This page depicts a walkthrough for Disc 28 of the game, titled, Escape from Labor Pier Chase Ren. The text explains that Ren of Heavens is proving to be elusive, but this time Ryo is determined to corner him and make him reveal Zhu Yuanda's location. The first section is titled, Ren Found. It states that unfortunately, in the initial contact, Ren couldn't be made to talk, and he has disappeared again, requiring Ryo to restart the questioning process. If the knife QTE was failed, Ryo needs to find a Heavens member, win in a free battle, and get information about Ren's whereabouts. The image shows Ryo in Rowan Park talking to Ren, who is wearing a white cap and brown jacket. Ren says, "You will keep your promise." Where is Zhu Yuanda? The caption notes that Ren is relaxing in this Rowan Park. The next section is titled, Chase Ren. It is revealed that Ren's hideout is in Pigeon Park. Ryo immediately goes to the park and finds Ren, but the Heavens members there scatter and run away. Ryo must capture one of them to find out where Ren fled to. These members are familiar with the area and won't be easy to catch. Among the fleeing members, Ren is the easiest to lose sight of if Ryo is not careful. Cool J is mentioned as the easiest to capture, while the other two can be caught by circling around. The choice of target is up to the player. The images show Ryo chasing 3 men in the park, and then confronting one of them, who says, "You bastard. You're persistent." Captions indicate, "Let's narrow down the escaping members to 1. And there are guys who can be caught by going around." The final section is titled, Zhu Yuanda and the others are in Kowloon City. It is discovered that Ren's next hiding place is a building under construction. Upon finding Ryo, Ren panics and runs inside the building. This starts a chase QTE with Ren. The path to the top floor involves relatively easy QTEs, and even if Ryo fails a few times, he can retry. However, the QTE on the top floor is as difficult as dodging a knife, and failing it means restarting from the first QTE. Retries start quickly, so memorizing the button sequence is helpful. Ultimately, Ren reveals that Zhu Yuanda and the others are in Kowloon City. The images show Ryo climbing stairs in the construction building and a QTE prompt with buttons. Captions advise, "This chase QTE is long. Calmly press the buttons, and question, the last QTE is difficult. Ready for retry?" This page depicts Shenmue sightseeing in Wan Chai. Wan Chai is described as the location where ceremonies were held when Hong Kong was returned to China. The text states that starting with the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center, it is a new face of Hong Kong, with a streetscape of skyscrapers that rivals even New York. The page highlights Hong Kong's high-tech building street, explaining that Wan Chai was once a harbor town with a Hong Kong entertainment district vibe. However, in recent years, it has transformed into a high-tech city featuring the Hong Kong Arts Center and the Hong Kong Exhibition Center, which showcases antiques. It also mentions the Central Plaza, a 78-story super skyscraper with a futuristic design. The Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center is noted as one of the largest convention centers in the world, not just in Asia. Interestingly, the area has aerial corridors called sky corridors connecting buildings, and many pedestrian bridges, possibly due to the influence of trams. Slightly west of this area in Shengwan is the Man Mo Temple, which is also featured in the main story of Shenmue II. This temple enshrines 2 deities, Man Chung Emperor, who is the god of learning, and Quan Yu Emperor, who is the god of martial arts. The image captions describe the scenes depicted in the game. One caption notes that the many colorful signs create a distinct Hong Kong atmosphere. The other caption points out the modern building district, suggesting that present-day Hong Kong continues to evolve. This page introduces 3 minigames available in game centers and other locations besides video games. First is the slot minigame. The text describes it as deceptively difficult. It involves setting a bet and pulling a lever to get results. Winning combinations appear in horizontal and diagonal lines, and payouts are based on the patterns. The text mentions the odds fluctuate, and it might feel like you are not winning, but if you find a good machine, it is worth sticking with it. It highlights that medals won cannot be exchanged for cash and advises players to enjoy it in a lighthearted way. The image shows a slot machine with digital displays and buttons. Next is QTE title. The text emphasizes the importance of tempo and concentration for this minigame. It mentions using A, B, and X buttons, and the controls are intuitive. Initially, players can react to the rising motion, but later stages might include feints. The image shows gameplay screens where a boxing character is preparing to punch, and button prompts appear. The text highlights that the button layout is intuitive and visually understandable, and that when the center rises, it's time for the right fist to come up. Finally, there is the darts minigame. The text describes it as difficult to hit the target due to the swaying of the elbow. It suggests focusing on aligning your vision with the target rather than just hand movements. It mentions that it is easier to throw accurately when your elbow is rising. The text also mentions Neo Darts, which is available at Matsu Electronics Game Center in Wan Chai, and it differs from Darts 7, described above, making aiming slightly more difficult. The tip for Neo Darts is to master up, down, left, and right movements with your wrist. The image shows gameplay screens of a darts game, highlighting the aiming reticle and the dartboard. It also notes that aiming for the 20-point area in the center is fundamental to darts. Story Strategy Guide, Mini-Game Strategy 3. There are still more mini-games. Here we will introduce those found in video game centers and other locations. Slot. Looks can be deceivingly difficult. This slot machine is operated by setting a bet and pulling the lever. The result is determined by chance. If patterns line up diagonally or horizontally, payouts are awarded according to the pattern. The payout rate fluctuates, so you might feel like you are not winning. If you feel like you are in a rut, it is a good idea to move to another machine. Depending on the machine, there are machines with advantageous settings, so choosing a machine is an important point. Basically, it is designed so that you will not hit a big win easily and will steadily lose coins, so if you find a good machine, try to stick with it persistently. However, medals cannot be exchanged for cash, so try to play with a light heart so you do not get too heated. Tempo is important. Concentrate. QTE title. The buttons used are A, B, and X, corresponding to the controller layout, making it intuitively understandable. Initially, it's okay to react to the motions that occur, but there are feints mixed in where motions appear to occur but do not, so please be careful. Aim for the 20-point zone. Darts. Darts are difficult to hit because your elbow sways. Rather than focusing on hand movements, focus on aligning your line of sight with the target. Basically, remember that it is less likely to shake and easier to throw when your elbow is rising at the moment of release. Also, in Matsu Electronics Game Center in Wan Chai, there's a Neo Darts machine. This is different from the Darts 7, described above, and uses a different throwing method, making aiming a little more difficult. Excite QTE 2. If you can see the trend, it's not scary. This game involves simply pressing the same button as the icon that appears on the screen. As you progress to some extent, the ranks will increase in order: beginner, medium, expert, and the G. Aim speed will increase rapidly, so challenge yourself to the limit. In other words, what you should remember to avoid mistakes is that Y is less frequent. Initially, it's good to concentrate on the three buttons, A, B, and X. As you progress to some extent, button pressing operations in succession will also appear. Challenge your limits. How long can you continue? Neo Darts. Master up, down, left, and right with just your wrist. The aim is the center. From the center to the 20-point zone is Darts Basics. This page depicts Kowloon arrived. Search for Yan of Amihama. In Kowloon, Ryo was greeted by Ren and his gang who had arrived earlier. Guided by Ren, Ryo begins to search for clues about Zhu Yuanda. This section is about Ren's hideout. The map data is page 58, D2. There are no QTEs or free battles here. Ryo arrives at Dragon Street, the entrance to Kowloon. If you proceed through the street or wait until after 7 p.m., Cool Z will greet Ryo and guide him to Ren's hideout. From this point on, this place becomes Ryo's base in Kowloon. Here, Ryo will hear from Ren about Yan, the Chinese medicine shop owner who is also an informant and subordinate of Zhu Yuanda. Ren's hideout is in the middle of Dragon Street, on the first basement floor. You can also talk to Ren at this time. The next section is about Ren's guidance. The map data is page 61, G4. There are no QTEs or free battles here either. Let's move with Ren's guidance, chase mode, to Amihama where Yan is. You can cancel the chase and walk on your own, but if you get too far ahead or fall behind and get too far from Ren, you will have to restart from the hideout, so be careful. Also, when you arrive in front of the Amihama building door, you will need to cancel the chase and open the door yourself. You can also talk to Ren at this time. The following section is about Yan's information. The map data is page 61, G4. There are no QTEs or free battles here. Once you arrive at Amihama building, follow Ren to Amihama Chinese medicine on the second floor. Inside the shop, you can talk to Ren, Yan, and about Chinese medicine. If you press the call button on the table in the shop, Yan will appear. From Yan, you will get information that, if you say the password to the man in black clothes at Lungxing Tea House, you can meet Zhu Yuanda, and he will teach you the password to use there. Yan says he will introduce you to Zhu Yuanda. Finally, this section is about the baggage handling part-time job at White Cow Warehouse. You can also do baggage handling part-time jobs in Kowloon. The location is White Cow Warehouse on the first floor of White Cow Building. You can talk to either Congo, a bare-chested man standing outside the warehouse, or the female action selector part-time worker inside the warehouse to start working. The part-time job pay is $10 per item carried. You can work for 2 hours at a time, up to 4 times a day. Basically, it's the same as the Allied building, but the difficulty is slightly increased. She is the site supervisor of this warehouse. Call out to her when you want to work. From the first item, you may be told, left and right. Don't let your guard down. When Congo doesn't give instructions, push forward, push. This page depicts a walkthrough section titled, Disc 32 Mystery of the Black Suits. The text explains the story context. Who is waiting for Ryo at the Dragon Hills? It mentions that based on information obtained from Yan at the Anjian building, Ryo is searching for Zhu Yuanda. However, the person waiting for him in the dimly lit room of Dragon Hills is someone unexpected. The first section is titled, Where is Dragon Hills? It includes game guide information like, map data, P.68, B5, QTE, none, and free battle, none. The text advises that after separating from Ren, Ryo should search for Dragon Hills alone. It suggests asking people in the streets and shops for information about Dragon Hills' location. The simplest method is to listen to the information given by people in chase mode. This is essentially the first free quest in Kowloon, so it's a good idea to explore various places. The next section is titled, Remember the Password. It also includes game guide information like, map data, P.68, A6, QTE, none, and free battle, none. The text describes that inside Dragon Hills, there are 8 men in black suits. Upon entering from the front entrance of Dragon Hills, if you look immediately to the right, you should find them. Talking to them triggers an action selector with 2 phases, Ling, and Ling. Here, you need to input the password heard from Yan. If you make a mistake, you will be told to go away, but there is no penalty, so you can try again. If the password is correct, instructions like, go to hollow circle floor at this stage, will appear, so follow them to proceed. By the way, even if you don't talk to all the members, you can still reach your destination. The final section is titled, Do Niu's Trap. Game guide information is, map data, P.68, A6, QTE, none, and free battle, none. Following the instructions of the men in black will eventually lead you to the 7th floor of Dragon Hills, to a room with a painting of a dragon. According to Yan's information, Zhu Yuanda should be here, but it seems that is incorrect. After this, there will be a cutscene where saving is temporarily disabled, so it is recommended to save before opening the door. When Ryo opens the door and enters, a dark room reveals a man waiting, but it is not Zhu Yuanda. It is Do Niu, the boss of the Yellow Heads. Do Niu was waiting there. Do Niu and his men rush into the room. Ren comes to help, but unfortunately, both Ryo and Ren are captured by Do Niu. The page also features images. One image shows Ryo facing Do Niu in a fighting stance, with Ren in the background looking like he is being restrained. A text box next to this image says, perhaps due to the difference in physique, Ren's attacks to help are not effective at all. Another image is a close-up of Do Niu's face with a text box that says, Zhu Yuanda is not this handsome. An arrow pointing to Do Niu in this image has the text, appearing from the darkness is the giant Do Niu, who calls himself handsome. This page depicts Disc 33, titled, Escape from Imprisonment Run Through Kowloon, featuring the Lucky Charm Quarter and other locations. The first section is titled, Defeat the Lookout. After being imprisoned by Do Niu, 3 days pass automatically. On the third day, use Ren's acting to get the lookout to open the door, and a command QTE will occur to defeat him with a punch. Success allows you to escape the room. Failure means retrying, but time will not progress, and the commands remain the same, so calmly input the commands. The map data is P.68, E5, QTE is present, and there is no free battle. The next section is titled, Escape While Still Handcuffed. Ryo and Ren were imprisoned in a room on the 5th floor of the dim sum restaurant. From there, they must run through the building's corridors, which are complexly connected between the dim sum restaurant and the Lucky Charm Quarter, to escape Do Niu's pursuers. The maze-like structure of Kowloon Walled City is a major obstacle for them. Because they are handcuffed together, they must coordinate their breathing while running, skillfully turn corners, and synchronize jumps over holes in the corridor. This scene requires successfully completing continuous QTEs by pressing buttons according to Ren's instructions. Ren will say things like, right, at each point, so pay attention to both Ren's voice and the on-screen display. There are 6 attempts, but failing 4 or more times results in being caught by Do Niu's men. Failure leads to restarting from the prison room escape. While new staging is added to the prison room scene, the command QTE to defeat the lookout is omitted, so focus on succeeding in the corridor QTEs. Succeeding in inputting correctly 3 or more times out of 6 transitions the scene automatically to hiding in a room on the 4th floor, down the north stairs of the Lucky Charm Quarter. However, Do Niu's men eventually discover this room. At Ryo's signal, force our way through, they defeat Do Niu's subordinates and escape again. In this instance, neither QTEs nor battles occur. The map data is P.68, E5, QTE is present, and there is no free battle. This page depicts a walkthrough strategy for Shenmue II, detailing 3 key scenarios. The first section is titled Breakthrough. This section takes place on map data P.68, A5 and features QTEs, with no free battle. The text describes a series of continuous QTEs across the 4th floor, from the Dragon Building to the Tea House Building and the Three Birds Building. There are a total of 7 QTEs. If you fail more than 4 times, you will restart from the breakthrough room. Succeeding in the QTE under the eaves will cause the door to be blown open by the blast. If you fail the command QTE, you will restart from the breakthrough scene. If you fail the breakthrough to door break section more than 4 times, you will be caught and taken down to the 5th floor's detention room. 3 days later, another escape scene will occur, starting again from the 5th floor's continuous QTE. During this escape scene, the performance of the escape scene changes, and the QTE to push over the shelf does not occur. If you succeed in breaking through the door, you will automatically move to a hiding scene in a nearby room. Deeper in this room, there are stairs to the rooftop. Discovering this, Ryo and Ren decide to escape to the rooftop to spend the night and evade their pursuers. The image shows Ryo and Ren kicking down a door during a QTE and then hiding in a room. The text notes that the latter half of the QTEs are more input-intensive than the first half. The second section is titled Yuan's Knife Attack. This section is located on map data P.68, E2 and involves QTEs, with no free battle. The setting is on the rooftop, where Ryo and Ren are resting while looking at the Big Dipper. Ryo learns from Ren about Yuan's past as a former Hong Kong police officer who lost his power. They decide to get some sleep for tomorrow. In the early morning, Ryo and Ren return from the rooftop to the 4th floor of the Three Birds Building and try to escape using the elevator. However, pursuers have given up on chasing them and are just waiting near the elevator. There, just as they are about to get on the elevator, Yuan appears. Yuan's Knife Attack is a QTE where you must evade Yuan's attack. There are 3 attempts. If you fail, you will restart from the encounter scene. The image shows Yuan confronting Ryo and Ren with a knife and then a QTE scene during the encounter. The text mentions that Ren seems to know Yuan's name. The third section is titled Jump to the Rooftop. This section is also on map data P.68, E2 and features QTEs, with no free battle. After defeating Yuan, the same elevator appears. However, now the pursuers are the bullheads. It is a desperate escape for the two. The emergency stairs ahead are destroyed and unusable. The only option is to run at full speed and jump to the rooftop of the adjacent building. The command QTE is up, up, A. If successful, you can escape to the opposite building and evade the bullheads. The image shows Ryo and Ren jumping across to another building rooftop during a QTE. The text emphasizes that Ryo and Ren's fate is in the QTE. This page is titled Disc 34, The Eavesdropper, Information held by Huang, the secret of the tape. The text explains that at Ren's hideout, Ryo reunites with Wan and Joy and starts searching for new clues. It questions if there is information to be found in the eavesdropper Huang's room. The first section is titled New Clue. The map data is P.61, G4. There are no QTE or free battles in this section. The text describes that after Wan removes Ryo's handcuffs, Ryo and Ren head towards Yusumi Heights. Similar to the first time following Ren, they should keep an eye on the distance to Ren. It mentions that they already know the location of Yusumi Heights, but going ahead will cause Ren to be lost, leading to a retry. It is noted that talking to Ren at this time will allow you to hear about Joy. Upon arriving at Yusumi Heights, an automatic scene will trigger. After that, you can hear Yan say, Huang the eavesdropper, who was hired by Do Niu, might know something. The next section is titled Aim for the Tea House. The map data is P.68, E4. With no QTE or free battles. The text explains that Huang's room is located in the tea house. After parting with Ren, Ryo should begin searching for the tea house. If you have already discovered the tea house through exploration and know its location, you can go directly there. For information about the tea house's location, Ren will provide hints. You can also gather information by asking people in town. For example, some people will guide you there using chase cam mode. The entrance to the tea house has a different atmosphere from other buildings, so simply walking around might make it difficult to find. If you can't find it, entering the tea house from a separate entrance connected to another building is another option. The final section is titled Infiltrate Huang's Room. The map data is P.68, E5 and again, no QTE or free battles. Once you find the tea house, you should head towards the eavesdropper Huang's room. There are no particular obstacles. To reach Huang's room, which is on the objective floor, you can use either the stairs or the elevator. If you ask pedestrians or shopkeepers, they should be able to quickly tell you the location of the elevator. This page depicts two sections of a walkthrough guide related to finding and listening to eavesdropping tapes in Shenmue II. The first section, titled, Where is the eavesdropping tape? Describes the scenario where Ryo visits Wang's room but Wang is not there. To proceed, Ryo needs to find something that will lead him to Yuanda and others. The room is dark because the lights are off, hindering the search. The guide advises turning on the light switch, which is easily found, to illuminate the room. Once the lights are on, the player should use zoom and lock-on to thoroughly search the room, looking for items suitable for an eavesdropping expert, such as listening devices and hidden microphones. The text explains that Wang's room is a key location where various eavesdropping conversations are recorded, and numerous cassette tapes are scattered around. Wang is not expected to return anytime soon, allowing ample time to search. However, there's a time constraint. If it gets past 11 p.m., Ryo will be forcibly returned to Ren's hideout. The guide suggests checking everywhere, including on top of desks and inside drawers. It notes that the tapes may not be immediately obvious, and some might be hidden. Finding a cassette tape will automatically return Ryo to Ren's hideout. The English translation of the text in the first section is as follows. Where is the eavesdropping tape? You visited Wang's room, but Wang was not there. In this room, let's find clues to pursue Yuan and the others. However, the room's lights are off, making it too dark to search for anything. First, find the light switch in the room and turn on the light. The switch is in a very ordinary place, so you should be able to find it right away. Turn on the light, and you will finally be able to search the room. Zoom in and lock on, and search various places in the room. Eavesdropping devices, hidden microphones, and other items befitting an eavesdropping expert are scattered around. This room is a place where Wang recorded various eavesdropping conversations, and a large number of cassette tapes exist. Wang will not return no matter how long you wait, and you will not be able to leave the room until you find them. However, if it gets past 11 p.m., you will be forcibly returned to Ren's hideout. So search everywhere, such as on top of desks and inside drawers. It may not be immediately obvious, but it is not necessarily hidden. If you find a cassette tape, you will automatically return to Ren's hideout. The second section, titled, Investigate All the Tapes, explains what to do with the cassette tapes obtained from Wang's room. It instructs the player to use the cassette recorder borrowed from Ren and listen to each tape one by one. The guide mentions that there are many eavesdropping tapes, so it will take time to check them all, but it is necessary to investigate every last one. The cassette recorder from Ren has 4 buttons: play, fast forward, rewind, and stop. Fast forward and rewind automatically cue to the beginning of conversations. Conversely, you cannot listen to conversations from the middle. Wang's eavesdropping tapes contain various information, so it is advisable to listen to them all. Some conversations may be unrelated to the story's progression, but there might be dialogues that hint at unexpected people's names. These conversations could be hints for what comes next. From the tapes, the player should find a conversation about Yuan's subordinates being captured, involving Yuan and Do Niu, and listen to it completely. After listening to this specific conversation, Ren will react. The guide notes that after this scene is over, Ryo can use the cassette recorder at Ren's hideout anytime to listen to these tapes. The English translation of the text in the second section is as follows. Investigate all the tapes. Using the cassette tapes you got in Wang's room, let's borrow the cassette recorder from Ren and investigate them one by one. Are a lot of eavesdropping tapes, so it will take time to check them one by one, but let's thoroughly investigate to the very last one. Here, using the cassette recorder borrowed from Ren, let's extract useful information from the eavesdropping tapes. The usable buttons are play, fast forward, rewind, and stop 4 in total. Fast forward and rewind automatically cue to the beginning of conversations. Conversely, you cannot listen to conversations from the middle. Wang's eavesdropping tapes contain various information, so it would be good to listen to them all. There may be conversations unrelated to the development of the story, but there may also be conversations that reveal unexpected people's names. These might be hints for what's next. From the tapes, find a conversation about Yuan's subordinates being captured, and the conversation between Yuan and Do Niu, and listen to it to the end. After listening to this most important information, Ren will react. Note that after this scene is over, if you come to the hideout, you will always be able to use the cassette recorder to listen to these tapes. This page depicts information about finding Yuan in Kowloon City in Shenmue II. The first section is titled Kokyu Player's Advice. The text describes how Ryo, in search of Yuan, is stopped by an old man playing the kokyu. This blind man says he doesn't know Yuan's location, but advises Ryo to ask the wind and listen to the sounds. Following this advice, Ryo notices the sound of bells from behind Yuan's voice he had recorded. The second section is titled Where is the sound of the bell from? It asks where the sound of the bell might be coming from. It suggests asking pedestrians about the bell sounds, and that following the path Kowloon Walled City right pointing arrow Rooftop Street right pointing arrow Hyakoro right pointing arrow Orphanage will help pinpoint the location. It mentions that Ren is playing nearby the orphanage and knows about Yuan. By speaking to Ren, he will ask for something in return. If Ryo offers a mini afterburner as a present, Ren will give information that Yuan is keeping 9 birds. It is suggested to listen to the teacher in the back room for more details. The third section is titled Gathering Information at the Bird Shop. It explains that to get information about 9 birds, the best place is to go to a bird shop. Asking people in the street will likely lead to Sanroro, a building where bird shops gather. Following a person who offers guidance is the easiest way to reach it. Sanroro has over 20 bird shops. However, for 9 birds specifically, it seems only the specialty shop, Antique Bird Shop, handles them. To find the location of 9 birds, it is advised to ask shopkeepers or people inside Sanroro. The page also includes map data and QTE, free battle information for each section, all marked as None. This page depicts a walkthrough guide section focusing on specific events in the game, starting with finding Kutorikon and progressing through tailing Yuan, infiltrating his room, and escaping with Zhang. The first section is titled Finding Kutorikon, and it explains that upon arriving at Kutorikon, you should talk to the shopkeeper who will tell you that Yuan comes to buy bait around evening time. At the action selector in front of Kutorikon, you can either choose Wait or Kill time elsewhere until 7 p.m. If you come to Kutorikon again around 7 p.m., Ren will come along. Soon after, Yuan will appear to buy bait. The next section is titled Tail Yuan, and it describes how to tail Yuan after he goes down in the elevator from Kutorikon. You will be tailing Yuan with Ryo and Ren. During the tailing, if you get too close to Yuan 3 times, he will notice you. Yuan is very cautious, so it's best to follow while hiding behind things if possible. Also, be aware that doors and elevators are used by Yuan as well. There is a possibility of losing sight of Yuan. If Yuan notices you or you lose sight of him, you will have to start over. Yuan mostly circles around Kowloon, and there is a command QTE that occurs after he stops at a shop along the way. If you fail the command QTE, you will have to restart the tailing process. Be careful not to fail. It is mentioned that Yuan's movements are surprisingly faint-like, so you should not let your guard down. Also, be careful not to get closer than twice to Yuan, as Ren will warn you. The following section is titled Which One Will Board, and it talks about tailing Yuan to his room in the Golden Flower Building. Ryo and Ren finally arrive at Yuan's room. Ren suggests that Ryo should be the one to infiltrate, decided by a coin toss. When you knock on the door, Yuan will show his face. At this point, a command QTE will occur. If you succeed, you will break through the door and successfully infiltrate. If you fail, you will have to restart from the coin toss scene. Once inside the room, the objective is to search for Zhu Yuanda's subordinates. It is mentioned that places where people can hide are not numerous, so you should be able to find them quickly. If you successfully apprehend them, you will meet Zhang, who you encountered in Wan Chai. It is noted that there are detailed points of interest, such as photos of fighting bulls, so it is interesting to carefully search the room. The last section is titled Escape with Zhang, and it describes the situation where Do Niu is chasing you in the room. You need to quickly hide behind the sofa, desk, or anything else you can find. If you fail to hide, you will have to start over from right before. If you successfully restrain Do Niu, a command QTE will occur. You should push Do Niu into the closet. After that, another shelf-toppling QTE will occur, and if successful, you will be able to escape with Zhang. It is noted that failing means restarting from the point where you failed to hide. This page depicts a page from a guidebook focused on Shenmue II, highlighting the characters Zhu Yuanda, Lan Di, and Ling Hua. The page features 3 in-game screenshots. The first image shows Ling Hua looking directly at the viewer in a setting with ornate decorations and a statue in the background. The second image is of Ryo Hazuki, looking determined and holding something in his hand. The third image shows Ryo and Ren in a crowded Kowloon street, seemingly unable to pass through the crowd. The page poses questions about Zhu Yuanda's location in Kowloon and the secrets surrounding Hazuki Iwao's death and the Phoenix Mirror. Disc 3x approximately 4. Zhu Yuanda, Lan Di, and Ling Hua. The story is finally moving forward with a major twist. That's where the strategy guide ends. We will show you a little bit of the exciting developments ahead. Zhu Yuanda, is he really somewhere in this Kowloon city? In the story so far, Zhu Yuanda has not appeared after all, but will he appear in the developments beyond this point? What does Zhu Yuanda know? The truth he knows is, you must not fall into the evil path. You are, Zhu Yuanda. It doesn't look like we can get through. Why was Hazuki Iwao killed by Lan Di? What is the secret of the Phoenix Mirror? The reason why the two mirrors, Phoenix Mirror and Dragon Mirror, and Lan Di killed Ryo's father, Iwao, has been a major mystery since the previous game. How much of that will be revealed in this game? Will Lan Di even appear? This page from the Story Strategy Guide depicts scenes from Shenmue II, and focuses on the Guilin area. The top of the page title reads, Story Strategy Guide. The text at the top of the page says, and then, the story goes to Guilin. The text below describes the shift in setting. After the big upheaval in Kowloon, the stage moves to Guilin. Surrounded by the great nature of China, it looks like a land unrelated to material civilization. What on earth will be revealed in this place? Below a collage of in-game screenshots, the text reads, Is this guidance from heaven? Encounter with Shenhue. The text below the image of Ryo and Shenhue describes their meeting. Guilin, where Shenhue Ling, the heroine of the story, appears. She grew up in the great outdoors, and it seems like there's nothing in common with her. How will Ryo be reflected in her eyes? Finally, the large text at the bottom declares, and then, the story approaches its climax. The text below this final title elaborates on the significance of Guilin and Shenhue. Was the encounter with Shenhue a coincidence or a necessity? What on earth is in this land of Guilin? The answer, everything that leads to the ending will become clear. Quote. This page depicts a vibrant and bustling street scene in Kowloon, Hong Kong, reflecting the dense and crowded atmosphere of the location. The image captures the energy of the marketplace with numerous people walking through the crowded streets lined with shops and stalls. There are colorful signs in Chinese characters hanging above the shops, adding to the visual richness of the scene. A smaller inset image shows a scene from within the Shenmue game, specifically Kowloon Walled City, showcasing the detailed recreation of the environment in the game. Shenmue Sightseeing. Kowloon. Kowloon. Residential area, shopping district, signboards. Kowloon. A town with an image of density and overcrowding in everything. Copyright photo. JTB photo. That name is Devil's Palace, and it is called Kowloon Walled City. The dark castle ruins located in the inner part of Kowloon are now maintained as a park, but even now, it retains the remnants of the castle's foundation in places. Around Kowloon Park, high-rise buildings have been built in recent years, and the image of the old days has changed considerably. The inner area becomes denser in every sense as you go deeper into the depths of Kowloon. Kowloon Park is the starting point for exploring the inner city, and the population density is said to be the highest in the world. As you proceed, the streets become narrower and narrower, and countless signs of all sizes are mixed together in a chaotic manner. Density is a keyword that symbolizes Kowloon, even in Hong Kong. On the other hand, Kowloon is also similar to other cities in that modern high-rise buildings stand side by side, resembling the cityscape of Shinjuku in Tokyo. In northern Kowloon, there is a shopping center called Kowloon Center in West Kowloon, which is comparable to Akihabara in Hong Kong, and you can ride Asia's first and longest indoor jet coaster there. Up-pointing arrow game image of Kowloon's outer appearance. The real thing was said to be about the size of Tokyo Dome. Up-pointing arrow looking up from inside. The Kowloon walled city in the game is made in detail down to the smallest parts. This page depicts a guide for Guilin in Shenmue II. We see two screenshots from the game, showing Ryo Hazuki walking along a mountainous path in a lush green environment. The setting is clearly inspired by the real-world landscapes of Guilin, China, known for its distinctive karst mountains. Story Strategy Guide Chapter. Timeless land born of nature. Due to crustal movement, the seabed rose and was subjected to natural rainwater for many years to form this land, Guilin. It is said that it was formed by the power of nature, but somehow, the Elephant Trunk Mountain looks like an elephant stretching its trunk to drink river water, and the Woven Hat Mountain looks like a cormorant spreading its wings. From anywhere you look, you can see the Camel Mountain, the Carp Mountain that looks exactly like a carp facing the Dragon Gate, and many other strangely shaped rocks that seem man-made are dotted around. Also, the water quality of the Guilin rivers is particularly pure. The scenery reflected here is so beautiful that it evokes an illusionary atmosphere like a world of ink paintings. The Li River flows through Guilin City, and the sight of people descending it by boat is one of the best scenic spots in southern China. However, the Li River is not that long and large as a river, so aiming to descend the whole line is quite difficult. At least if you are seriously thinking of descending the Li River, you should be prepared for more than half a day. In addition, Star Park, also known as a famous tourist destination, is said to be the largest park in Guilin. The aforementioned Camel Mountain is located in this park. In Guilin, villages also appear, but most of the scenes are mountain paths like this. Advancing through the game while looking at the unique mountains of Guilin in the distance is quite a refined feeling. Guilin's mountains and rivers are the finest under heaven. Guilin's scenery is the best in the world, a miraculous region known for this. Copyright JTB Photo. Copyright photo JTB Photo. This page depicts Hong Kong part-time job news, focusing on methods to earn money in Shenmue II. The page introduces the concept that unlike getting daily allowances in the previous game, in Shenmue II, Ryo Hazuki needs to earn money in some form, as money becomes necessary throughout the game. It asks the question of how to earn money effectively and suggests that while there are several ways, being aimless and wasting time won't lead to accumulating funds. The page aims to help players find the most suitable money-making method by highlighting the strengths and weaknesses of different approaches. The first section is titled Reliable Money-Making Part-Time Jobs. It explains that part-time jobs are a reliable way to earn money. While the earnings aren't substantial for the time spent, it's better than losing money gambling and ending up broke. The next section is titled Pachinko Ball Store Clerk. This section describes working at a pachinko ball store as a part-time job. You borrow $300 from the shop owner and attract customers to play against. If you win, you receive half of the winnings. However, if your borrowed money falls below $300, you won't get paid for the job. The image caption says, "Pachinko balls, how about it?" and mentions someone calling out in Hong Kong dialect. The following section is titled Cargo Transport. This section highlights cargo transport as a more reliable part-time job than pachinko. You operate a lever in response to voice prompts like, "Write," and transport cargo. Even with some mistakes, you can earn $60 per job, $10 per item. When "write," and similar prompts are given repeatedly, it's important to operate the controls as soon as the words appear on the screen. Relying on the voice prompts alone and reacting too late may lead to failure. The caption below the image says, "Not by voice, but operate as soon as words appear on the screen." I want to carry as much as possible. It also notes that there are 4 opportunities to do this part-time job per day, from morning until night, making it possible to do all of them. The image shows Ryo doing the cargo transport job, with a woman in the background saying, "Are you doing part-time work?" The last section is titled Desperate Measures. Selling collections. This section introduces selling collections as a way to earn money. It explains that selling collections at antique shops is another method of getting money. By default, players possess VF. A. VF. B. Kids. A. Kids. B. Hang On, and Harrier collections. Selling a set of Aberdeen and Wan Chai collections yields a maximum of $200, while Kowloon collections fetch up to $148. If you obtain the Virtua Fighter Dual Series collections, Virtua Fighter 1 and Kids Silver and Gold, totaling 4 items, you can complete the VF Group and Kids Group collections. Combining these with Wan Chai and Aberdeen collections allows you to sell them for a maximum of $510, and with Kowloon collections for a maximum of $400. It is recommended to check page 127 for a detailed buyback price list to understand the value of different sets and decide what to sell. The image shows a screen displaying various collection items with prices listed for Kids. A. Kids. B. Hang On, and Harrier collections. This page depicts various gambling games available in Shenmue II. The page is titled Story Strategy Guide Edition, and features sections on different betting games. The main title is Bet Everything on a 50-50 Chance. There are descriptions of 4 games. drop quoits, Otashidama, dice game, daishao, up and down, and flower, bird, wind, and moon. Each game description includes rules and strategies, along with images of the games in action. There are no specific characters depicted in the images, but hands are shown interacting with the gambling games. The setting is likely in a gambling area within the game world, possibly in Kowloon based on the flower, bird, wind, and moon description mentioning Kowloon Castle. Bet everything on a 50-50 chance. If you want to earn a lot of money in a short amount of time, you have no choice but to go to a gambling den. Gambling is largely divided into oicho kabu, up and down, drop quoits, otashidama, and flower, bird, wind, and moon, 4 types. As a game, oicho kabu is interesting, but it takes a little time. Dice game and up and down are quick games where you can earn money quickly. It is a good idea to enjoy playing while consulting with your mood, necessary funds, and available money. Drop quoits, otashidama. Drop a ball from above and if it goes into the hollow circle, you win. It is a very simple game, but once you start playing, you will get hooked. The rules vary slightly depending on the stand. Details are below. You can't earn a lot of money, but if you want to enjoy gambling casually, this is the one for you. There is also a gotcha, pocket prize, type. One shot, drop one ball and try to get it into the hollow circle. You only get one chance to challenge. Multi-hit you can challenge 3 times, and it's okay if you get it in the hollow circle even once. If you can do it 3 times, you can get about 1 time of prize money. Technique 2 you can challenge 3 times, and if you get it in the hollow circle twice, you win. It is the advanced version of multi-hit. Perfect get all the specified number of balls into the hollow circle. The stand itself is easy to get them in, so you will get all of them in a row and so on. Double up if you succeed, you can challenge again with double the payout. If you fail there, it becomes 0. Up to 5 times maximum. Count you can challenge 3 times, and you can decide how much prize money you want depending on how many times you get it in the hollow circle. You only get half of the bet money if you only get it in once. Dokura pocket it is a combination of other rules and so on. If you enter the Dokuro mark, it ends at that point. Center pocket there is a pocket in the middle of the stand, other than the lowest level. Rules are determined separately. Dice game, daishao. Roll 3 dice and predict the eyes that will appear. Big, total of 11 or more, and small, total of 10 or less, are always available, and the rest are straight, consecutive numbers, triplet, 3 of the same eyes, and center, total of 10 or 11, etc. are sometimes available. Up and down. Roll 2 dice and if you get a number higher than the dealers, you win. It is a very easy to understand gambling game. It's a 50-50 chance whether you win or lose. As for the norm, only big and small are available. Flower, bird, wind, and moon. Drop a ball from above inside the bowl and bet on which of the 4 sections at the bottom, flower, bird, wind, or moon, it will enter. It is a roulette-like gambling game. It only exists in Kowloon Castle. This page depicts various methods of earning money in the game Shenmue II through fighting and minigames. The page is titled, What You Can Believe in Is Only Your Own Body, highlighting the theme of using one's skills to earn money through fights. The first section is about street fights. It explains that street fights are available in Kowloon and involve betting money. Winning depends on fighting skills. The text advises players to check page 120 for battle strategies and page 25 onwards for map information. A speech bubble from the green-robed character in the image says, "What kind of character is that? That's not the kind of money you earn. I want to challenge you to enjoy free battles more." A note points out that in Kowloon, there aren't places to practice free battles, so players should consider paying for fights as a form of practice. The next section covers darts. Players can challenge people playing darts. The score of the character is displayed, allowing players to compare their skills. The characters change locations as the story progresses. Initially, in Swing on King's Road, Bun Iman is present. Later, there will always be someone in 3 locations in Kowloon. Meeting Ren requires $500, and there are opponents in 5 locations besides SIC. Winning even once allows players to freely decide the wagered amount. The next section is about arm wrestling. Arm wrestling locations include 4 in Aberdeen and 1 in Kowloon. The key to winning is timing rather than rapid button presses. The advice is to start button mashing just before the fight shout is finished, around the time FA is said, as reacting after fight is too late. If losing quickly, it suggests starting button mashing earlier to improve timing. A speech bubble says, Seno, indicating the start of the arm wrestling match. A note explains that even if a QTE is missed during arm wrestling, it doesn't immediately lead to a loss, encouraging players to keep trying. Finally, the page introduces 5 characters involved in these money-making activities. Bun Choyu. He is involved in darts. The goal is to throw 5 darts and see how many hit the red bullseye in the center. Points are irrelevant, only hits count. The wager is $30. Winning twice seems to guarantee victory. Bun Iman. He is also involved in darts. Players can challenge him with a $10 wager. If players can score over 200 points, they should be able to win. He is described as a formidable opponent for the wager. Barry. He is involved in darts. The wager starts from $10. Scoring 100 points guarantees a win. He is described as a character of this level, implying he is relatively easy to beat. Sen Furin. He is also involved in darts. Scoring 80 points guarantees a win. Even hitting the bullseye once is enough, and then players can throw randomly. The wager is $5. Lu Hongyi. He is also involved in darts. Players must average over 400 points to challenge him. The wager is $50, suggesting it is a high-stakes challenge for those confident in their abilities. What you can believe in is only your own body. Action games and martial arts games are right up your alley, right? If so, then this is a way to earn money provided in the game. Of course, you might lose and end up with a minus, but unlike gambling, you can win money with your own skill, so if you are confident, you should actively try it. There are many street fights in Kowloon, but conversely, there are no darts in Kowloon. Street fight. If you bet money, street fights are available in Kowloon. There are many opponents, from those who are easy to beat to those who are tough, and the rules are varied. If you find something that suits you, you can earn quite a bit. For free battle strategies themselves, check page 120, and for individual strategies, check the map section, from p.25 onwards. In Kowloon, there are no places where you can practice free battles properly, so think of paying for fights as a form of practice. What kind of character is that? That's not the kind of money you earn. I want to challenge you to enjoy free battles more. Darts. Talk to people playing darts to challenge them. Their character's score is displayed on the stand, so it's a good idea to challenge while comparing your skills. Opponent characters change locations as the story progresses. From the beginning until King's Road, Bun Iman is in swing, but after that, there will always be someone in 3 locations in Kowloon, and when you meet Ren, it costs $500, and there are opponents in 5 locations other than SIC. If you win even once, there are characters who allow you to decide the wagered amount relatively freely. Which character is that? It's not really about the wagered money. More than that, I want to challenge you with the feeling of enjoying free battles. Arm wrestling. Arm wrestling locations are 4 in Aberdeen and 1 in Kowloon. The key to the strategy is the timing of button presses rather than rapid button presses. It's too late to start button mashing after hearing the shout of fight. It's best to start button mashing from around the time you start saying FA. If you lose immediately, it's because your button mashing is too slow. Try starting your button mashing earlier. When the fight text appears zoomed up on the screen, start button mashing from right before that. Let's win with flying momentum. QTEs 2. Even if you fail a QTE that occurs in the middle of a match, you won't lose immediately, so don't lose heart and keep trying. Bun Choyu. Throw 5 darts and compete to see how many hit the red bullseye in the center. Points are irrelevant. The wager is $30. If you hit twice, you'll win, right? Bun Iman. You can challenge him with a $10 wager. If you have the skill to score 200 points or more, you should be able to win. He is a formidable opponent for the wager. Barry. Wager starts from $10. If you score 100 points, you will win, so aim to be able to win against characters around this level. Sen Furin. If you score 80 points, you will win. If you hit the red bullseye even once, then it's okay to throw appropriately afterwards. The wager is $5. Lu Hongyi. If you average over 400 points, try challenging him. The wager is $50, so if you are really confident, go for it. This page explores different ways Ryo Hazuki can make money in a single day. The first section is titled Street Fighter Ryo. This section explains that if you are confident in action games, free battles are a good way to earn money. It suggests that if you attack from the right and move to the back of the opponent, you can win relatively easily. The text mentions that Ryo tried street fighting and arm wrestling in Kowloon City's Yatai Street connected to Hoshimidai, and earned around $500 by noon. In the afternoon, he changed his approach and challenged the Mongolian sumo wrestlers and former soldiers in the Yuan apartments. Despite losing a few times, he persevered and continued to fight, eventually winning 3 consecutive matches against the one-eyed man in the evening, ending up with $930 in total. It notes that while fighting the same character repeatedly increases their level and makes it harder to win. The table shows the earnings at different times: $110 by 9 a.m., $380 by 10 a.m., $480 by 12 p.m., $620 by 3 p.m., $830 by 6 p.m., $980 by 10 p.m., and finally $930 by 11 p.m. The second section is titled Gambler Ryo. This section describes gambling as another way to earn $80, starting from morning till night. It recommends trying Gyeonbaru Sanmi, gambling triple taste, and suggests starting at Ryue Street or Hokkaisan Street. It mentions betting $20 initially and then increasing to $40. The text describes a successful gamble where Ryo bet die big and won, and then tried his luck with the falling ball game in Ryue Street and Hokkaisan Street, also winning. The table shows earnings for gambling: $180 by 9 a.m., $340 by 10 a.m., and then dropping to $0 by 12 p.m., remaining at $0 for the rest of the day. The third section is titled Free Labor Ryo. This section focuses on part-time jobs as a reliable way to earn money. Even though gambling and street fighting can bring in more at times, they also carry the risk of losing money. It suggests that being a part-timer steadily increases funds. The text recounts Ryo starting a part-time job with $80. He began with morning deliveries, and though he was out of practice and only managed 5 deliveries, he continued working part-time from noon. He succeeded in carrying 6 items for delivery and earned an additional $110, bringing the total to $190. In the evening, he worked at the pachinko parlor picking up dropped balls, but he didn't win much. Despite continuing until 7 p.m., his earnings remained unchanged. He decided to try deliveries again at night and earned $60, finally reaching $250 in total. The text concludes that while the amount isn't huge, the reliability of earning money through part-time work is a good point, and there's no sense of uncertainty about making a living. The table shows earnings for part-time labor: $80 by 9 a.m., $130 by 10 a.m., $190 by 12 p.m., $190 by 3 p.m., $190 by 6 p.m., $250 by 10 p.m., and finally $250 by 11 p.m. This page showcases a guide to mastering various combat techniques in free battles in Shenmue II, emphasizing the importance of learning effective attacks to win. The page features Ryo Hazuki, the main character, demonstrating different martial arts moves in various in-game locations. Ryo is depicted in his standard outfit, blue jeans and a brown leather jacket, in what appears to be a training dojo and outdoor street scenes. His opponents are generic thugs, typical enemies in the game. The text translates to English as follows: numerous techniques to master, triumph in free battles. In Shenmue II, free battles, which are part of the adventure, are a significant element. Memorize effective attacks and win battles. The Kang Yu style is a martial art passed down from Iwao Hazuki, Ryo's father. So, what kind of martial art is the Kang Yu style? Basically, it's a comprehensive martial art that combines striking and throwing techniques, which is now called mixed martial arts, and it's not difficult to imagine. Here, we will introduce the techniques of the Kang Yu style, and the new techniques that Ryo will learn in Hong Kong. Techniques learned from the beginning. Ryo has learned a total of 37 types of offensive techniques from the beginning. However, the table below shows only the basic techniques, such as basic punch attacks. Tiger Swallow is not only activated by X, but also branches into XXX or XXA, and the basic kicking technique, Triple Flash, can be linked into 3 consecutive techniques by inputting AAA. Let's try it out. Recommended techniques here. Triple Flash. The Triple Flash kick is a continuous attack with AAA input. It's a useful technique that can be used in one-on-one or multiple enemy situations. Tiger Swallow inputting XXX activates 3 consecutive attacks. However, be careful as there is a large opening after performing all of them. Caution. Shoulder throw. Although not listed in the complete technique scroll, it is an existing technique from the previous game. If you press B when the opponent is slightly far away, you can grab the opponent. Nirvana drop. Virtua Fighter series Akira Yuki also uses this technique. Although it has a large opening, its breakthrough power is attractive. The table lists various martial arts techniques, their names, and command inputs. Here's a summary of the techniques and commands. Tiger Swallow. X. Small Cart Strike. Right pointing arrow X. Village Rain Thrust. Right pointing arrow X. Sweeping Leg. Left pointing arrow X. Rising Leg. Left pointing arrow X. Zen Gate Thrust. Right pointing arrow X. Great Wheelblade. Right pointing arrow X. Water Moon Thrust. Left pointing arrow X. Sleeve Thrust. Left pointing arrow X. Large Wheel. X plus A. Double Palm Wave. Right pointing arrow X plus A. Back Willow. Left pointing arrow X plus A. Crushing Mountain Impact. Right pointing arrow X plus A. Cyclone. LX. Swallow Flip Willow. Left pointing arrow Xa. Triple Flash. A. Stomping Kick. A. Outward Step Stop. Right pointing arrow A. Sweeping Sweep. Left pointing arrow A. Dragon Kick. Right pointing arrow A. Thunder Kick. Left pointing arrow A. Crushing Elbow. Right pointing arrow A. Sliding Sweep Kick. Left pointing arrow A. Rushing Sweep. Left pointing arrow A. Tiger Rage. Right pointing arrow X plus A. New Moon. Left pointing arrow X plus A. Disease Wind. LA. Wind Wheel. LX plus A. Back Throw. B. Hip Throw. Right pointing arrow B. Back Throw. Left pointing arrow B. Thunder Strike. Right pointing arrow B. Spiral Drop. Left pointing arrow B. Rolling Wrap. Left pointing arrow B. Heavenly Dog Victory. Right pointing arrow B. Back Moon. B. Sidestep, Backdrop. B. Backstep. The text also provides tips related to combat, such as pressing Y when enemies are numerous, using AAA for attacks when opponents are unguarded, and using shoulder throws and Nirvana drops effectively in certain situations. This page from a strategy guide details techniques in the game and how to acquire them. It first explains techniques taught by characters. It mentions that technique transmission events are not necessarily story-locked, but you can easily miss the timing of these events. It advises reading the story strategy section of the book to progress through the story without missing anything. The page lists techniques taught by specific characters, including the Darkness Palm Upper, taught by Tokoran, Small Willow Strike. From Kenman, Diagonal Line. From Keika, Oki Throw. By Conway, and Sweep, from Joe Sean. The next section is about techniques learned by buying skill books at shops. Skill books can be purchased at weapon shops. Wan Chai's Tai Lao Martial Arts, Kowloon's Koshi Martial Arts, and White Dynasty Quarters Muso Martial Arts are the 3 shops where you can buy them. Unlike capsule toys, these are expensive, with the highest price being $500. It recommends working part-time to buy them. The image shows shelves of skill books in a shop. The text next to the image says, you can lock on to the shop to purchase them. A table lists techniques available for purchase, the command inputs, the shop where they are sold, and the price in dollars. For example, the body check technique is available at Tai Lao Martial Arts for $100, the double thrust at Tai Lao Martial Arts for $200, and so on, with techniques also sold at Koshi Martial Arts and Muso Martial Arts. The following section describes techniques received as rewards. These techniques are rewards from events at the library, such as the book drying event. You can receive skill books as rewards from Nozomi and Fukusan. It notes that the pit stop leg and white willow techniques cannot be obtained at the Dragon Street Challenge stand. The table lists reward techniques and their commands, including horse stance leg and revolving body check, among others. Lastly, it discusses techniques carried over from Shenmue Chapter 1. It explains that techniques from the first Shenmue game can be carried over to Shenmue II. Even if you bought or received skill books and carried over save data, you still need to learn these techniques again through the system Windows skillbook in Shenmue II, so be careful. The image shows a menu of skill books. The text next to the image says, skill books are added to your inventory and must be learned. The table lists techniques carried over, such as twin blades, shadow strike, and chain swipe, along with their command inputs. This page depicts Shenmue II's Gotcha Gotcha complete set. The page highlights the Gotcha Gotcha feature in Shenmue II, emphasizing that it's a significant aspect of the game, similar to other elements, and has been powered up from the first game. It asks if players can collect all the items. The text explains that Shenmue series is known for its free genre, allowing players to act freely in a vast box garden space. During the day, players can enter various shops, talk to people in the streets, and play in game centers, creating a sense of everyday life. Gotcha Gotcha machines are placed in the streets, and this is being heavily featured. It questions if Gotcha Gotcha is a big deal. It suggests earning money through part-time jobs or gambling to aim for a full Gotcha Gotcha collection, implying that this daily life in Hong Kong is enjoyable. The page notes that Gotcha Gotcha freaks are not just limited to Ryo, suggesting other characters like Wan Chai and 9 Dragons will also appear. The image shows various Gotcha Gotcha machines, labeled with game titles such as Sega, VF, VF Kids, VF2 and AM2 Ken, and names like Virtua Ron, Sonic, Kuruma, Port, and Hi Kara. Below, it introduces Shenmue II First Appearance Gotcha Gotcha, stating that the newly introduced Gotcha Gotcha mainly features Sega games and is richly prepared. The page then displays a grid of Gotcha Gotcha capsule figures featuring characters from Virtua Fighter and other Sega games. These include Kids Daryl C, Ketsukuchan 1P, Ketsukuchan 2P, Jackie 1P, Jackie 2P, Sarah 1P, Sarah 2P, Lao Chan 1P, Lao Chan 2P, Pai Chan 1P, Pai Chan 2P, Wolf 1P, Wolf 2P, Jeffrey 1P, Jeffrey 2P, Kagemaru 1P, Kagemaru 2P, Shun D 1P, Shun D 2P, Lion 1P, Lion 2P and 18-wheeler. The text beside the image of the shop states that Gotcha Gotcha machines are found in various locations such as shop fronts and building entrances, blending into the streets, so players should keep an eye out for them. This page depicts a strategy guide page showcasing characters, vehicles, and items from the game. The page features various characters categorized into groups, including characters like Moonlight, Jay, Aaron, Lena, Talon, Telecow, Temjin, and Temjin Prototype, followed by numerical designations like 10 Idiots. There are also characters named Grizzly Buck, Stein Buck, Valbadus, Valcaris, and Valbaros. Further down, we see characters such as Fei Yen D, Angelron, affirmative S, affirmative B, affirmative C, Cypher, Doldre, Speshenef, Raiden, Fei Yen Y, Fei Hyper, Azim, Blatz, and Tangram. The vehicles presented include Outrun, F14XX, Kate, Matt, Max, Ryan, and Spike. Lastly, the page displays several items and locations: Yuki, Kazunagi, Lighthouse, Water Living Boat, Kudo, Coffin, and Jumbo Jet Machine. The locations shown are Chainsaw, Blue Dragon Sword, Genbu Water Basin, Byako Water Basin, Suzaku Water Basin, and Seryu Water Basin. The page also includes translated text sections, starting with the title, Story Strategy Guide Edition. Then, there is a section titled, Getting Heated Over Gacha Gacha, Ryo's Unexpected Side. The text explains, Ryo is usually calm and composed, but when it comes to Gacha Gacha, he's a different person altogether. There are rare items that don't come out often in Gacha Gacha. When a rare item comes out, Ryo says, yes, and that exclamation sounds fresh coming from the usually calm Ryo. Below images of hands and Gacha Gacha capsules, the text says, Ryo is happy to get a rare item. Does he have such an expression? And, a side of Ryo sulking when the same prize comes out in a row. This page shows a collection of Gacha Gacha capsule toy figures that appeared in Shenmue Chapter 1 and can be obtained in Shenmue II. The main image displays a selection screen in a game environment where numerous capsule toy figures are arranged. Below this, there are rows of individual character figures with their names labeled underneath. The characters featured are primarily from the Virtua Fighter series, including Akira Yuki, Jackie Bryant, Sarah Bryant, Lao Chan, Pai Chan, Wolf Hawkfield, Jeffrey McWild, and Cage Maru. There are also silver and gold versions of Durl. In addition to the standard characters, there are kids versions of Akira, Jackie, Sarah, Lao, Pai, Wolf, Jeffrey, and Cage, as well as kids versions of Durl S and Durl G. Furthermore, characters from the Sonic the Hedgehog series are present, such as Sonic, Super Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Bark, Bean, Fang, Amy, Espio, Metal Sonic, Dr. Eggman, and Knights. For those who got hooked in the previous game, do you have them all? If not, now is the time to try hard. Left pointing arrow open hollow corner bracket. Left pointing arrow. If you did not carry over your save data from Shenmue Chapter 1, you will start with a basic set already obtained. Ideographic comma 2, ideographic period ideographic comma. Ideographic comma ideographic comma ideographic period ideographic comma ideographic period. The Gacha Gacha figures that appeared in Shenmue Chapter 1, with some exceptions, can all be obtained in Shenmue 2 as well. Also, if you play by carrying over the save data from Shenmue Chapter 1, you will carry over the Gacha Gacha figures you obtained there, and even if you do not carry over data, you will start with some types of Gacha Gacha figures already in your possession. You can use them as pawn items, or aim to complete the collection. It's all up to you how you want to play. This page depicts a collection of items, characters, and vehicles that appear within the Shenmue game world, alongside some iconic Sega characters and items. Starting from the top left, we see characters like Space Harrier and Ruva, the jellyfish enemy. There are also pins bin 1, 2, and 3 which are dodecahedron-shaped items, followed by BB Ultra, the Golden Beetle, and then various versions of Hang on motorbike riders. Next, we see Opa Opa and Jet Opa Opa from Fantasy Zone. The next row shows Poppers, the Snowman enemy, Koba Peach, the Peach Clock enemy, Ida 2, the Tiki Mask enemy, and a Shop Balloon. Following these are Heavy Bomb 1, 2, and 3, represented by 16-ton weights. Below that, we have a Wooden Man training dummy, Rent a Hero, the TRYZ plane, Sorrow Wing, the Dragonfly enemy, Mayu from Phantasy Star, Chicken Leg, the Chicken Leg enemy, and Chow and Pian. The fifth row features Rice Star, Alex Kidd, Mobo, Robo, the Bonanza Bros, and Coop 1 and Coop 2 cars. The car theme continues with Coupe 3, 4, and 5, followed by the Hornet sports car, and Wagon 1, 2, and 3. The next row includes Wagon 4, Truck 1, Truck 2, Truck 3, Truck 4, a food car, and a bus. The vehicles section continues with a scooter, business bike, forklift, and crane. We then see a Shenmue container, a regular container, and a wooden box. Finally, the bottom rows show nautical items like an anchor, ferry, ship wheel, and lifebuoy. Then, we have game buttons, X button, Y button, A button, and B button, followed by Super Ball 1, 2, and 3, and Dice 1, 2, and 3. The title of this page is Story Strategy Guide Edition. This page depicts information about item collection in Shenmue II and how to obtain items. The page features two main sections. The first section is titled, Is it difficult to obtain? Complete items by replaying. And it describes items that are valuable collectibles in Shenmue II and encourages players to aim for complete collection. It mentions that some items carried over from Shenmue Chapter 1 are not obtainable in Shenmue II and advises players to check the pawnshop's purchase list, listing examples like Japanese-made size D batteries, size AAA batteries, matches, light bulbs, and hang-on Harrier CDs, and also mentioning Matsuyama certificates, Sanyu certificates, head Harrier certificates, and head hang-on certificates as items that fall under this category and suggesting players replay. Chapter 1. The first table is titled, Main Item Acquisition Methods, and lists items and their acquisition methods. It includes game certificates, obtainable by 1 coin play, 3,000 to 1 million medal certificates, obtainable by the number of medals won in slot games, mini outrun, obtainable by clearing a condition score of 5 million, mini Harrier, by clearing a condition score of 10 million, mini AB2, Afterburner 2, by clearing a condition score of 5 million, mini darts, by clearing a condition score of 300 points, mini Excite QTE2, by clearing a condition score of 20,000 points, mini QTE title, by clearing a condition score of 30,000 points, mini billiards, mini juke, and mini slot, all obtainable by hitting 777 on the slot machine, with different bet amounts, 5 BET, 20 BET, and 10 BET respectively, and red and blue forklift lighters, obtainable without needing change, and stone, and Zippo, which can be purchased at a stall. The second table, titled Items Obtainable in Shenmue II, lists various items categorized by type. It includes a B2 certificate, Outrun certificate, Harrier certificate 2, Hang-on certificate 2, 3,000 medal certificate, 10,000 medal certificate, 50,000 medal certificate, 200,000 medal certificate, 500,000 medal certificate, 1 million medal certificate, mini AB2, mini Outrun, mini Harrier, mini Hang-on, mini darts, mini QTE, mini billiard, mini juke, mini slot, mini title, red forklift, and blue forklift. These certificates are paired with colored stones, green stone, red stone, yellow stone, purple stone, blue stone, and clear stone. The mini-games are paired with Zippo lighters depicting characters or themes. Moonwolf, Zippo, Vampire, Zippo, Wing, Zippo, Jackal, Zippo, Murcielago, Zippo, Sonori, Zippo, King, Zippo, Dragon, Zippo, Helmet, Zippo, Rose, Zippo, Heart, Zippo, No Smoking, Zippo, and Cherry. The forklift items are paired with forklift number 4, forklift number 5, Pochi, John, Carrie, Kuro, Tora, Big Willie, Little Willie, Willies, Big Philip, Little Philip, Phillips, Chip, Rap, Pop, Pip, Mary, Pianta, and R360. This page depicts a collection set buyback list for all 12 pawn shops from the Story Strategy Guide section. The page lists items and their corresponding buyback prices in dollars at different pawn shops in the game. The pawn shops listed as columns are Ryushin Pawn Shop, Seichen Pawn Shop, Kunan Pawn Shop, Kurai Pawn Shop, Shushin Pawn Shop, Meiro Pawnshop, Shufuku Pawnshop, Kinka Pawnshop, Tairu Pawnshop, Hikarakuden Pawnshop, Kowloon Pawnshop, and Ankan Pawnshop. The text explains that gacha and items you obtain can be exchanged for money at pawnshops. It notes that it can be painful to part with collections you worked hard to get, but sometimes money is necessary. In such cases, the guide advises players to use this buyback list to identify the pawnshop offering the best conditions to minimize losses and proceed efficiently through the game. This page is the Shenmue II Guidebook title page. This guidebook was first published on September 18, 2001. The publisher is Hirokazu Hamamura, the editor is Hideyuki Matsumoto, and the editor-in-chief is Koji Aizawa. Editing was done by Munatatsu Matsui and Noriyasu Suzuki, both from the Famitsu DC editorial department. Editorial cooperation was provided by Yoshinori Fujita, Tomoaki Hateya, Hidekuni Shida, Norito Oba, Shunsuke Takada and Takaaki Saki from Bambi Works, and Daisaku Sato. The book design is by Shingo Kazama, with design supervision by Matsuko Sukagawa and design cooperation from Freeway. Supervision and cooperation are credited to Sega Corporation and SEGAAM2 Co., Ltd. Printing was done by Dai Nippon Printing Company, Ltd. The publisher is Enterbrain, Inc., located in Tokyo, Setagayuku, Wakabayashi 11810, postal code 1548528. The phone number for the business department is 0354337850. This book is protected by copyright law, and unauthorized reproduction in any form is prohibited without written permission from Enterbrain, Inc. For inquiries about the book's content, please email support@ml.enterbrain.co.jp or call the customer support department at 0354337868, Monday to Friday, 12 p.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays. Please allow time for a response, and note that questions about the game content cannot be answered. Dreamcast is a trademark of Sega Corporation. The copyright belongs to SEGAAM2 for 1999 and 2001. And to ENTERBRAIN, INC. For 2001, the retail price is on the cover. For defective or missing pages, please send the book to Enterbrain, Inc. Business Department, and it will be replaced at their expense. The ISBN is ISBN 4757700609X, and it is printed in Japan. This page depicts the cover of the Shenmue II Guidebook. The page features the title, Shenmue II Guidebook, prominently in the center, written in both Japanese and English. Below the main title, it also states, Shenmue II Guidebook, again in Japanese. The background of the title area includes a faint, circular design that appears to be a traditional dragon motif. The top and bottom edges of the page are decorated with a brown border featuring a geometric pattern. The Japanese text translates to Shenmue II Guidebook. This page depicts the back cover of the Shenmue II Guidebook. The cover prominently features the Shenmue II logo in a stylized red and gold design in the center, with Guidebook written in English underneath. The background is a light blue gradient with a subtle wave-like pattern. The text at the top left indicates the ISBN number as ISBN 4757700609X. And the price is C0076, 800 yen. Below this, it states the publisher is Enterbrain, and the retail price is 800 yen for the main book plus tax. On the top right, there are barcodes and the numbers 9,784,757,706,095 and 1,920,076,008,009. The text in the logo reads, Shenmue II, both in Japanese and English, followed by Guidebook, and again, Shenmue II Guidebook, in Japanese.